the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba.
Wake.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour as we are looking at a fun day because it's a Fun Zone Friday. We're going to attempt it anyway. Golden ticket seats are booked solid. So if you're headed this way, drive safely. We look forward to seeing you in a couple of hours. I am Speedy. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and we're off and running for another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us in 1 hour from now. Crap Run, I should say, benefiting Venice's Foundation is tomorrow night. If you want to just be spontaneous and go, hey, last minute, I'm gonna go and do it. You can do so. Just go to upcoming events at rickandbubba.com or text events to 866-932-3244. You'll see that tomorrow night we are listed as being there. Just click on that, and there's a direct link on how you can participate and sign up. If not, just come on out and support them. We'll be there. 7 o'clock is when they'll do the main run. I think a fun run is at 6. We'll show up around 5-ish. And we look forward to seeing everybody there.
Yeah, like I was telling you earlier, it's located right there by Main Street South.
Yeah.
Lisa said we got specials at Forest Hills Home Booth. 50% off all items with a green dot on them.
Oh, boy.
If it's got a green dot, 50% off.
Look for the green dot.
Yep.
That is hilarious. You know what? Are we gonna jump in there and go see you?
It depends on. I don't know if it may not be open time we get there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But all day Saturday.
Yes.
Hey, look for the green dot.
Absolutely.
Go early and check it out.
That's right.
So we got that happening. Talladega Super Speedway. It's Talladega weekend. The trucks race today in Infinity Series Saturday, and then they've got the Yellowwood 500 coming up on Sunday. It's the playoff series, and you and I both wish we were dialed in more on the playoffs.
I don't know
everything.
how it works. I really don't.
It's going to be a fun weekend for those of you in town for that. Welcome in. I have looked, and you were kind of looking over my shoulder. I've looked at and I'll still investigate because we got some time. But starting, I guess, Wednesday, I started kind of looking, and that's normally what I do, about the Beth Mowins game of the week or weekend. And kind of look around. Last week, she did the Cleveland Browns and the Las Vegas Raiders in the NFL. She was not doing college.
She's doing more NFL this year, it sounds like.
Yeah, and so this weekend I looked. I don't see her any college games or NFL, but I'll keep digging. So it could be that we are spared Beth Mowins, even though I think she does just a fabulous job. She's so sweet.
Yeah, well, y'all made you got that connection now.
Yeah,
so
a little bond.
You felt bad,
right,
about making fun of her. Let's just call it, because she was super nice.
Yeah.
And you thought, oh, man, I feel bad about this.
She was extremely nice, and I hated to be a bip and bother her, but at the game, she came out of the ESPN booth and was just so polite, so sweet, took pictures, everything, gave us a liner. So we'll continue to look. But last night, the Falcons hosted Tampa Bay, and my goodness, it looks like it was a heck of a game. Baker Mayfield gave the Falcons the ball back on their own 20 with about 1:14 left in the game with no timeouts and down 30-27. And Kirk Cousins whipped off like 5 passes and moving the Falcons down, and apparently came back and had some win and threw. Am I seeing this right? Over 500 yards.
Threw for over 500 yards.
Good gracious alive!
Bubba's favorite quarterback.
Wow.
I mean,
that's it. I mean, you don't hear that much.
No, that's a lot of yards.
Somebody threw over 500 yards. Golly. So that was your Thursday night game, and the Falcons ended up winning in overtime 36-30.
Wow.
And so that was your Thursday night prime video game. I know you weren't going near it because it was the prime game, and that makes you mad for some reason.
No, yeah, it does, and I don't know why.
Yeah, I wonder if Al Michaels sounded excited in this overtime win.
Maybe they gave him a little boost of something to get him a little more energy.
Right.
And the man's, nearly 80?
Yeah.
Voice still sounds good.
Right.
I really, honestly, I'm having fun with it. I don't know what everybody's talking about. Because I've heard playbacks, and he sounds just like he always has. Now, he's not screaming, "Are you believing miracles?" like when we beat the Russians in hockey. I get that. But my goodness.
There were times last year that we kind of mentioned in passing that he kind of was just like, hey, first down.
Yeah,
and I get that. And we haven't mentioned it. We were like, wow. So, but I do think people can be overcritical.
But I don't think it's enough that it's that noticeable.
And I did tune in when the Cowboys and the Giants played. Was it last Thursday? Anyway, Thursday a week ago, I think.
How about them Cowboys?
And the Cowboys ended up beating the Giants, and I listened, and I was listening. Okay, let's see here, and I thought he did fine, and Herb Street is of course with him and does a good job. I was looking at speaking of Kirk Cousins, his tie to Bubba and the Vikings, and everything. I was looking at the Vikings. They play Aaron Rodgers and the Jets, but it's one of those weird things where like Sunday morning, if you're getting ready for church or whatever, tune over to the NFL Network because it's going to be an 8:30 a.m. kickoff. They're playing in London.
Here we go overseas. That bothers me too.
Yeah, I know. I know it does.
And all that. There ain't no sense in loading all that.
Ain't no sense in all that.
They ain't that into it.
Jets 2-2, Vikings 4-0. And they play at 8:30 a.m. on the NFL Network Sunday. Just thought I'd mention that in case you're up and moving, getting ready for different things.
Vikings and Sam Darnold.
Yeah. So
undefeated.
I know.
About that.
And one of the more bizarre stories, Colin Kaepernick. He'll get in the news every now and then.
Well, he'll let it go a while, then he'll have to stir something up, and then he'll let it go a little longer.
Yeah. Jim Harbaugh, there was I think a story or two a while back that maybe he had offered Colin something to get back into the NFL,
like coaching or something.
Yeah,
then he wanted to be on his staff.
It was in some capacity. I'm just not exactly sure.
I don't think he was the quarterback. But.
And so Colin is now speaking out. We'll have to break that down during the main show. There's a story on that. And in case you just went to sleep when we're like checking the news out or anything out, the U.S. Dock Workers Union, the strike has been paused. It's over.
Got it on pause. So they're back to work.
They are back to work. They have agreed on about a 62% wage increase right now. So that means everybody go back to work, and we have till January the 15th to finalize everything. Ratify a new contract, get everything going. So the 45,000 members of the Dock Workers Union, they are going back to work, and so that is a relief for the country.
Okay.
So everybody just whoa.
All right, everybody leave the toilet paper alone.
Everybody whoa.
And everything. I mean, you see them, good night. People's obsession with if something's going wrong, we must have toilet paper.
I know, it is kind of weird. Well, you know what? I think
other things.
I think it's really.
I like to have toilet paper, but I mean.
I really think it's more about how important toilet paper is.
I guess.
Everybody really. I mean, do you consider toilet paper kind of important in your life until you need it?
It would be hard if you didn't have it, but you could work around it.
I think people panic that they just won't have it.
Yeah. I mean, I just don't think it's going to get to the point where there's none. We ain't got any. I just don't see that.
Yeah.
But maybe
everybody
naive.
Calm down. The
quick, go get toilet paper. There's something going on.
The
used to be bread and milk, now it's toilet paper.
Right. Right now the strike has been paused. I would say it's over because there's an agreement, but it's not.
They got to work out details
not over, but,
and get it signed. But they have till January. You said to do that. So
January 15th. Yeah. So the 3-day dock workers strike that sparked panic, and we're talking about that across the nation concerning a potential supply chain issue, has been paused after the dock workers and the port operators have reached a tentative deal. They have set under their deal, members of the International Longshoremen's Association will see an approximately 62% wage increase. But in order for the pay raise to go into effect, they got to get back to work. And so they're going back to work, and then they've got till January 15th to, resolve some other negotiation issues. But at least they're going to be working while they're negotiating.
And in these situations, you hear the total, what their raise will be, but they won't get that in a lump sum. It'll be broke down over 5 or 6 years.
Okay. All right.
You get a little bit, depending on how long, the life of the contract. Every year you'll get a small amount of it till it gets the total. But in this particular case, they do have leverage.
They do.
There's a lot of them, and they
sure
stick
do.
together. So when it comes to negotiating, they have leverage. They really do.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Leaning on 16 minutes past the hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour break, and we thank you so much for tuning in. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A medical test can reveal your body's biological age, which can show if you're aging prematurely. Better nutrition has been shown to reverse one's bio-age. Now, my hope of living better and healthier is why I take Field of Greens. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX or rickandbubba.com for a link. You asked, and the folks at MyPillow have listened. They're finally bringing you their most requested offer. Get the queen-size premium MyPillow for only $19.98. MyPillows are made with a patented adjustable feel that will work for your needs regardless of sleep position. They help keep your neck aligned. That's not all. Get their 6-piece kitchen towel set and famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25. Go to MyPillow.com/BigBox. That's BIGV as in voice OX. Use the code BIGBOX at rickandbubba.com. You've heard me talking about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like optimized gel tips for custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/BigBox. That's buyraycon.com/BigBox or rickandbubba.com. In just a few short weeks, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. It can feel overwhelming, so why not align with a company that stands for the values of its members? That's why we stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. For just $1 at amac.us/bigbox, you can get all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts, and AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. All you got to do is go to amac.us/bigbox. If your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, then repeat that cycle all over again. It's time to try Relief Factor. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it with a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start pack for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can also find that information at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Each Helix mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort. With 20 unique mattresses made from your personal preferences, you'll find one that's right for you, and Helix lets you try it out for 100 nights risk-free. Take the 2-minute Helix Sleep quiz to get matched with the perfect mattress. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 20% off your mattress order, or go to rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. Do you owe back taxes? Still haven't filed your tax returns? Did you forget to file an extension? The October 15th deadline is coming. Once it hits, the IRS can garnish your wages, freeze your bank accounts, or even seize your property. You need Tax Network USA to handle your IRS tax problems fast. They've already helped taxpayers save over $1 billion in tax debt. October the 15th is days away. Schedule your free consultation. Call 1-800-780-8888 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com. SimpliSafe.com. Feeling secure in your own home shouldn't be a luxury, it should be a given. That's why SimpliSafe Home Security is dedicated to providing protection and peace of mind to all families. With LiveGuard technology, SimpliSafe's 24/7 monitoring agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm. Visit SimpliSafe.com/bigbox to save 50% on a new system with a free indoor security camera. Find the link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba,
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba,
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba,
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba,
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
All right, we're back 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Just a quick update and so glance at some of the college football news going on and some games happening. It looks like Jacksonville State plays tonight, 6 p.m. on the CBS Sports Network. If I'm reading this right, it looks like that they are at Kennesaw State. Kennesaw State going over to ATL.
It's not a far trip from Jacksonville.
It's not. Your 11 a.m. kickoff. These are Central on ABC. If you're looking around, going, all right, let me get the day going. Missouri at Texas A&M. That is a top 25 matchup. Missouri 9, Texas A&M 25. Auburn and Georgia. Auburn unranked. Georgia number 5 in the country at 2:30 p.m. That's your ABC game. And I'm just glancing down here. Miami is at California. You go, well, what's the big deal about that? Well, that's where College Game Day is going to be. So that is there for you. Ole Miss at South Carolina. Ole Miss being upset, even though, Kentucky's good. I mean, I don't think Kentucky has beat Ole Miss in Oxford since like 1978. So it was definitely an upset.
And I got news.
And they head out to South Carolina
is
now.
Not bad, and I think they've got their starting quarterback back.
Oh, really?
He got hurt.
Yeah.
I may be wrong there, but I think I heard that.
And South Carolina at home, they're legit. So 2:30 p.m. kick Central Time on ESPN. Alabama at Vandy. That's a SEC Network kickoff at 3:15
I'm taking
p.m.
Vandy.
Well, Vandy much better.
But they
play inspired. Alabama is Alabama, but that one is at 3:15
Is it
p.m.
in Nashville?
Yeah.
So, what happens? There'll be more Alabama people there than there will be Vanderbilt people.
I highlighted this one just because, if it was preseason and I mentioned this game, you would have it down as, okay, I got to see that one. Clemson at Florida State.
And
now, again, Florida State is turned into the Florida State nobody predicted. And after being, you remember, got upset by Georgia Tech and everything went downhill.
Oh, yeah, they lost like 3 in a row, didn't they?
Yeah. Clemson at Florida State, 6 o'clock ESPN.
Clemson
on the board preseason, that was one to highlight.
It was, but now Clemson have looked better since the Georgia, really the second half of the Georgia game. Mm-hmm. The first half, they were right there with them.
Yeah.
Clemson's better. I mean, they're not bad.
No, they're not. And I think that says a lot more about Georgia and how good they are, too.
Yeah.
Tennessee at Arkansas, 6:30 ABC. Michigan at Washington on NBC at 6:30.
Michigan.
And then your SEC Network, that late game, 6:45 p.m. It's UCF at Florida. And that's really kind of it. But so anyway, those are your highlights. I just did want to mention Jack State's playing at Kennesaw State tonight. That's your Friday night college football game, which bothers you because Friday nights are reserved for high school football. Everybody knows that.
I was raised on Friday night football.
Yeah,
I was at a football game every Friday night as a child.
Mm-hmm.
So,
look here on the right here. I did highlight this one too. Thompson Warriors at Hewitt Trustful. Oh, look at there.
Oh, that's a Friday night one too.
That's where one Greg Burgess will be.
Region 3 matchup.
Yeah. Headed on over, aren't you?
Heading on over.
Game day. So you got your game day shirt on.
Well,
you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
What's the forecast? I hadn't even looked at the forecast.
Scattered. James said some places may get a little rain, but it's scattered.
Okay. All right.
I don't think it's a big wash anyway.
Hopefully
he said
it'll
some
feel good.
places won't get any.
Yeah.
Some might get a little.
Okay.
Which means right on top of me, probably.
Yeah. So
boy.
and now we got some stories to look at on a text we just received, and we'll handle that one with care and look into it. But there was a story, there was a text, and let me go back up now and try to find it. They last night, looking back at the Falcons game last night, they won in overtime. Kirk Cousins has his career high, over 500 yards passing and all this.
You
kind
think
of stuff.
he ran by the press and said, "What do you think of that?" You remember when he watched him when he did that?
Well, he is in the news for dancing and stuff and having a good time. But this guy says right here, and I think he put it. I'm not going to argue with this because he said, yes, talking about last segment, the game last night was awesome. Probably the best NFL game, hang on, this year so far.
Okay, I can live with that this year so far. Now, if he'd have said of all time, then I got an issue.
Mm-hmm.
But because it hadn't been that long.
Right.
I mean, the season's just starting. So it could be.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give him that. It's not exaggeration.
Right.
From what I heard, I didn't watch it.
I agree.
How about?
Yeah, I think that's the way to put it in. This year it was important.
We talked about the rookie quarterbacks at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
Looks like Jaden Daniel is maybe the one this year that comes out looking. I know it's early, but he's playing really good.
Yeah.
I mean, they hung, I think, 50-something points on somebody this past week.
Wow.
So, but he seems to be the rookie quarterback that seems to be picking it up the quickest.
Right. I was trying to see here, location, week 6. A lot of people are saying do you ever look over at the Fox college football, their version of their game day? A lot of people are saying it's better than the ESPN
first of all,
college game
that's
day.
ridiculous.
You don't think it is?
No,
because I've watched
it,
yeah.
but I don't think it's better. No, I don't.
Okay.
I really don't. You think that? I mean, that panel. You really think that panel's better than the one on ESPN? Now, I watched the SEC channel one a lot.
Yeah.
With Tebow and Feinbaum and Jordan Rogers, Laura Rutledge. I watched that one. That's a good one.
Yeah.
In fact, I watch that one as much as I do the other. I flip between them.
I go back.
Fox, that's fine.
No, I will, but I'm kind of like you. I go SEC Nation, college game day, and then also look at and see where Fox is. And a lot of times they're in different locations that I wouldn't. Sometimes I think a time or two they've actually been at the same location, but they're a Big Ten and all that kind of stuff.
But here's what
I
do: I flip through the 3, and if it's telling a story that I'm interested in, I'll stay.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'll jump around
yeah.
and check out all 3 of them. More the ESPN ones than I do the Fox one.
Okay. We'll get the location on that one, but Mark Ingram's pretty good on it. He joined the crew this year.
You think he is?
Yeah, I do. He's got a lot of energy.
He's not.
Well, so you don't like him then? Okay.
Who is it? I can't remember who else is on there.
Yeah, Quinn. I think Quinn's on there.
Is Matt Liner?
Yep. And Coach, your favorite, Urban Meyer.
Oh God, that's why I don't like it.
Is that it?
Yep, that's it. There it is. Urban.
I don't know, but on Fox at 11 a.m., UCLA is at Penn State. I don't know if that's where they are or not, but we'll see.
No, I won't watch that at all.
Okay.
Penn State's always they're good.
Yeah.
But I just never feel like they're going to be in the hunt.
I'll tell you this: they're
really good
when they do the whiteout and it is just mania and loud. It's pretty. That environment's pretty cool.
You love that, don't you?
I do. I mean, that's pretty neat, man.
It is.
And I don't always agree with Greg, you idiot.
Yeah.
But
it's because I'm normally right. I mean,
well, no,
you know it.
I like Fox. I try not to compare them. It's like, Fox does a good job, ESPN does a good job. You know what I mean? But ESPN's got Saban, so they're the greatest.
Oh, they are now.
Yeah.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We all have 2 ages, our true age and our biological age. Our bio age suggests how healthy or unhealthy we are inside. You want your bio age years younger than your true age. Let me tell you how Field of Greens is helping me do that. I love this stuff. I definitely feel better taking it. Field of Greens is an organic superfood, fruit and vegetable drink. And listen to this. Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your body's biological age. That generally means better health Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was selected by doctors to support vital body functions like heart, liver, kidneys, metabolism, your immune system. Only Field of Greens is backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next physical or checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. So why don't you join me in Better Health with 15% off and free shipping? Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX, or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under the sponsors button. If your spine needs a little extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Everybody's unique and everyone sleeps differently. Helix has several different mattress models for you to choose from, and each mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort preferences. In fact, the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe collection and then Helix Elite collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you with the perfect mattress. It only takes a few minutes to answer a couple of questions, and once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So you get a 100-night trial, so see how you like it. With more than 12,000 five-star reviews, it's time to head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. Save 20% off your mattress order, or visit rickandbubba.com for the link. You've heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before, and you may have thought, wait a minute, the same audio quality I expect from the big guys, but about half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now is the time to check them out, because they've just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. Now, this means you get the features that you know and love. Optimized gel tips for a cozy custom fit and 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors. My favorite, I love the one that I like in those neon colors. That's my favorite because, look, I like a little flash. Seriously, if you've been waiting to check out Raycons, there truly is no better time. With a 30-day happiness guarantee, what are you waiting for? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. buyraycon.com/bigbox, or find the link at rickandbubba.com. You asked, and the folks at MyPillow have listened. They're finally bringing you their most requested offer. Get the queen-size premium MyPillow for only $19.98. MyPillows are made with a patented adjustable feel that will work for your needs regardless of sleep position. They help keep your neck aligned. That's not all. Get their 6-piece kitchen towel set and famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25. Go to MyPillow.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice OX. Use the code BIGBOX at rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Do you owe back taxes? Still haven't filed your tax return? Did you forget to file an extension? The October 15th deadline is coming. Once it hits, the IRS can garnish your wages, freeze your bank accounts, or even seize your property. You need Tax Network USA now to handle your tax IRS problems. I mean fast. Their attorneys, strategists, and expert negotiators employ brilliant strategies designed to solve your IRS problem quickly and in your favor. They have a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to talk to, which ones to avoid. Tax Network USA already helped taxpayers save over $1 billion in tax debt. Now, they also need you to move fast because October 15th is days away. Tax Network USA is the team we recommend to solve your IRS issues so you can get your life back. Don't wait. Schedule your free confidential consultation now. Call 1-800-780-8888, 800-780-8888, or go to tnusa.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com for the link.
The gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. And part of my morning routine that we've discussed is kind of wake up, and then head to the kitchen and take my field of greens. And that's kind of what I do. That's my routine, Greg. Don't make fun of it. And then grab a shower and off we're running. But field of greens, if you've been listening to us talk about field of greens for a long time and you just have not pulled the trigger and ordered some, you need to check it out. The biological age, Greg, suggests how healthy or unhealthy we really are inside. You want your biological age years younger than your true age.
I wonder what mine is.
I don't know.
I'm scared.
That's funny. You remember Helmsy always used to claim he was like in his 60s?
Yes, he did. He said he was actually a lot older than he looked.
But anyway, it really does help. It's made a big difference. I can tell if I'm off a little bit and have ran out and the new shipment doesn't, and you can adjust that.
I noticed you ran off a little.
And I'm like, wow, what's up? And I'm like, I hadn't had my field of greens today.
My biological age is coming up.
It's an organic superfood, a fruit and vegetable drink, unlike any other. You just mix it up, and I just use cold refrigerator water and then mix it up. But some of you put different drinks together with it. It is great. Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your body's biological age, and that generally means better health. Each fruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was selected by doctors to support vital body functions. So check them out now, fieldofgreens.com. Use promo code BIGVOX, BIGVOX, and save 15% today. And feel better. Save 15% today and free shipping by going to fieldofgreens.com and use promo code BIGVOX, BIGVOX. Or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. We're looking at a story in the break that involved a runaway car. And
you ever been in a runaway car?
No, I haven't.
I haven't either, fortunately.
And some heroics by, I believe, a state trooper in Minnesota. But it looks like a teenager, 18 years old, in Minnesota, was driving a runaway vehicle that wouldn't stop accelerating. And we have some pretty amazing audio of the deal, but it happened in West Fargo, Minnesota, Clay County, Minnesota. A teen is alive and sharing his story. He said he was in a runaway car, speeding vehicle that traveled more than 30 miles and was reaching speeds of 113 miles an hour. It sped through uncontrolled, busy intersections and small Minnesota towns, and it was September 17th this happened, it said. And he was in his Honda Pilot, and the car kept going faster and faster, headed east out of one of the cities there in Clay County, and he called his mom and then 911. And
while speeding,
yes.
I hope he had a hands-free.
I know, and he said, when I hit the brakes, nothing happens, and it keeps accelerating.
Oh, boy.
And so that's how 911, was able to holler. And
say, but what do you do?
Yeah. And the deputy was even trying to communicate with, is the accelerator stuck down? Is there something that's got it down, or what? Are you able to push the brake and just unlock it, or the emergency brake? They were just trying to go over everything. And here's a little bit of the back and forth. You'll hear the teenager, the officer, and all this. Take a listen to this.
Hey, this thing is accelerating. My foot is not on the gas.
Is the accelerator stuck down?
I was going a lot faster than we thought it was.
I started to go, I'm going to die tonight.
Yeah, I'll try to get in front of you and add a little extra brake power.
Probably 130. I know squad tops out around 140, so probably somewhere in that range.
Yes, run into the back of his car.
I don't think I did anything special. Really, I think what it comes down to is I just had the fastest car and was able to get in front of them.
So that was the teenager. It was also Deputy Johnson and Trooper Groover were talking about stopping the runaway vehicle. And so when it ended up happening, one of them was able to get fast enough and get in front of it, and then just told him to ram the back of it.
But you don't know what's going to happen then. What if he spins you out?
Well, I guess
I wonder when he hit, did it unlock it where it decelerated?
Yeah.
From the impact? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I know
hit me
exactly.
I hope you better hit me square, because if you don't, you're going to spin me.
Yeah. So they even tried the stop sticks, they throw out, but he was going too fast, and they couldn't. Yeah. So anyway, the officers ended up trying to, got over in front of him, and they are being talked about as the heroes for helping this guy out, because there was no other. I guess they had tried everything, and they had told him to work through these things inside the car. If nothing else is working, then what do you do?
Well, I guess you let him hit you in the back.
Good
like
night.
I said, that guy took a lot of guts. All right, go ahead and hit me.
Right.
We're going 100-something miles an hour. I sure hope you don't spin me out.
Yeah, and I don't know, because some of you are in your text are bringing up some good ideas of like just put it in neutral and see if it'll. But I think he just had no control over anything. It's like it had its mind of its own. But I those are some really good points.
Try, hey, maybe neutral. See what happens.
Yeah. But in the story, it just says they went through just a string of things to do, and nothing was working. So that's what they came up with.
How about that?
So a deputy driving alongside Sam ordered him to crash into the squad car, and it was their last hope, they said.
Wow.
So they said, wait a minute, run into the back of his trooper car?
Yeah.
And he said, yep, do that.
And
then you heard the crash, and it was over. After 20 minutes of sheer terror, he says, the car stopped and Sam was saved, the 18-year-old. He sounded pretty calm at first.
He did, consider even when he was talking to him.
Because I'd be going, ah!
Yeah, I can't stop.
I can't stop. Help me.
What do I do?
All right, so are you, when you have some sweets and you've got a brownie, you got a cinnamon roll, you've got some cookies, what do you grab?
I like all of them.
No, yeah, there's not a dud in it, but I'm just saying today is National Cinnamon Roll Day.
Okay. Now, I'm a little picky with my cinnamon rolls.
I was just going to see if you.
I would like them heated.
Yeah, okay.
I like them heated.
I do. Yeah, heated's nice. I'll give you that, where it's kind of melted, and on the top it's just real hot.
Used to have a good cinnamon roll, but they quit serving it.
Cinnamon rolls is one of the top snacks that some of the golden ticket seat people will bring.
Oh yeah,
and it never disappoints. And I notice that you and I both always go to it.
We do.
Yeah,
we'll throw it in the microwave for a few seconds.
Man,
tear it up.
Good night alive. It is so good. But I just thought of you when I saw cinnamon roll, because how we'll tear them up.
Yeah, well, it's always a winner. So today, among other things, but one of the things is cinnamon roll.
It is. It's cinnamon roll, and it makes us mad because there's other days too.
About 10 other things.
Yeah, and we don't like it. But that cinnamon roll is deal. It's also vodka day.
Wow. So how about vodka and the cinnamon roll? That's kind of an odd comparison,
It is a very odd comparison, but it is National Cinnamon Roll Day.
I want some cinnamon roll, maybe a little vodka.
Yeah, maybe. Don't worry about the vodka, but if some of you come into the golden ticket seats today has some cinnamon rolls, that's fine.
That's fine.
There's a lot of Rick's birthday cake in there from Edgar's Bakery. Did you see that?
Good, yeah.
Have you got off in it?
I haven't. Thought about it though.
Yeah, I boxed it up, kind of sealed it so it'd still be good.
I may have to revisit it.
That buttercream icing.
Oh man, that's a good
you
one.
can smell it
that
when you go by.
Moist too. Woo!
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. We're leaning on about 16 minutes until top of the hour. Adler going to join us shortly here. Rick and Bubba already here, and the main show will start right after top of the hour. We look forward to seeing all of you that are coming today. Drive safely. Rock and Roll City will perform, and the Wheel of Canned Meat will spin.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code EXTRA or text EXTRA to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code EXTRA.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You can be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text EXTRA to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But if you could get both, why not? Especially when it comes to health care. And that is MediShare. You get both. Many families save $500 a month with MediShare, and that's huge. But it's also true that people wind up way more satisfied, too. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. That's because MediShare works. It has for more than 30 years. It's a community of Christians who have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth. They love the huge PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price in 2 minutes. Here's the number. Just call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC Plus. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com. You've heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before, and you may have thought, wait a minute, the same audio quality I expect from the big guys, but about half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now is the time to check them out because they've just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. Now, this means you get the features that you know and love. Optimized gel tips for a cozy custom fit and 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors. My favorite, I love the one that I like in those neon colors. That's my favorite because, look, I like a little flash. Seriously, if you've been waiting to check out Raycons, there truly is no better time. With a 30-day happiness guarantee, what are you waiting for? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. Buyraycon.com/bigbox or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba.
All right, we got 11 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. We've hit a lot of things and still have some more we'll try to get to before top of the hour. But, Greg, real quick, let's talk about the Hurricane Helene relief effort and some things you've been talking about all week as far as drop-off locations and things that some of your folks are getting for supply runs over to Hendersonville, North Carolina.
Yeah, they're still loading trucks, and like I said, we announced yesterday we got more drop-off locations. You can drop it off. We got some in Pell City, got one there. Obviously, Oxford, 2 different locations there, and a location in Talladega. Interested in any of that, just contact me, Greg, at Rick and Bubba, and I can hook you up and give you the address and just it's been great. The response has been great. We've got some things in the work, and they're steady still because I mean you're seeing there's other groups doing the same thing. So wherever you're at, you know, you can help. But this particular one is the First Baptist Church of Hendersonville, and they're like a hub for that area, and they're taking care of the community around. And like I said, they need everything, you know, from non-perishables, toiletries, feminine products, all that. Okay. They need diapers, anything you can do.
That's good. That's good stuff. And you've been reading some of the emails to me. There's a lot of folks stepping up saying they want to help. So that's pretty cool that's happening. And the death toll, unfortunately, continues to rise. We knew it might. Well over 200 now, and it's just so sad. And
a lot still unaccounted for.
A lot.
Yeah.
A lot.
Wow.
Because they haven't gotten to them to assess the situation. So that is just awful news. But those of you that are coming alongside, all kinds of organizations and people just feeling led to, I want to help in some way, it does make a difference. So that's great that y'all are doing that. And so that's information. Greg can always get your email, greg@rickandbubba.com. If you feel led to try to help, you can just email him, and he will get you in touch with the folks that are running that.
That's right.
Yes, sir. Pete Alonso. You know who that is?
Yeah, I do. Plays for the Mets.
Yep. And so the Mets.
Won the home run derby.
You know, the Braves and the Mets, they played their last regular season series. It was affected, speaking of Hurricane Helene, by that. And they waited for games 2 and 3. They split. They both make it. The Braves were the 5th seed. The Mets were the 6th seed. And the Mets went to Milwaukee to play. And it came down to a game 3 yesterday.
Okay.
And
Braves got swept. That's
I know. So sad. But the Pete Alonso story is pretty cool because he hit a 3-run 9th inning blast to propel them over Milwaukee and stun the Milwaukee fans that were there. They couldn't believe it. And so the Mets move on. They now have to play Philly, but they win. And Pete Alonso's home run in the 9th sends the Mets by the Brewers to the NLDS.
And I don't keep up with it that much, but I'd heard with the story that early in the year the Mets were not good at all.
No, they weren't.
I mean, people were thinking they were going to have a terrible year, and wow, boy, they got hot when they needed to.
Yeah, so the team was down 2-0, and Alonso hit a 3-1 changeup to right field, and at first
he was the
announcers were like, "Oh, that's got a chance! Oh my gosh!" And the right fielder goes back up to the wall, and it's out, it's gone, and stunned the home crowd. At American Family Field there as the Mets won a crazy first-round series, and they move on. But I just thought I'd mention that since we were mentioning a bunch of other things. Do you? I don't think so because I know your schedule. You don't plan to go to the Talladega race, do you?
No.
I know you love to go when you can.
This year, no, I'm not getting a chance.
No way. No way. So the trucks are today, if you're listening live, Infinity Series Saturday, and the NASCAR race on Sunday, the Yellowwood 500 is part of the playoff series. I won't have any issues. When is the race Saturday? When I go over to the crap run, will I have any issues?
You won't have no issues. Right there, it's not bad.
I normally get off at the Talladega exit and then just go towards Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Can I still?
Yeah.
That's probably what I'll do.
Yeah, it's not.
And then you think it's just better to go through Jack State or just Jacksonville and then hit 21?
Yeah, that's the way I would do it. There's no good way.
No.
It's kind of
hard to get to.
It is. I mean, from where we're at, you got a couple options, but none of them are really short.
Yeah. And just a quick update, I don't think we're going to run. Have you just decided? I mean, you're not going to surprise me, are you, and then try to run it?
Yeah, I am.
You are?
No, I'm kidding.
All right.
Because I thought we were official. Now, if you want to, I will.
No, I mean, I'm out because I tried to run. When was it? What's today? Friday? Wednesday. And I'm fine, and I get like a little bit over a half mile, and it just starts.
Yeah, I mean, if I do it, I'm going to have to walk part of it and all that. So, nah.
Okay. So, nah.
I don't know, unless you want to.
No,
if you change your mind,
I just know how we can get caught up in it. And for next thing you know, we're running, and we're both limping.
Who knows?
Both limping and walking and all that kind of stuff. Another thing going on this weekend. Did you know that Trump is going back to Butler, Pennsylvania, to the exact location that someone tried to kill him?
Reckon they'll have that building covered this time?
3 months, just 3 months after the first assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump. He will be at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, and they say Elon Musk has revealed he is going to be there too. So we'll have to see how that plays
Via
out.
Starlink.
But he put out on X in a response to the announcement Trump will be there. Elon Musk said, "Be there to support. I'll be there." So who knows? I don't know if that'll actually.
I will
play
say
out,
that's going to be a weird thing for Trump. It has to be to go back to where we're just merely inches from not being here.
So Musk announced his upcoming appearance in response to a tweet, as I just mentioned, with an image of him raising his fist and all that. Trump with the image with this blood on his face and all this kind of stuff.
He's wanting to fight.
So it'll mark the first time Elon has joined Trump on stage at one of his rallies. Although he's made it no secret that he's supporting him if you follow him at all.
Yeah.
But So Trump tweeted, "I'm coming back to Butler."
Coming back.
And then Musk kind of replies and says, "I will be there to support."
Okay, well, it's getting here, guys.
So you think
Voting
they'll cover that rooftop now?
I guarantee you that'll be the most secure place in the whole yard there. You can bet they will secure that rooftop.
July 13th was the shooting, the assassination attempt.
And so he's going back.
And there's so much that we still need to learn from that assassination attempt.
Yeah.
And speaking of that, did I see where the other attempt on
I had that. Don't forget that. Been a couple.
Trump, the would-be assassin, was it Ryan Ruth? Did we say it was that was his last name? I believe so. But his trial has taken a little bit of a twist, and they need a delay in the trial as they comb through evidence. They say there is so much evidence that they need more time.
My goodness.
So there's a quick update on that. But yeah, Trump's going back to Butler. They say to the same spot.
The exact same setup. Now that's kind of odd. Let's just call it. That's hey now.
Well, I mean, you go back and you look at kind of what happened, and let's not forget others were shot. Okay, during this whole deal, and someone lost their life.
They did.
And that's important to remember. But, you never really see from the stage out how big the crowd actually was and how many thousands of people were there. And they just were sent running in a panic, not knowing what was going on, sent home. And so he wants to go back to basically show, they're not going to stop us, and y'all never really got a rally either.
That's true. Wow. So that ought to be interesting. How about going? I mean, to be honest, now it would probably be the most secure one they've ever had. Mm-hmm. Obviously, being reactive to what happened. Mm-hmm. But as far as going to it and worrying, because the man who died was just at the event.
He was.
He was not an intended target.
Yeah. Someone just texted from Pennsylvania, says, "I'm going."
Okay.
They're headed. They're headed to the rally. So that will happen. Somebody put me as Pete Alonso.
That's funny.
Yeah. So we'll see. But if the same thing happened right across the street, and you were in town, would you go?
Yeah, I think I would.
Okay.
Would you?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, like I said, it'll be probably the most secure one yet.
Well, one of the guys that was with Trump when on the second attempt, when he was playing golf, that was in his group playing with him, he said one of the things is that he was amazed at Trump's response and how he's not fazed by much and the way he handled it. But it does. I mean, let's just be honest. Just sitting here talking to you, it takes a lot to get back up on at a rally open like that.
Yeah, you may not even realize it until you get back up there.
Yeah.
Because like I say, he was inches from
inches,
and now he's going to stand in the exact same spot.
Right.
Don't know.
How many Secret Service or snipers will be on that rooftop?
They'll have more this time. I can promise you this.
I have a feeling that folks aren't just going to be standing under the trees way across that. No, I doubt it.
The locals will be on top of it, too.
Yeah. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Main show starts next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is the Friday edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Golden ticket seat guests coming from all over.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Thank you for being with us for a brand new hour. This hour starts with the national anthem. Seven and a half minutes now past the hour. How about it? Here comes Rick and Bubba. Kickoff hours behind us. Speedy and Greg knocked that out for you. Eddie Van Adler joins the team. Hello, tubers watching us live or archive. Or maybe you've got a best of hour of our YouTube broadcast as a Blaze TV subscriber. However you're here, we're glad you're here. If you're listening, hello to America's boldest radio stations. That's a live option for you all across America. The boldest radio stations carrying the Rick and Bubba Show. We are so grateful for them. If you don't have one and you still want to listen live, the Rick and Bubba TuneIn app is a great option. Or you can grab these affiliates, their apps that they have on iHeartRadio and whatever platform. So there you go. Podcast archives are available for you, too, if you want to listen to the show in your own time or any parts you missed, including a best of hour. Just simply go to the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. So everybody's here. Sitting over here is the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English, Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to Rick and Bubba.
Paul Rogers and Free with All Right Now. Bubba, let me be the first to say
10-4.
10-4. It is 10-4 day.
10-4 day today, my friend.
Convoy.
Yeah, so we may have to play that today, too.
You know we're going to hear
10-4.
that. Huh?
Yeah, right. So a 10-4 to you, my friend.
Yep.
So you ready to unpack another one? I know that we have a lot to talk about. The kickoff hour told me that the old dock workers, they've paused their strike, and they're going back to work. And
Till January 15th.
Yeah, got a new
Sounds
deal.
like they were listening to the show yesterday.
Yeah, got a new deal that they got to work through. I think they, as Bubba said to me before the show started, I agree with you. I believe they realized they weren't making friends. The next time they got a little bit of a bump, I think they said a pay increase of 62%.
Yeah.
So they apparently are going to take that, and they're going back to work. So everybody, can, at least on that one thing, you can calm down. So we'll see. So
that's it. Now all of that will come to you as higher shipping costs.
Sure.
So we'll all end up paying the bill for that, but at least it will be shipped. It looks like.
Yeah.
As we pointed out yesterday, they were killing their Democrat suppliers, supporters with this strike right before the election, and I think somebody finally kind of went, guys, we need to hold off on this. If we're supporting the Democrats, we're killing the Democrats by striking.
Yeah, they weren't making a lot of friends.
No.
So
that was bad.
There we go. And so some of you who have hoarded the toilet paper, even though none of that comes through the docks except for a small percentage, enjoy that. You're in good shape.
You know, a lot more footage has come out of the Carolinas, North Georgia area of damage of the hurricane. Just amazing. And the rescue efforts going on and still continuing. The drones they're using to drop food in to people who are being cut off now because of bridges that have washed away.
Man.
It's really some amazing. And I knew as the week went on, we would get more and more footage.
Sure.
Because a lot of people had no way to get it out. A lot of the cell towers were down. They had no internet, whatnot. So that's been very interesting. We'll look at that. As you mentioned, Rick, the strike has been paused. The Menendez brothers, you remember the Menendez brothers that killed their parents? They may be getting a retrial. California is now looking at their case again. Rick, I mentioned to you it's the 20-year anniversary of the School of Rock.
Oh, how about that?
And a check in on what some of those kids do. Can you believe 2 of them are getting married?
Yeah, I did not know that it was released on my birthday.
Yeah.
And I told Bubba that Michael Adler's, Chris Adler's dad, he said the first time he saw it, and there's so much irony that it was released on my birthday, is he thought it was a movie about me.
There was a lot of similarity.
So we'll talk about that today as well. Golden ticket seats are coming in.
Yeah, a lot going on today. Also, the NCAA announced, and this is news for one of our markets, very, very big news. Birmingham will host the men's basketball tournament, first and second round in 2028. So that's good news for the city.
Yeah, and also I'll recap stories from the road. Went all the way to Beverly, Massachusetts. Massachusetts.
There you go.
Yeah, 18 miles from Boston. Hey, have you guys been to Boston yet? Is that a rental car? And so saw Blake Burgess and $1 Million Quartet What an experience. So we'll talk about that today, too, get a little recap, and we'll find out what's going on in the world. I guess of all the big things, you guys hit headlines. Any updates from the Middle East? Is it all? Are we like staring at each other and, hey, what are we going to do next and all that? I don't know. There's no new developments on that one either. That's another one that is a biggie. So we'll come back. We'll chat about all those topics that are laid out there, and then some you'll probably bring up too when we do phone calls today.
Got some ball games tonight on TV.
Yeah. Got some shows coming up too. We'll hit some of that. It's a busy day. Another Rick and Bubba show is underway. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Do you? Turn, I'm Just Thinking's joined us.
Yes, I admit I got a thinking problem.
Wants to do for a living. Now, have you figured out when you're going back to school yet? The other day you said you didn't know.
I still don't know.
Still don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's coming up.
Haley, are you a junior? I know we asked you that, right? Okay.
Yeah, but
What then?
Now speak up, Haley.
You figured you'd just stop there, or
Don't be bashful.
Well, I heard Rick and Bubba University was a
yeah, you saw the shirts. We saw the shirts.
that's a good one.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
I'll apply there.
All right, you wanted, and you said you thought you might want to be on TV, and said, I thought maybe sports, and so we asked you a question about Joe Namath, and you said you didn't know who that was.
Correct.
So you were told to go and research Joe Namath.
I was.
Are you prepared?
I'm prepared.
Okay. All right. Tell us about Joe Namath.
First of all, let me just say War Eagle. I have a few I have a few family members that are.
Well, what the heck?
Okay.
What?
All right. That's not a Joe Namath phrase.
Yeah, but
You're not going into Joe Namath well at all if
Yeah.
you said Warrior.
You're right.
I know, but this is my segment, right?
Well,
Yes,
not
ma'am.
really. It's actually my segment that you're being allowed to be part
Okay.
of. Okay,
Right.
yeah, but
I just wanna
I'm
say
just
War Eagle.
it was weird to say. Let me tell you about Joe Namath, War Eagle.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean,
right.
and those of you that don't know that, Joe Namath actually played for Auburn's biggest rival, which was Alabama.
Right.
But
That's why I felt like I had to say it.
okay, all right.
Okay.
Well, hey, that's not being a good reporter.
And in your world, I
Yeah,
guess
you're
that-
letting your own emotions enter the
Okay.
story.
I
so-
apologize.
can't
I
do that.
apologize.
Right.
Can I start over?
right. Yes,
Okay.
because I'm gonna tell you something. In that state, you have angered a lot of people.
I know.
And you've made some happy, but you've made some mad as well.
I apologize.
And they would call you a biased reporter.
I apologize. Scratch that.
Okay.
Start over. Clean slate.
Okay, go ahead.
My top 5 list of Joe Namath facts from Google.
Okay.
Oh,
Mr.
boy.
Namath is a former Alabama football player
Very good.
that had the privilege of being coached by Bear Bryant. Bear Bryant and Michael Jackson are talking about Alabama football right now. He earned his
What'd you say?
BA degree in interdisciplinary studies on December 15th, 2007.
What a side note.
From the University of Alabama at the age of 64. It's never too late, Joe. He advertised.
Little comments. Keep going, please.
He advertised.
Jackson are talking about Alabama football right now.
That's so wrong.
Somehow I doubt that. I don't know that, but I doubt it. Please keep going. Okay.
He advertised Beauty Mist pantyhose by wearing them in a commercial.
That's true.
The money must have been very, very good.
Little comment again. You like her little comment she's making about it?
It's act like it's actually her making the comments.
Right.
They're reading it, but it's still a good comment.
Right.
Sure.
Yes.
I had to.
I like
Did your mom type that up for you?
She might have helped.
Okay. All right. All right.
Joe also did some commercials for Noxzema with Farrah Fawcett.
Right.
He wore a long mink
Well,
coat.
time out. Is she discussing Alabama with Bear Bryant and Michael Jackson too? You know she died too.
Nope, I just put rest in peace.
Okay. All right.
I thought she might have been on that conversation.
You remember the great line from that commercial, don't you? Let Noxzema.
Right. Yes. Right.
He wore long mink coats on the sidelines and wore white shoes instead of black shoes.
Right. Very good.
And I heard Mr. Namath was, he had a lot of memorable quotes, and I just picked out a few
Oh boy, here we
that
go.
I thought were catching.
Okay.
He said, "We're gonna win Sunday, I guarantee it. If you aren't going all the way, why go at all?"
Mm-hmm.
You learn
That
how
one
to
got
be,
him in trouble actually a lot.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
Really, you learn how to be a gracious winner and an outstanding loser.
Mm-hmm.
Those are my facts from. That's what I learned about Joe Namath on Google.
Boy, you covered a lot there.
Boy, you did.
He also said, "I want to kiss you."
Right.
I I saw that one. I didn't
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
know where that one went.
Joe learned a lesson from that, and I think that was a kind of a turning point.
Right, it was.
And we up here, we hope. So, so that's your Joe Namath update.
That's my Joe Namath
Wow.
update.
That was good. So, if you were doing a sportscast, that's how you would have delivered it. If you had a Joe Namath segment,
No, sir.
No.
I would not have said War Eagle. I apologize.
Well, I mean, this is all about learning. I mean, if that's your team, that's fine. And you ought to be like other reporters, act like you're biased, but clearly not be. You know what I mean? So you
or act like you're not and be.
Well, very, good job, I guess.
Right.
Yeah.
You guess.
Yeah, I think
thought that was
so.
pretty good.
I think so.
I like the little colorful comments. That was my favorite part.
I do. Yeah.
Yeah, we really didn't see that coming.
Right.
Well, I had to type it in there, or I would have totally forgotten them.
You know what my goal is? My goal is to one day is to introduce her to Joe Namath.
Clear to Flagtown, come on.
10-4.
Mercy sakes alive, looks like we've got us a convoy.
10-4.
It is 20 minutes past. I'd like to know on these backup singers right here, we're playing Convoy for those of you that are watching on 10-4. Where are these people that sing this part right here? I mean, where are they like right
now? They probably sung a lot of other things too, I hope. So, what year was that? 76, 77?
Circa.
Help me.
78.
78.
78, yeah.
So that song helped to drive the CB craze that we went through, which eventually led me into ham radio.
Yes, it did.
And so that song indirectly is responsible for a lot of my ham projects today.
Yes, it is, Jay Walker.
It is. It is. So that's funny.
Yeah. What's your 10-20?
I remember seeing him perform that live on Hee Haw.
Oh, yeah.
Sitting on the bale of hay, and he had a Navajo Radio Shack CB he was singing it into.
Of
for
course
some
he
reason.
was, yeah.
But
not the best presentation. But
well, when I first heard, I think that may have been one of the first songs I heard on the radio that I really started kind of getting into. You know,
you got to have it.
You had to have the record.
Had
and all
to
that.
have it. Had to have it.
Dadgum.
I mean, I listened to that thing 1,000 times.
Oh, I had it.
If you didn't have a CB, you were.
You know what I'd do? I'd play it and I'd pick the needle up and start it right back.
Oh,
it was our social media.
I'm gonna go. This is terrible. I'm so embarrassed about this. When he finally says, "Looks like we got a convoy at the beginning," I get chills.
You know what got me when they hit the gate doing 98 and said let them truckers roll 10-4?
Yeah, I thought, get them back. Get them. We'll show them.
But as a little kid, I'm like, why are we fighting the police?
Tear up your swindle sheets.
That's right. Mess with one trucker, you mess with all of us.
Come on, Big Pen.
Come again, Big Pen.
They made a movie based off of that.
Chris Christopherson.
Oh, come on now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Sure.
I mean, it's no Star is Born.
Yeah. So anyway.
That's I can't. So today is like they call it 10-4.
It's 10-4 day, baby.
Look here. Look here he is on Hee Haw. Pop that. Look, can we hear it? Because I didn't think he sounded like himself on the record. If I remember,
I think he's just being interviewed. Right? Oh, here you go. No.
Was he a DJ?
Here's a rubber duck. You got a copy on me, Big Ben? Come on. Yeah, 10-4.
Okay, Speedy.
He's doing both parts of it.
No,
because that's 76.
Because he's not really doing it.
So why is this over this record say 78? Is that
may have been what was? I thought it was earlier than that because it had to be about 6th grade.
I wish he was live doing that instead of mouthing
it. Bothered me though.
I like Lulu sitting there.
Go back to it again, Rick. He's doing both sides of the conversation in this.
Oh, he's even
What, Rick? What? Turn it up a little bit. Can you hear me?
Duck, you got a copy on me, Big Ben? Come on.
So he just called Big Ben. Right?
Yeah, 10-4.
Now he's answering this Big Ben.
For sure. By
Big
golly,
Ben.
it's clean.
You can't do both sides of the conversation.
He can.
See, I would have been, wait a minute. We got to do this different.
Yeah.
We can't have that.
The front door, good buddy. Mercy sakes alive. Looks like we've got us a convoy.
That's terrible. So
I like all the
I see
the
what
hee-haw
it is.
cast sitting around listening.
Okay, I was a little thrown by this.
He was on there twice doing that.
Yeah, because one time he was by
Yeah,
Bale of hay.
All right, so let's go back to this. Let me be clear, and I think that everybody can give me a pass on, say, 1978. I stand corrected. 76, the single came out. 1978, it was C.W. McCall's Greatest Hits.
Okay, so
now, how about this Greatest Hits?
Okay, there wasn't many.
What was it? How do you fill up an album of C.W. McCall's Greatest Hits?
Rick, maybe he had other great songs.
Okay, all right, that's him. So, I mean, did he think he was a singer, or was he like a DJ who, like, we've had that happen, like with Disco Duck?
I think he
was
a
Disco
DJ.
Duck.
I think he was a DJ.
That's not the right. That's a T-Berry there. But
Yeah.
he had one. He was sitting on the hay bale with a.
Yeah.
I knew the CB types.
Yes,
Now, I
you
was
did.
all about them at that.
All right, I think he was a. We interviewed him, which is why we have this.
Yeah. Let me tell you what.
We got a John Brown.
We cut that out. And we have used that in so many meetings that we had to be on.
Oh yeah,
it slays Bob every time.
I cannot hold it together because we'll be in some meeting conference call. And it's boring everybody to tears. Okay? And Rick will start putting that in there, like when they'll say, "Okay, do y'all want to do this?" and I get to laughing, and I just cannot.
The sponsor that it was like a board game that told American history or something. I remember we were on that conference call. Rick kept hitting that.
By the way, did you know he was one time a mayor?
No, did
what?
Not, Rick.
Of what town?
All right, this can't be him. This has got to be a different
come
guy.
on, Rick.
This has got to be a different C.W. McCall.
I think C.W. McCall probably, just looking at him, I'm going to say he was involved in a lot of things.
Yeah, so that's
that's funny.
Was that his professional name or his real name?
Who knows, Greg? I think.
And he looked. I always thought he looked a little bit like John Denver's older brother.
He at least, or first cousin. You're right.
Right.
And the reason why this is a topic for those who just joined is October the 4th. If you're listening, like 10-4.
10-4. Just like May the 4th is the Star Wars people have taken that one.
420.
10-4. And a 10-4.
All right.
It's also National Cinnamon Roll Day.
I like that.
Come on.
But vodka day too.
Oh my God.
Well,
let's see.
That's quite the combo.
Would you like to know C.W. McCall's real name?
I got it. I got it. William Dale Fries Jr.
But
Fries.
Everybody called him Billy Dale Fries.
Billy Dale Fries. That sounds better than C.W.
Would have
McCall.
just called him Fries. Y'all know that.
Come on.
All right, I'm going to C.W. Call Wikipedia. All right, let's
You
see.
got a doggone.
He was in advertising. Won several
as an
awards.
art director.
Yeah,
You got a John Brown kind.
I don't see anything about him being a DJ, and I would have thought he
Played college football at Kent State.
Look, do you see what he helped to found? He was a founding member of, Rick.
No, where's that at?
Him with co-worker Chip
Mannheim
Davis.
Steamroller.
Mannheim Steamroller.
Wow.
How about that?
Now that kind of gives him a little cred.
Yeah, that is.
Little
That's
street cred
right
there.
there.
Right. How about that? Advertising seems to be what,
Yeah,
he,
bed
was,
buddy.
what he was in.
He was a mayor of.
Audubon or something?
No,
How
it's
about that?
you spell it O-U-R-A-Y, Colorado.
Okay, so doggone it.
Is the O silent? Is it Uray?
I'm like Rick. I want to see that greatest hits record.
Yeah,
I want to see what else is
what
on.
is
Let's
on
see
this
what we
greatest
got.
hits?
Mannheim
I got it
Steamroller.
right here.
You do? Okay. You can pick that
He
up.
passed away at age 93.
93.
Wow.
Died of
93.
cancer at 93.
How
All
about
right,
that?
so here
How
we
about
go.
that?
All right, so right now I don't remember any of these.
Now,
Here's his
what-
greatest hits. See if y'all remember
He
one
was
of
the
these.
drum major of the school's marching band in high school.
How about that?
That hurt. All right, so all right.
Drum major, Rick. That's cool.
So C.W. McCall on the greatest hits. I'm going to just tell me if you even know one of these.
I know.
Convoy number 1.
Yeah, I got that.
The Silverton.
The Silverton?
Yeah. 4-wheel drive. Wolf Creek Pass. Classified. There won't be no country music.
I ain't.
Old home filler up and keep
Rick,
on
I gotta
trucking.
hear one of them cuts
Cafe.
because I want to know if he's talking or singing.
Crispy Critters. Round the World with Rubber Duck. Black Bear Road. Roses for Mama. Oh, I bet. And here's one that apparently is about the town.
There's
That
a lot of
mayor of.
hits. I just want to hear if he's singing or talking.
All right, let me try one.
Yeah, big.
Which one you want to go to? 4-wheel drive?
Yeah,
I wouldn't mind
that
that one.
sounds pretty
Yeah.
good. Oh, picking.
Okay.
He's talking.
He's going to talk every time. Okay.
Okay, so he got this style.
Which
Rick.
one's this one?
All right.
Classified. Y'all might know this one.
Classified.
You okay, Greg?
They all sound a little similar.
Roses for Mama. Wait on.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he may sing right here.
You can't rap this one.
I bet he can.
Hey, Mama.
Well, I had 2 weeks vacation coming, so
Okay. So it's all the same. It's like Teddy Bear, brother.
It is.
So
It's like that Charlie Daniels song.
Oh, I knew a
Rick,
man
early-
named Greg Burgess.
early
My
on,
mama told me,
he was working in advertising.
Yeah.
And he created an advertising campaign for Old Home Bread. The bread was trucked across the Midwest in trucks,
Of
and
course
they
it was.
used a semi-trailer driving, guitar-playing homebred driver became part of the advertisement. The trucker's name was C.W. McCall.
There you go.
Got it.
Okay.
Now, he didn't play the original one, but he became him later on.
So he just had it. He was a creative guy that found ways to make it.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, I couldn't help but notice, you said you had been going with the natural look with your hair. And today we come in and it's a spike extravaganza again.
Yes, yes. And, usually you don't let it get quite so long when you go with a spike look. If not, you look like that thing sitting behind you over there. Who announced he's going to shave his head this week, and I encourage that.
Yeah, Chico and the sound man.
Just start over.
He came in this morning. I'm not trying to say his hair's out of control, but a family of squirrels was living in it.
Yeah.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah,
but you've gone spiky, bub.
Well,
I mean, way on up there.
I got my gel back out, and
I thought the heat miser was our special guest.
right, and and what it is, I never realized I need a haircut till Sunday, because Sunday is the only time I actually can see it.
That's right.
Because when I get up at 4, I don't see it. I don't care. I'm just glad to have pants on most of the time.
Right.
And so, I see it on Sunday. I go, my gosh, I got to have a haircut and get rid of this mop. What am I doing? And then Monday, you can't get a haircut anywhere. Have you ever noticed that? No one is open on Monday.
Yeah.
So then, now I'm headed into Tuesday. And guess what? From 4 in the morning till 9:30 tonight, it is full bore. There is no room for a haircut. So I've got to go do the Sarah Palin thing looking like a mop.
And let me tell you, when you spike it at that level,
that's good. That's
that's
dandy.
You need a ladder to climb that spike.
Yeah, you do.
I know it. It needs to be knocked down a little bit.
Right.
And it's like somebody just scared you.
If we could, if I could get a haircut during the show or something, it'd be great. But I mean, it's just hard to get somebody in here to do that.
Yeah. Have you considered?
Plus, it makes a mess.
Have you considered going back no gel tonight and
just comb it over
and going with your comb over look?
Well, I don't know. I don't know that that's a good look for me. I can't decide.
Facebook loves it.
Yeah.
This hair makes me feel a little more wild and crazy.
Let me ask you
and
this.
I thought I might need that.
Because a lot of times, let's face it, at the end of the day, at our age, and it's painfully obvious with both of us, we pretty much dress and do just whatever we feel.
Right. Sure.
We're no longer out there really trying to impress anymore.
No.
So, do you prefer the spike over the natural?
It all has to do with what I'm doing. What's on the agenda for the day.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're going to be like on a TV show today, which we are going to be,
right?
And it'll air. I don't know when it will air.
Yeah,
we'll
later
find out
in the year.
And then you're emceeing an event tonight. So do you feel like if it's more, hey, I'm out there and representing the show, I think I got a little more edge.
Wild and crazy.
There again, I think I can go either way for either setup. But when there's a lot of inside events, I prefer the spiky look, I think.
Yeah.
Now, if I have a lot of outside things, I prefer the natural.
Yeah, I was going to say, I noticed tennis you'll comb.
Yeah, what's outside?
He don't play tennis with Spike?
No, because that's not wild and crazy.
Every once in a while.
That's serious guy.
Yeah, sometimes I do.
You'll get that visor like you like it.
Yeah, I'll kick a little Spike about the visor.
Yeah.
I like the way it looks when
Yeah,
I love it when you take your headphones off. It looks like somebody you got a road going over your head.
Yeah, it looks like somebody cut through the forest.
You know what?
Like one of them big cutters.
As a matter of fact, when you took your
it looks like a power line right through.
I was about to say when he took the headphones, I was like, I'm gonna hunt right there in between that power line.
Because they're bedding right here on the front.
Oh yeah. There's a
and
cut
they're working
over.
their way back.
If you just walk
to the
right
green field,
right at the top, right where it crests, there's a cut over. Just,
And
there's a tree
right on the edge.
See, look, right there.
Look at that!
Oh, I'm setting up right. What if we win now?
What if you look and a little mini 4-wheeler was coming up? Was right, you're trying to get set up. There you go. Of course, now if the wind's bad, I can set up over here.
Right, and in the very back, we've had select cut. You know,
we got a peckerwood cut where they hit every other one.
This is the green field.
Right.
Oh wow! Have you seen the green field I got? That's a good one.
I actually hunted on yours before.
Yeah.
So, but that's part of the problem. If I'm out in the sun and I go with a spiky look, you're a little more tend to get that head cooked.
Because it hurts like a burnt scalp.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
You know,
I know.
tomorrow I'll probably have to go with the natural look, the natural.
We call it the Glenn Beck look.
Or the Glenn Beck hair.
Or the George Salmon.
Right.
Which that's due inside.
And Chico, I don't know what that is, Chico.
That's you got to admit, as bad as mine is that's a mess.
Oh, yeah. That's how I woke up. I just woke up.
That's lazy.
Seriously, if that was my woods, I'd burn it. I mean, that underbrush has got to be cut.
You know what
off.
that is? Look, there's all kinds of privets in the middle.
Well, you know what that is? Thicket.
That's
thicket.
you
don't.
can't
I mean,
hunt that.
no, you
briars.
can't go in there.
No,
You
you
can't go in there, especially if you
like
shoot
a
a bobcat.
jungle.
Don't go in looking for it.
You know what people say if they hunt if they hunt in that land, you got to clear us out. There ain't no shooting lanes in here. Nothing.
Thin it out.
This undergrowth's
Well,
crazy.
they bed down in there, Rick.
Today, as we work through another one, couple of notes for the weekend. If you want to meet Speedy and Greg, you need to be downtown Piedmont, Alabama. You will be there. They'll be there raising money for Venice's Foundation, the Crap Run. A lot of you will be there. It's going on tomorrow, 7 p.m. Go grip and grin with Speedy and Greg and help raise money for a fantastic charity that Greg and his wife Lisa and the show we've been supporting for a while. And Rick, if you get there a little early, go check out Forest Hills Home. We got a green dot sale going. Everything with a green dot on it, 50% off.
Now, where is it located?
That's right there at Main Street South in Piedmont.
Oh,
Forest Hills Home.
Oh, that's so
inside.
good.
And what booth are they?
Well, Speedy will be there signing autographs.
Oh, that's good.
Something else. Also, tomorrow night, Mobile, Alabama, Man Church, Scott Dawson speaking tomorrow night at West Mobile. If you want to go see him, and I think he's preaching on Sunday too, but at West Mobile Baptist, as a matter of fact, with all the birthday wishes yesterday, Kevin Cobb, the pastor there, apparently killed a wild hog and said, "Look what I did for you on your birthday." Thank you, Pastor. So you
Come on in there,
is there anything more Gentile than being a pastor getting your picture made by a pig?
You're right. A dead one you shot to eat. Yeah.
So anyway, and thanks for all the great birthday wishes yesterday. That was fun. We'll talk more about the trip yesterday coming up. So, Bubba, you said you wanted to hear the sequel to Convoy.
I was reading about this. I don't ever remember this
Bubba,
song.
Right? Greg, it's 10 for you.
Just let him. Hey, no. If you can't celebrate Convoy and C.W. McCall today, you can't do it.
That's true.
Breaker 19, this here's a duck again. You got a copy.
Yeah. Never heard of it. Go back to the bank again. Don't believe this one had quite the impact the first one did. I don't have a chill yet.
Backed up clean to the shore.
This is going to the whale too many times.
I says, Big Ben, I got me a good idea. Them friends of Jesus gonna save us.
So praise the Lord, Mr. Ford, and follow that microbuzz 10-4.
I mean, it's just
this is when you're trying to make something. You can't snag lightning.
You okay over,
Speedy? That's got to be that stuff right there.
Was he the original rapper?
Evidently. But you know what I'm saying? If you stay away from that subject, all them other ones, you're still talking.
Sure.
But this is when you make a sequel to a movie and you really don't have a storyline, you just kind of dip into the old one and throw it all together and just say we're going to live off what we've done in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I got on the text line. I guess it's So is it one of our affiliates or? It was somebody who has a radio station. He said they play some CW. He said they still play some CW call other than Convoy.
Oh,
yeah. He said Mama's Tearjerker, the one we played.
Mama,
Roses for Mama. Do you remember that one? Do not.
I'm looking for Mavis.
Looking for Mavis.
I don't remember that.
I'm downloading every one of them.
Sorry, Adler, I'm sorry what's happening right now.
Yeah, he is in there just, trying to cover.
Sorry, Adler.
Y'all didn't
we
give
got to
me
let
much.
Bubba get
Do
this
you-
out. If not, we
do
won't
you-
be able to move on.
Don't you think he somewhat resembles John Denver? Like he could be
He
his
does
older
look like
brother.
that. He absolutely does. Same hairdo.
I mean, he would be like the one that goes, "I ain't riding in that plane."
Right.
Absolutely. That thing's experimental.
Now, Bubba, I want you to know you have exhausted the 10-4 tank early. There's a lot of there's a lot of celebration of 10-4 left. Are you done with CW McCall right now for the moment?
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Can we get a pause,
Look,
or do you want to go ahead and empty it out?
I didn't invent 10-4 day. Okay? I didn't invent it. I'm just reacting to
10-4 day.
10-4.
I don't even know how you make this transition, but I wanted to. You mentioned it in other stories today. And Greg, I like you saw that there's a new documentary about the Menendez brothers.
Yes.
I feel like I've exhausted all I needed to know back to am I done with something that I needed to know about this, because I've seen a lot of various shows that do crimes and tell us what happened in the crime. Is there any reason I would go to this documentary? And has the documentary been part of what Bubba mentioned? And here's the headline: that Los Angeles prosecutors are going to review new evidence in the Menendez brothers' murder conviction all the way back to '96.
First of all, this is actually it's a movie. It's not. It's an 8-part series, docu-series. It's not a documentary. It's got actors in it. Is what I'm saying.
Okay. Greg, 10-4.
Is this continuing on with something I've been bringing up? Nobody can come up with new ideas.
Yeah, but it is funny, and I don't know if this show had something to do with it. But I saw today all they're doing is re-looking at the sentencing.
Mm-hmm.
They feel like they've got some new evidence. They wonder might have changed the sentencing. And they're looking at. They say that we may look at it and go, no, everything's legit the way it is, or they could change the sentence, or they could say. Some people even decide whether they've served enough time for the crime.
Yeah. Now, did you say when you got finished watching it, did you think that they thought that he was going to dad was going to kill him?
The way the movie portrays it, from what I picked up, they show and they take a lot of liberty, like that they were just. They were claiming this, but they show like one of the brothers saying how he can make himself cry up there on the stand and all this stuff, which nobody knows if any of that happened.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's entertaining the series, but it doesn't. It basically it left me, unless you probably how people will watch one thing and have two different opinions. It left me like they were spoiled rich kids that wanted some money. And their dad was going to cut them out of the wheel, and he
was going to cut them out of the wheel. Why? I can't remember.
Because they got caught robbing houses.
Okay.
He was mad at him.
I got
you. Yeah, they embarrassed him. They were wealthy, and they got a plan when all these rich families were going on vacation.
Yeah,
they go in there and rob them. And,
they were pretty spoiled, I think.
You think?
Rick, I don't know if you heard me say, I was telling Greg when we were starting, we were talking about this story. I actually met the tennis coach who was a key witness in putting them away.
That's crazy.
And he was here in town. He was speaking, I don't know, it's probably a group of 20 of us. And when he, I didn't know that's what he did. We were there for a tennis event.
Sure.
And he said, some of you may remember the Menendez brothers said I was the star witness that put them away. And was telling us about it, and I was kind of like, "Wow, you just wasn't expecting that."
And if I'm remembering correctly from the series, he basically one of their their defense was how scared they were of their dad,
right.
And what he's doing to him. The tennis coach come out and said, "Well, when I was around him, they weren't scared of him. The way they'd talk to him, and
right,
the things they'd say about him, they weren't scared of him."
Yeah, if I remember, because it's been a day or two since that, probably 10 years or more. He said beyond a shadow of a doubt they were guilty and they were conning the whole thing. And I think he even said one of them when they got arrested or whatever in the courtroom, he looked at him eye to eye like, "Come on, man, cover for me."
Well, in the movie, again, I don't know if it's fact, fiction, whatever, they were people, like friends of theirs, that they were calling going, "Hey, you need to say I did this. You need to say that my dad did this." That they did portray that in the movie.
So the district attorney of Los Angeles says, and y'all all say this.
Now remember, he's awoke big time.
Well, a lot of people, he's up for re-election. A lot of people think he's just trying to do that.
Yeah. He said there is no doubt that the Menendez brothers committed the murders.
Yeah, they admit that.
So he said no one think that's a part of it. What to Greg's point, what we are looking at is if this had come out today, the things we know about physical and sexual abuse of children or young people by anyone, he is saying there seems to be more evidence to corroborate Eric's assertion that he was physically and sexually abused by his father.
Yeah.
And if that had come out today with all the sensitivity we now know about the damage this can do. I'm not sure. So we just now found out that can do damage on people.
I think the new evidence is his dad also, he was a Hispanic radio executive for one of the major labels, and he managed, I think, Menudo, or he signed them to their record contract. And one of those members has come out and said he molested him, I think is the new evidence.
Why not come out with that a little sooner?
Yeah.
Maybe when these
been
guys
35
are on trial.
years.
Yeah.
So
now this is a picture
years.
somebody put on the text line of it's basically a picture of Mark Jackson. It's Mark Jackson. It's Speedy. Scroll it back down. Let me get the name on top. Yeah. Who's a guard for the New York Knicks, and you can see the Menendez brothers sitting on the front row. And if I remember, Greg, and you tell me if this wasn't in the movie, when their parents died, who they killed and then tried to cover up.
Yeah, they act like they found
They
it.
started spending money like Saturday night drunk.
$700,000 spending spree.
Yeah.
They were buying cars, clothes.
They're on the front row of the New York Knicks in New York.
Yes. Yeah, they did. They went on. But they said that now the defense of that's how they were masking their grief.
Right. I guess
by spending $700,000.
So this district attorney, with all the things y'all said about this person, is just saying maybe with this new understanding, they've served enough time.
Yeah.
Or maybe we can shorten how much more time they have.
And he also said, or it may just come out and go, hey, the sentence is what it is.
Yeah. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. So that is a story you're going to see today. More Rick and Bubba coming up. We'll get phone calls before the day is done. Chew, Golden Ticket Seats are going to be visiting with us as we roll on.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The headline pretty much says it all, but hey, there's a photograph to go with it. You might need to look this one up today. It says, doctor saved girl's hand by grafting it to her leg for 3 months. And her leg is wrapped up, just think of it as like a cast on somebody's leg. And where her ankle bone should be on the inside, there's a hand coming off of it.
Can
and
I
it's
tell
wrapped
you?
up.
Can I tell you if you could make that hand work, that would be extremely convenient.
Just think she could tickle her own feet.
Yeah,
or I need to see a bigger picture than that.
Okay.
I mean, you can fake that.
All right.
Oh, here we go.
See, there she is.
That could
laying
be
in the
somebody
bed.
out of the cover with her hand sticking out.
Greg,
just for the news. Okay, I'm gonna quit. It's getting out of hand.
Hey, you don't want to see this one either, right?
So to speak.
But
look at what this guy did.
Very good, Greg.
Okay.
Unintended.
Just think too how she could climb with that.
That's what I mean. I'd like to have it.
Why can't? Okay.
Oh my gosh.
What? Wait a minute. I see that's somebody under the bed.
I see right here. This guy right here.
It's not the same person.
No, but this is another one thing.
What is this? I have
They
heard of this
attached his
before.
arm to his leg to
Very
the main artery
very high
there.
up, I might add.
Yeah, I started to say that's
so
that particular shot's a little
I tell
confusing.
you what. Let me tell you what.
Looks like,
Whoa!
looks like somebody was under there. Hey, that's me.
I tell you what, though, you could walk into a restroom at a ball game and have people talking.
You ain't gonna believe what I saw. So what they're doing?
I don't know how to tell you this, but it actually grabbed one of my nachos.
I didn't know what you were about to say. What if you're standing there at the urinal and it waves at you?
What's up? Hey, what's up? What if you make them mad and it flips you off? So they're doing that
Speedy,
to keep
you're
it
not-
alive to
you're not
reattach
helping.
it some back where it goes later.
Yeah,
Please tell me that.
They're just trying to keep it.
Please just tell me this ain't a doctor with
See,
a bad sense
yeah,
of humor.
See, he's missing an arm.
No, he's
over
missing an arm over there. That's to get it ready to be reattached.
there. Do you think when he gets up and he's well, he goes, "Odd, who took that picture? Put it on there."
Yeah, I'm not trying to be rude to John, but I'm not shaking his hand.
No.
Ate my nachos.
Now or later. Yeah.
You're not gonna believe.
But anyway, so they've attached a hand to this woman's ankle, getting the blood flow and everything working before they try to reattach it.
Let's see let's see how we got that way. She'd been run over by a tractor last year. Said her left hand was completely severed from her body, and her arm was mangled. To keep her alive, doctors temporarily attached
Look at that.
what was left to her right calf. After 3 months, her arm has healed sufficiently to reattach the hand. So, and then the little picture there shows it put back on.
Yeah, well, they attach it somewhere on your body closer to where it normally is. Why they got to put it on your foot?
Well, I think what they're doing is trying to get that big artery, that big artery that goes down your leg, and because they have to have a lot of blood flow for it. I guess.
Yeah, we're just saying the man's arm and hand was just, in our opinion, attached a little high on the leg.
Yeah, well, I mean,
in our opinion.
Well, it looked like it was right there in the middle.
Right.
You know,
but if it was this far down, it was so much of his arm and like her hand.
I know.
That wouldn't have worked either. So I guess that's where they had to go.
You think?
Yeah. Well, it's amazing they can do that, but
it's quite a deal.
It's a little unusual looking.
You ought to see him go through the buffet line.
What's up?
Y'all, that's disturbing.
Yeah.
I mean, if you just like glance at it.
Actually, it's horrifying.
Let's say you just run by.
I want you to quit showing it.
There,
frankly.
Well, I'm not switching.
I don't know, Speedy. Right there, there's a lot of that could have been staged.
You think?
Yeah.
I'm like y'all. I mean, where'd they put it?
It's in his upper thigh. It's attached to that main artery.
Extreme upper thigh.
On the same side.
I don't know.
I mean, it's. I'll grant you, I'm not comfortable with it. I'm just trying to tell you where it is.
I mean, how in the world do you even wear pants?
You don't, buddy.
Well, if you do, people talk.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think he'll be in the hospital bed till that's reattached.
Look, coming here.
Makes wiping easier.
It does make wiping easier.
Thank you, Adler.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks for that little chime in, little monkey man.
In the stare.
Wow. Y'all, that's
coming here.
Y'all, that
Rick also.
You think when they told him what he had to do, they went, now look.
I think when he woke up, he probably got the picture.
Yes, he did.
You had to stay in that bed.
He
the
thought
whole
I
time.
got the stupidest doctor.
You can't go to Walmart, nothing.
And you also can never watch Horton Hears the Who again.
Do you think his first thought was, hey, it doesn't go there, you know?
Yeah. Right. Hey, bad joke.
Look, I know y'all got a lot of degrees, but I'm not sure that's where my arm goes.
It's here.
All right, so it's like on his hip bone of the left leg.
You know,
almost like right there.
Let me tell you when you know you got a problem
on his inner thigh.
Right.
Let me tell you when you know you got an arm problem. If you have an itch and have to reach up to do it.
You can do it, fellow C students. You can do it. The Rick and Bubba Show, working our way back, running down the stories of the day. We will hit on a couple. So Trump is going to return to Butler, Pennsylvania, right?
Yep.
So
the man knows no fear.
He's going back to the place where somebody within just inches gave him a headshot that would have killed him right there on site. I mean,
if he doesn't turn to look at the ground.
Maybe he could have lived through it, but headshots are usually pretty much the end.
Yeah. Unless you're in prophecy.
Right. So going back there.
He is going back there, yes. He is going back to the exact same location and everything.
Rick, he said he was going to do it, and we know once he says he's going to do it, he usually does it.
Well, and I think people should pay attention to that because I know a lot of politicians that would have claimed they're going back, just never would have. You know? And Elon Musk is going to join him.
Did you see?
He replied to a post saying, "I'll be there to support."
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money. Money, money, money.
Elon has made Starlink available. We talked about this earlier to all the people in that area free of charge
for 30 days.
30 days.
30 days. You know, they'll review it 30 days at a time, I'm sure, but made that available so they can get that out. We've got actually a link where you can go in and listen to some of the ham operators there that are still helping to pass traffic. Mm-hmm. Amazing what they've been doing. You've got these drones that have been brought in. You've got these agricultural drones that can carry up to 100 pounds each that they're now dropping off supplies with. I did get some reports, and I don't know how this works, so I'm not being critical. I'm just telling you what I was told. Of people who are trying to get there to bring supplies, going to help, and they're being turned away by the feds, and I don't understand what's going on with that. I don't know
Tons of reports of that.
They're saying that you have to be qualified through FEMA to do certain tasks. Like if you want to cut trees, you have to be certified through them. Or if you're supplying,
you're not saying government regulations are slowing things down, are you?
Crazy,
Rick. That's what I'm hearing. Yeah. I'm thinking that can't be right. It just can't.
How about
Greg's reports of it?
Because it goes against common sense so much. But I don't know. Maybe they have a good reason. Maybe they say, well, we've had people hurt, cutting trees. We only want people to know what they're doing in here. I mean, I don't know.
The vast majority
Think about Reagan's comment.
Yes.
What are some of the scariest words you can hear?
Yeah. I'm from the government, and I'm here to help.
The vast majority of reports I've heard are FEMA is not helping private citizens, private companies, private helicopter owners, private drone operators are the ones helping people while FEMA is standing in the way, telling people to leave, saying you can't come in this area and things like that. I've seen tons and tons of reports of that. What's his name? Pete Buttigieg says this is a no-fly area, no-fly zone. Meanwhile, people are still stranded. People are delivering insulin via pack mule to people that are stranded in these mountains.
Yeah. Good night.
So I don't understand. Maybe, I mean, I'm trying to find the logic in this. Do they think that some of the people coming in are actually going to be there to, to steal stuff? Is that why they're trying to do? I don't get it, because I know in my situation, much smaller scale, given when we had the tornado hit, neighbors came. They were the first ones on the site cutting trees so we could even get to the house.
Like we said, your neighbors and your church will always do a better job than the government, and because with all their regulations, but I'm with you. I want to be fair. Maybe they're saying, look, you can't just let everybody who wants to fly a helicopter in here fly a helicopter in here, and this, that, and whatever. And maybe they're trying to keep order, and like you said, but it just feels like once again they're the cog in the wheel.
Yeah, I mean, again, if I go to help these people and I'm cutting trees or I'm running whatever, I realize I'm at risk. And if I get hurt, it's on me. It ain't on anybody else but me. And if I don't have that expertise, I know better not to do that. Yeah. But if I do have that expertise and I can help out, then I want to help out. I should be able to be a good neighbor and do that without interference from the government. So I don't know. There's something we're missing here on this.
It's insane. It's insane. The government is inept and corrupt. The government is inept and corrupt.
What are you showing here?
This is a person in a helicopter, a private helicopter owner. They spotted a person that was stranded in the mountains because they were holding up a mirror, and they spotted the mirror and helped bring them supplies.
Isn't that Greg Biffle's video? The NASCAR driver, isn't that his name?
It is. It's Greg Biffle. He's been running all kinds of rescue operations and helping tons and tons of people. And he's some of the ones that have been complaining about how bad the federal government's response is. Here's another video from Biffle. He's flying along a riverbank here. Look at the amount of PVC pipes that look like trees, like logs along the bank. That's all PVC, just for miles and miles. The amount of trash and debris, homes, it's unbelievable, the devastation from this hurricane.
So
it's going to end up being one of the most costly we've ever had, and it's kind of strange, Rick, because it's not necessarily from the wind, but it's the flooding that came after
the inland
it.
Stuff.
Yeah, way up in North Carolina. So it was kind of odd in that way, but still very very damaging. Loss of life. I think we're over 200 people confirmed, but they say that's not going to touch anywhere close to what it's going to be eventually.
So JC last evening, he asked me about one of these texts that just came in last night, because he's like, Dad, I know there's conspiracy theories out there that the government's taking up land or whatever, and I see someone here that said the reports that government officials held a town meeting in Chimney Rock, saying they're not allowed to rebuild there. I don't know if that's true, but that is a rumor that is floating around, because JC asked me about it. He's like, have you heard anything about that? So I don't know. Have y'all?
Joe Biden was asked about all the response and how people are doing, and he didn't know what they were talking about. If you guys want to hear that.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
What do the states in the storm zone need, Mr. President?
Sorry?
What do the states in the storm zone, what do they need after what you saw today?
Oh, in the storm zone?
Yes, sir.
I'm wondering what storm you're talking about.
What?
They're getting everything they need. They're very happy across the board.
They're very happy.
Did he say what storm? I didn't know what storm you were talking
Well,
about.
in all honesty, I couldn't understand what the guy was saying either to begin with. Maybe the helicopter was throwing him off. So
He said, "Oh, storm zone. I didn't know what storm you're talking about.
Yeah,
Everybody's
well-
happy. Everybody's getting what they need."
The tough is when he finally affirms he did hear the question and then wants
And
to
then
know what
says
storm
something
he's talking
stupid.
about.
Hey, going off y'all's
what
history, and what y'all told us, it was nighttime.
Oh yeah,
That means he's
he's got sundowners, baby.
That's
Absolutely.
You don't want to let him walk around and try to talk to anybody when the sun starts going down.
Nope.
If you've ever had an Alzheimer's loved one, you know that sundowner thing is real. That you're sitting there going, hey, you know what? You're pretty lucid right now. You know, at like 9 a.m. But buddy, it goes downhill as the day goes on. We'll be back. Top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number.
Hey, back to the Trump deal. People say he's going to start his speech tonight with, as I was saying. That's how
funny.
he's going to start it.
Do you think they're gathering the Secret Service? Say, okay, guys, this time let's just. I mean, it'll be a win if the president just won't nearly be shot in the head.
Yeah, this weekend.
And if people climb on buildings, let's look into it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so have you been to shopblazemedia.com yet? Check out all the cool stuff that's available right now from Blaze Media. Use the promo code BLAZE10. You'll get 10% off the entire order. What a wonderful time for you to be, checking out, as we approach this election. Let everybody know, where you stand. Blaze Media merchandise. It's everything from the Blaze Heritage and Blaze Media collections. They've also got, some Trump Vance 2024 merch, jackets, T-shirts, mugs, flags. There's so much there. And now more than ever, let your voice be heard and seen by going to shopblazemedia.com. Use the promo code BLAZE10. Get 10% off your entire order. That's shopblazemedia.com. Promo code BLAZE10. He's the man on the street. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Roger Lewis, Rick and Bubba newsman. We've sent him out to calm the hysteria that is surrounding swine flu. Roger, how are you?
Yes, good morning, Rick and Bubba. Just a minute. I'm sorry, let me remove my mask for this report. Good morning, Rick and Bubba.
Good morning, Roger, and welcome. Where are you today?
Thank you so much. I am in the little village of Oaxaca, Mexico, where swine flu details are hard to come by because everybody's been told to stay home. Everybody on the street, and there are very few folks here, they are wearing surgical masks, and nobody speaks English.
That'll kill an interview.
Now, due to a shipping mix-up with my Rosetta Stone CDs, I don't speak Spanish.
Hola.
However, I did finish my African tribal knock-and-click language, and I'm sure it's going to come in handy.
Yeah. Well, that's time well spent.
Thank you so much. The CDC investigators have narrowed the initial spread of the flu to this Denny's restaurant here in Oaxaca. Rick and Bob, let me point out here, however, they were quick to point out that this is not a food-borne flu.
Okay, good.
Right. According to the official documentation, thank you so much, an employee of the Denny's was infected and coughed on a plate of eggs over my hammy.
Well, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Proves my theory that I've had for years when it comes to Denny's, it's not the food that'll kill you, it's the help. I'm sure you'll be relieved to know the ugly Betty British pop princess Susan Boyle from Britain's Got Talent has announced on her Facebook page she does not have swine flu. She
We
just
are
looks
so
like
relieved.
she does. Thank you so much. By the way, the Centers for Disease Control and the World Health Organization, easy for me to say, has come up with some facts they'd like to clear up on your program
Okay,
this
good.
morning.
Share 'em,
This
Roger.
is why we did
Everybody,
the report.
heads up right here.
Very important here. You cannot get swine flu from eating pork.
Right.
Okay,
That's true.
Got it.
Unfortunately, the damage is done to Manny's All Pork Restaurant in downtown Atlanta. It's closing its doors after being in business more than 50 years.
Oh, no.
Yes.
That
The
is a
third
shame.
generation owner, Tom Withers, has said he's sad about the misperception of pork and that while he is closing his restaurant, he's decided to open a new business with more steady income, a Chrysler dealership. A long way to go for that. By the way, in this morning's briefing from the Obama administration, Janet Napolitano stated that swine flu was not the cause of that weird gray stripe in her hairdo. I'm not sure why. She kind of reminds me of a cross between Stripe from that bad Gremlin movie and Papa Smurf. I don't know why.
Oh, no.
By the way, drive-by coughings are on the rise on Los Angeles Freeway.
Oh, no, drive-by coughing.
Very troubling there. And by the way, Rick and Bubba, prevention is the key according to health officials.
Yes.
Okay.
Frequent hand washing. For those living in West Virginia, bathing wouldn't hurt either.
Oh.
If you are in a crowded place like the subway or a Walmart, and this is key here, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, get this
if
one.
someone coughs on you, it's okay to punch them in the face.
Okay, good.
Oh,
good.
wow.
Make that
Okay.
note.
All right.
Provided you have surgical gloves on you at the time.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. The big story here, though, I don't know if you agree with me or not, but the big story really is the swine flu media coverage that has reached epidemic proportions.
Boy,
Yes, it has.
Yes, it's funny.
I saw last night, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, 65-year-old Lawrence Thompson was at home watching television, eating his flatbread DiGiorno pizza.
Yes.
He was in front of the TV. Within 4 minutes of watching an unnamed cable channel, he became overwhelmed by the graphics, music, and flashing imagery of swine flu and dropped dead of a heart attack.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Very unfortunate. And earlier this morning, finally, I was watching the CBS early show. Yeah, I might be the only one.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
Vice President Joe Biden was on the program.
Yes.
He was on this morning. Of course, you wouldn't know that. You're doing your program.
That's correct.
He was being interviewed by that really nice-looking Asian woman. The interview was going fine. You might have to watch the button on this one, but this is a direct quote from our vice president. He said he feels sorry for the folks that have contracted this strain of influenza, and
Here we go. Phone calls coming in to start the hour. The gang here today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler, all here. A couple of things to know. I mentioned that Speedy and Greg in Piedmont, Alabama this Saturday. Scott Dawson doing a man church down in Mobile. Next Tuesday, I just got an update from Dawson. We have 25 seats left. I have the honor of speaking to... If you're a vocational minister of any kind and you would like to come to the brunch hosted by the Scott Dawson Evangelistic Association in Birmingham, I have the honor of speaking at that brunch coming up on October the 8th. If you'd like to get your seat, like I say, 25 seats remain. Space is limited. So this is about serving and investing in the local church. And this is to encourage all of you out there that are vocational ministers, and you can network with other ministers and also be reminded of God's faithfulness and just encourage you and say thank you, because it's also Pastor Appreciation Month going on this month as well. So October the 8th, that's in Birmingham at the club. So if you want to see that and get one of those final seats, you can under burgessministries.com. Go there, look under events, and see October the 8th, and I'll see all of you coming up on Tuesday, Lord willing. So, Bubba, phone calls are standing by. We'll start with David in North Carolina.
Yeah, David.
David, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, thank you very much. I've been on 2 or 3 actually 3 rescue missions by helicopter over into western North Carolina in the past few days. And a lot to just praise about the volunteers that are flying in there, and also the people on the ground that we see in the airports where we land to refuel, who help us stock the helicopters with goods and give us some cards with coordinates to deliver the goods. And it's just a remarkable effort. And
are you having trouble? Are you having trouble? I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you for what you're doing. But the topic we just had, and you should have firsthand experience. Are you having any trouble with the government getting in the way and causing this process not to run smoothly, or is it running smoothly without any interruption from the government?
Not personally, except for the fact that 2 days ago there was nobody could get to the worst damage because of a complete no-fly zone established. And I'm not certain. I've heard 2 reasons for the no-fly zone, which was one, there was a presidential visit near Asheville, which they closed air traffic. And during that, there were actually jets in the air, like military jets. So I suppose that might have been to protect that. But then that is gone the next day. So we got in there yesterday.
No issues. No FEMA in the way. No FEMA not letting you bring it in. None of that.
No, I don't want to say anything false, but I can only tell you what I can.
Well, that's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking.
That's good.
We kind of have a strange concept here on our show. We're actually trying to get to the truth, and some of that is that people that actually are doing it can shed some light, because unfortunately we're living in a day that conspiracy theories and exaggeration, misinformation, disinformation is rampant. And so we try our best, and I'm going to tell you, it's harder in the last few years we've been doing this show than ever before. So, David, thank you for your efforts. I agree with you. Applaud all those volunteers. It's always incredible to see the American spirit in these situations, and apparently we're seeing it again, and thank you for your devotion to that, brother. Shane in Huntsville. Shane, go ahead.
Hi, morning.
Hey, buddy.
I was up northeast corner of Tennessee earlier this week, and one of the local news stations, when you were talking about the FEMA, they had broke a story that there was a local small church that was taking donations, food, water, and also cash. And they broke the story that FEMA had come in and took over and took the cash, water, food, and everything from the local church.
And for what reason?
For what reason? To distribute themselves? They think they could do a better job?
They did. As far as the story, when I heard it, they did not give any information as what FEMA done with any of it.
But you're not suggesting that the government came in and stole these things and took them away. If you want to say they took control of the effort, sure, but surely no one's suggesting they're stealing it from the church and keeping it.
Right. Okay. But like I said, they didn't break any other news to go with it.
Right.
But when you got local churches doing that, the government needs to stay out of it.
No, I totally agree with that. I'm just being careful, once again, strange concept, with taking accusations to a place that really isn't accurate.
Yeah.
Look, if you want to,
it's bad enough.
If you want to tell me that the government doesn't run things as efficiently as the private sector, I'm all in. I totally agree with that. But I don't want us to start adding things that aren't true.
All right, so Rick, read that text we got right there, the middle one, because that's kind of reflective of what we were talking about earlier.
So FEMA did the same thing when Jacksonville got hit by the tornado. We remember that. My brother and I went out and cut our parents and sister out of houses. 2 days later, they wanted to be qualified to go into the disaster zone. If my brother hadn't been working for Homeland Security at the time, we would have not got back into their house. They wanted them to become qualified.
Yeah, qualified. I guess as tree cutters or something.
We also got an
That's
email.
all that. And I understand you want that to be qualified, but just when you're in a disaster to this scale, it's you got to be responsible for yourself. I know that's a strange concept the government has never really dealt well with.
They don't like that.
But if I go to cut trees and I'm hurt, that's because it's my fault.
But I will say this, and you've warned about this over years, and I'm certainly not a defender of the government. I think we got way too much government, and I'm pro-private sector, and I'm pro-local church. Always does a better job. However, we are living in a time that if somebody that the government didn't approve comes in and cuts a tree down on my house, kills my dog, injures me, and then I start wanting to sue the government because they were negligent.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I
I can see where some of this came out of.
Yeah. Someone emailed us said that during Katrina, they went down to Gulfport, Mississippi with a group of 15, took some chainsaws, tarps that were donated. They were staying at a local church and were told they couldn't use the chainsaws unless they had a trained certified permit with them. And so they ditched the chainsaws, focused on tarping homes and some other things. But the paperwork for the chainsaws, they had to have with them to be certified to use them.
And back to protection, back to
on my private land. Now, I'm not up trying to chainsaw out the city hall. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not for it, but I'm telling you, some of that's going to be into liability. I promise you. Robert, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good, Robert. You go ahead.
The thing about Chimney Rock and Lake going to condemn the land and take it back and get the lithium.
All right, Robert, you just switched cell towers, so we missed a key part.
It was not the government. It was a cell tower switch.
Yeah, try that again.
Supposedly, the reason why they won't let anybody build in Chimney Rock, like Adler was saying, is because they want to take the land and use it to get the lithium out of the ground.
Yeah, supposedly is a key word here. Now, where's the proof of that?
Yeah, and here's the thing.
That's true.
Nobody's building back right now.
Right, yeah.
I mean, nobody's coming in there with trucks to start putting something up. I think that would be...
They're still trying to find people.
Yeah, I'm not buying that. They're still trying to just figure out where roads used to be.
Yeah. Right.
There is a company that has a large lithium contract that was just approved like 3 months ago. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm not saying the government caused this hurricane to hit North Carolina so that they can displace the people and get
now,
the lithium.
If George Bush was president, we could say that.
But I do know that 3 months ago, Alejandro Mayorkas said that FEMA is tremendously prepared for hurricane season, and then then yesterday he says we do not have the funds. I know that our government spent $230 million on a pier in Gaza that lasted 20 days. I know that they've spent hundreds of millions of dollars on illegal immigrants in our country using FEMA funds, and now we don't have the money for American citizens that are trapped, starving, without any resources, without water, without power. That's what I'm upset about. I don't believe in the lithium land grab.
Sure.
I don't believe in that. I don't think there's the evidence for that. But I am very upset. I have friends in that area. My grandma, like I've mentioned before, she's got people coming to her house to take showers and eat because miraculously, thank God, she has power and she has water.
That is a miracle.
And I'm elevated about this, so I should probably shut up.
Now, it is correct that FEMA money was transferred over to take care of illegal immigrants.
That's right.
That is a fact. That's where that came from out of the budget.
Right, and that should anger all of us. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
My old football injury, I really thought that I was going to be hospitalized yesterday, and I still don't know what happened. It may be that the nerves in my foot are so damaged I can't feel anything there. It has to be.
Yeah.
Because I was run over yesterday. I mean, my foot was completely run over.
By a car?
No, by an ATV.
Really?
The Hunt V. I was completely run over and took a hook through my thumb.
Wow.
Oh,
Treble?
no.
No,
straight up,
just a number 6. Thank you.
How about when that son of a gun's in there and getting it out?
And it's one of those things too. I had to counsel Big Love after it because he was the one who accidentally ran over me, and my first reaction caused trauma. Oh my gosh!
Well,
I've been shot.
Rick, it's off your spine, and the spine doesn't always think.
Right when your dad is rolling to his feet, wondering if his foot is gone. And is bleeding profusely, blood shooting out of his thumb. Yeah. It'll traumatize a 10-year-old.
Sure.
Especially,
and you know what, Rick? It should.
Especially if he got into there while you were, putting a hook on a rod.
Oh, so wait a minute. So you're down for the count with all that happened at the same time.
Exact same time. So here was the story. I'm sitting there when we have these electric carts.
Oh yeah.
These 4-wheel drive electric carts. We've got one called a Hunt V, which we love, and test drove it, and we ended up getting it for the family at the farm. So we're there, and my daughter's got a friend home from college. I think they're coming by this morning to get some something out of my truck, so we'll see them in a little bit. And they're down there, and the two boys are down there. And of course, I've learned with Boomer, he's about to head off to college, so he's he will. My next time to spend time with him will be, I guess, when he has children.
Right.
You know what I mean? So
When he
now
needs you done. Again.
Yeah, he's at that mode now where your time with him is very limited.
Right.
And so we're down there, and so I use the Hunt V. There's a big basket on the front of it.
Mm-hmm.
So I always put all the fishing rods in it, and I've got tackle box and all that. So it stopped, and I wish I had turned it off. I guess I didn't.
Right.
And so I'm now somebody's ripped their hook off, and I'm putting on a.
I'm cringing already, Rick.
I know, me too.
So hook stories make me cringe.
I'm putting on a hook and I'm tying it. I'm almost to the last tie.
Right.
Where we're almost ready for action again.
Right.
And about that time, Big Love's sitting there waiting on me to finish as I'm holding the rod, and it's hanging out of the basket. And I'm working on it. See the visual?
Yeah.
And I'm real close to it, and my foot's under it, under the front tire.
Front left?
Yeah, right.
Right.
Front right. And my right foot, which is, the injured foot, the mangled foot. All of a sudden, I don't know why he hit the gas or something, and that baby jumped, and so now the basket hits me and is knocking me back. As I'm going back, the hook hooks me.
Oh, no.
Through the thumb.
Oh,
and you're screaming stop.
And then my right foot's hung under it, and it rolls all the way over it.
I have a feeling he wasn't hollering stop.
Look, and thankfully, and I will apologize to all my brothers and sisters who are more of a holiness background. I spoke in tongues, and no one was there to translate.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know what language I was speaking, and you know how you'll forget something like that later in the day when you think you're okay, and you realize the damage was done is when your son brings it up. Dad, are we okay about me running over you?
About me running over.
Oh yes, son. Yeah, I'm Daddy's okay now. That man that Daddy was then, I don't know.
But did we learn a lesson about hitting the gas?
Oh yes,
with hook in hand.
Right. I also learned a lesson about threading hooks near a Hunt V with someone in it. That's probably not
right.
Yeah, we learned a lesson about it.
Okay. Hold on, real quick. So it's off your ankle,
right?
But you still got a hook in your thumb.
And I don't know how bad my foot was injured. I think my foot's just so messed up I can't feel anything.
Right. Now, did the hook, did it just rip out, or did you have to get it out?
I had to come back out.
No, you did not.
Yeah. And it's just...
Now you know why you catch a fish, don't you?
You're right, and it's bleeding everywhere as I'm giving the speech about being safe with the Hunt V. And of course, all he can key on is there's blood throwing everywhere. You know what I mean? As I'm discussing it. And limping a little bit. But...
Did y'all ride back to the barn?
Well, it's like that time when something like that happens, and then it's over, and you scan the area, and your children are just everywhere. You know what I mean? In different parts of the pond, and all of them traumatized. Even the 19-year-old. It's even affected her some. You know what I mean?
Your friends hiding in the bushes somewhere.
Right, and doing all this, of course, with a baseball hat on, which adds to it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And sunglasses. So once I got those back on. But...
with us today. So again, just if we try to help, we really do. So probably the narrative that has facts tied to it, that we have a border problem and we continue to throw money at people that are here illegally, that is causing FEMA maybe to be scrambling now that the hurricane is hit. Once again, our priorities are out of whack. The government taking our tax dollars and funding things that we all don't seem to have a say in, and now here we are with needs. That narrative, you're in good shape on that. Where you got to be careful. And somebody said, "We'll see on the land." Yeah, we will. But where you have to be careful, if you start down this, the government's using the hurricane to steal people's land, and then that turns out not to be true, then talking about what really did happen with illegals and money and FEMA, then not everybody says, well, that's garbage too.
Yeah.
And that's why you got to be careful with some of this. Go with what we know. Trust me.
Stay out of the grass.
It's enough to get upset about. Yeah. I will tell some of you, though, on the lithium mining, since we're all going to move to battery everything, apparently, including vehicles, you're going to love lithium mining. If you're a tree hugger, hey, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah.
Lithium mining is a mess. So get ready for that. You'll love that. But good news as they tear up the beloved environment, they're going to be able to get you in a battery operated car. So don't worry about it. So there you go. You trading one thing for something else. Also, one of these things, update. We've talked about Greg and how he did not bring the Louisville family back to meet the show, even though.
And by the way, they've never called.
Yeah, they were with.
He sent a picture.
They were within 100 feet of the studio.
Right. I hope they come back well.
And Greg frantically tried to look for them. Now Greg has gone to the point that, I mean, if he allowed somebody here a minute ago, and the guy said, "I don't even know what's doing. I was blowing leaves."
Yeah, that's what I'm going out and bringing.
He's grabbing people now.
Do y'all want to meet Rick and Bubba? Come on
in.
in.
You're right. And yesterday,
yesterday was funny.
And all I thought about, we're sitting here cutting commercials, and Greg walks through that door.
Sir, I did.
And there's a woman with Greg, and she's got Lisa with a very, very nice sign. Said that I drove all the way from Huntsville just to wish Rick a happy 60th birthday. And got a picture made with Bubba and me and everybody. And I mean, Greg came in. He busted into the door.
Sure
so proud.
Yeah, some guy on the way to the race, Greg just brought him in.
Yeah.
I mean,
he's
just grabbing people. Greg, you may be overdoing it.
Well, I felt bad.
Yeah, right.
But the fact that
y'all made me feel
every
bad.
time we say one of these things, the guy from Louisville goes, "Well, my goodness."
Well, that is drawback. The whole thing.
So,
but if he'll just come back,
right.
He did send a picture, though, remember?
Oh, yeah.
He did.
And he did mention that he would like to have met everybody else in the picture.
Yeah, look, I said a minute ago, this guy walked through the studio, had a FedEx shirt on. I said, Greg, you can't just grab everybody.
In the lobby,
everybody's in the lobby.
This one guy was delivering water, big jugs.
A minute ago, I went back into my office. A guy was standing there saying, "Is this Sweet 200?"
Yeah.
I mean,
yes, sir.
Still looking for that.
I mean, it's enough, Greg. Turn it down.
I'm overcompensating.
Casey, with the building management, said, "I've met them. I don't need
Casey
to go
said,
back."
"I've been in there plenty of times."
He said, "I don't, but buddy, I've spun the wheel. I'm good."
Yeah, fix the air conditioning.
I looked. The freight guy was walking around here getting a drink out of the cooler.
Well, I'm just telling you.
All right, during post show, you cutting spots though, and he comes in.
I timed it
Hey,
perfect.
he had that chest out. He was so proud of himself.
Hey, look,
and he was grinning, and he made sure he made eye contact with everybody.
You know what I got out of it? Double dipped chocolate peanuts.
I know. Thank you, Lisa.
Lisa brought us
She always sends us birthday cards
Very
and
good
everything.
gifts. That just reminded me that I've got toffee.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Adler's got some goobers too.
Yeah, she gave me
you
goobers.
know why? Yes, she did, Greg.
Adler was excited about it. Y'all heard him talking about it.
Well, Greg, here's what I'd like to say, too. On that particular topic, let this person get on out of here before you start on Adler about it.
Yeah.
I mean, she was still within range easy.
Easy.
I mean,
It's a legal product.
She wasn't even out of – she was still in the office area.
Rick, I didn't name them that.
I know you didn't, Greg, but there's no need to sing about it.
Yeah.
They're good, though.
Well – I
ain't gonna say what you.
You love Adler or what?
By the way, I was about to make a transition, and there's no way I can now to this story.
Oh, no.
Okay.
I love
you got.
Well, I'm not going to transition from what we're saying to the Garth Brooks story. I'll tell you that.
Oh,
no, you can't make that transition.
Oh no,
you can't do it.
no. But now I will say this: how you acted about that box of goobers was a little silly.
They're great.
Yeah.
Can't beat them.
Didn't you get two of them?
good.
Didn't you get two boxes?
I think so, yeah.
He's a double goober.
Yeah, yes, indeed. Greg.
So, Lisa, thank you for that and for bringing that by. You kind of caught Greg on a good day. Now I will
Well, she
tell
had
you
a big old sign.
There's a man from Louisville that he's not your fan.
No.
What? No.
Bubba, tonight the Gamecocks of Jacksonville State and Kennesaw State playing tonight.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's
It'll be on CBS Sports Network.
All right, you got that going on tonight.
6 o'clock kick our time.
And where's that going to be?
In Kennesaw.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Been there many times.
Yep.
Did you know that's where Blake Burgess' wife and family's from?
Really?
Yeah, I think you told us that.
I've been to Kennesaw.
Houston at TCU tonight.
It's on ESPN.
I don't like Friday night college.
Michigan State at Oregon.
8 o'clock on Fox.
And then Syracuse at UNLV. That's all
8
tonight.
8 o'clock on Fox Sports 1.
The college needs to stay off Friday.
Speedy, have you looked around for you know who?
Yes, I don't see her having a college or NFL game.
You know what? I think we've made a difference.
I think so.
I think us doing the impression, talking about the horror of it. I mean, I know y'all get the same thing. Anytime that Beth Mowens calls a game, people start I'm here from everybody. Thanks, Rick. Oh, thanks, y'all. What's happened is I think so many people have complained that it's made a difference.
I'm
'Cause
sweeping through
not,
one more time.
You're not seeing her getting college games anymore. I mean, I think we've done some good.
I'm seeing if they've updated within the last half hour.
Can somebody put on list of things the Rick and Bubba show accomplished? This may be one.
Well, Rick, you've got the poor lady out of work.
The only person
she's still working. She's just not doing college.
That's right. The only person that's disappointed here is Bubba because he loves it when you do that impression.
That's his favorite. That's
he
his
loves
number,
it.
Well,
he requests.
That's his number one favorite.
It's tough to listen to her. It's probably just as tough to listen to Rick.
It is.
Imitate
Which
her.
is a tribute to how good of an imitation.
But how do
it
you
is.
get people to change behavior? You make them pay a price for it.
Yeah.
And
Or
that's
Speedy staying silent and I get it. They're buddies.
right.
Yeah. So
And she probably, if I met her, I'd probably feel the same way.
yeah, so sweet.
Yeah. So anyway, I know you're disappointed, Speedy, but it looks like she may not have a game.
Hey, this is Beth Mowens. I'm not sure why, but you guys are still listening to Rick and Bubba.
Not sure why.
See, she didn't have to do that.
She did.
She didn't have to do
That
that.
was
She
nice.
went out in the hall and said, "Hey, let's get out here and let's do this." All right, so I'm sweeping.
And you said she smelled really good too, right?
She did. She had pretty hair.
Had her hair all dude up.
So I'm sitting here sweeping through all the games again, and I do not.
That's good
I do
news.
not see her.
That's good news.
Oh, what? No, I'm kidding.
If you mention her name 3 times, she'll shut up.
Bubba, I was
Y'all
going through the NFL announcing schedule, and we mentioned it in the kickoff hour. Your Vikings play in London.
I know. I think that's where this kid's going to start.
Where's
Taking them
Sergio
out.
Dip going to be?
Whatever happened to him, by the way?
Rick, what do you think? They sent him wherever they got him out of the country, right back on the other side of the wall.
Buddy, you don't know that.
We'll be
Well,
back.
they should have.
Stories from the road. Made a birthday trip yesterday. Wow, went a long way. I mean, a long way. We'll unpack that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Disturbing story out of Argentina.
Yes.
A 38-year-old former Miss Argentina has died from complications after undergoing cosmetic surgery on her buttocks.
That's not the way you want to go.
Heard about this.
She was crowned in 1994. She died of pulmonary embolism Sunday after 3 days in critical condition following a glutoplasty in Buenos Aires.
Buenos Aires.
Which, look, I got through all of that just down to there.
I couldn't believe you made it there, really, honestly.
She wanted a bubble
Now,
booty.
a close friend said the
donkey.
procedure involved injections, and apparently the liquid went to her lungs and brain.
Oh, man.
He said a woman who had everything lost her life to have a slightly firmer behind.
So she wanted a ghetto. That's what she was going to get. One of them ghetto booty.
Yeah, she
That's what they call it, Greg.
undoubtedly did not like her rear end.
They said she arrived at the hospital with an acute respiratory deficiency. Her condition deteriorated until she suffered the embolism.
You know, I completely get, horrific reconstruction surgery where people have had either something they were born with or a terrible accident and something needs to be repaired. I completely get that. But boy, losing your life over wanting a firmer behind, that just doesn't seem worth it.
That's
Yeah.
a tough
And
one
I'm
there.
sure that's one of them 1 in a billion things.
Yeah, but still.
Excuse me, Sonny.
But I mean, y'all. I mean, one of these times when you're there and you're trying to grieve and all that, and I mean, you know, everybody's just.
When you're trying to explain, how did it happen? Well,
yeah. What exactly happened?
yeah.
Well, of all things to get, cosmetic surgery on, you hate,
What was her name again, Bubba?
I don't think I gave it.
It doesn't.
It does it say?
It says it, but I don't know how to pronounce it. None of us do.
Yeah, it really.
It's just the first name in the second paragraph. I know what you're doing, Speedy. What you're doing, he's trying to decide whether he thought the surgery was necessary.
Right.
Yes,
Right.
that's
I mean,
exactly what I'm doing because I wonder if she just had everything but that.
Well,
And she just wanted.
yeah.
You know?
It's look, it's.
No doubt Speedy rushed to check that out.
Right.
Well, no, I'm just doing show prep.
Right. Thank you, Speedy, for trying to assess the situation.
No,
Yes.
no problem.
So to speak.
Right. I didn't even know this was. I guess now they can.
Oh, Rick, they can put anything under anything.
Yeah. So is this the same? Is this a lift situation? Is this a lipo? It's gotten a little flabby. Is that what this is about?
I'm gonna find out.
Does it give me more volume? What do we have?
Bubble it up a little bit. Is that it?
Yeah.
You want to like set a tea glass on it? What?
Yeah, bounce a quarter off of it. I'm sorry. It's just rapid fire. I'm sorry. Go ahead and pop me down.
Okay, Merry Christmas, Speedy. I'll put that down. And, yeah, I mean, my
Lady
goodness.
died, Joe. Hey, lady died.
Right. Is the
We forgot again.
Is the ship coming into port? Or you been gone a long time, Speedy?
Yeah.
Where you been? So, but yeah, I don't. You know, how about cosmetic surgery has become such a popular thing? I mean, they have like it seems like there's 4 or 5 different shows.
Man, she didn't need that.
You know, that are nothing but about this.
She did not need this.
Thank you, Speedy.
How long are you going to do that show prep? You're beginning to drool.
I hear the printer.
Right. So
there's no need to mark that page for a bookmark.
Right.
You're not going to go back to it.
You're saying that this puzzle did not have it seemed to be complete?
Right.
Nothing missing there?
Yeah.
Well, you know, some of those pictures
she wasn't a carpenter's tool, flat as a board at all.
Right. Well, you know what? Maybe she just felt some pressure. You know, there's a lot of pressure between. You know, a lot of their pressure
She
comes
felt
from.
gravity got a hold of her.
Yeah, it's not men.
No.
They get pressure by other women.
Yeah. She's thinking gravity was taking. Well, you know what happened.
You know, again, it might have been her boyfriend.
Could have been.
You know.
Well, she was 38 now, so you know it's been a while since she won the crown. But
yeah, right, it was in 1994.
But still, so Bubba says she needed it. Is that what he's saying?
Well,
she's
I'm
38.
I haven't seen the pictures.
I have.
Right. What you're saying is maybe that because men come in different preferences.
Sure.
And maybe she was at one time. I don't know. Is she still married? Maybe. Maybe one time maybe she was happily married to a leg guy, and maybe that didn't work out.
That's right.
And the new guy says, "Well, I'm a little bit of a different category."
Right. Right.
And she said, "Well, I'm lacking there." I don't know. I'm
really thinking this over.
Well.
It was, I can't remember the exact year, December the 4th was the day, I know that, when Sun Records, Sam Phillips, had a session going on with Carl Perkins and also was working on this new artist he had just signed, Jerry Lee Lewis. And Elvis was going to stop by and say hello. And Johnny Cash got a call from Sam Phillips saying, "Hey, Elvis is coming by. I need to talk to you about our future as well." At one time, Sam Phillips had Elvis Presley, Johnny Cash, Jerry Lee Lewis, and Carl Perkins all in contracts. He sold Elvis to RCA because he said he had run out of cash, and he sold Elvis Presley to RCA for $40,000.
Oh, boy.
But that was a good bit of money.
At that time, that was a groundbreaking deal.
Now, it was nothing compared to what Elvis went on to generate. But he said he didn't have a choice. He said, we weren't going to make it if I didn't cut that deal. Yeah. And Elvis loved Sam Phillips and was always very grateful for him, discovering him. And Johnny Cash did the same thing. It was Sam Phillips that told me that, what I was trying to do as a gospel singer was never going to work. Yeah. He found the voice that I had. Jerry Lee Lewis, it was funny. He was a handful. He was a handful for Sam, and Sam was trying to figure out what to do with him. Carl Perkins, of course, which leads to the drama of this, the $1 Million Quartet. I didn't know this till last night. I'd always wondered about blue suede shoes, how that became huge for Elvis. Yep. Carl Perkins, it was his hit, and it was a hit. And he was actually on his way to New York with Sam Phillips was meeting him there. I can't remember the details. Going to be on Perry Como, I think, the show.
Yeah.
Got in a car wreck, got injured, was out of commission, and Sam Phillips says, "Hey, this song's too big not to have Perkins be able to support it." All of a sudden, Carl Perkins is in the hospital bed. He looks on Ed Sullivan, and Elvis is doing Blue Suede Shoes.
Ooh, so this song was going to get done.
And he was like, "Hey, that's my song." He goes, now everybody thinks I cover Elvis when Elvis was covering me. And Sam Phillips made a move to go put it on Elvis.
Rick, the show must go on.
The show must go on, Carl. You had a car wreck.
Sorry.
That was a big car wreck for you. But anyway, so this play I don't know if it was ever anything, maybe I don't know anything, a documentary, I don't know, but it was a play. It's called The $1 Million Quartet. And that is when Sam Phillips said, hey, boys, I've got myself a $1 million quartet. Now, as we found out, already talked about, is that this session was never released until Elvis died because of the RCA thing.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So nobody could hear it. Sam got to use it for himself, I guess, but it stayed unavailable. So also speaking of unavailable, I also, this was the idea. So Blake was cast as Johnny Cash in the $1 Million Quartet in the North Shore Theater, which is in the Round and really cool. And it's in Beverly, Massachusetts, which is 18 miles from Boston. So a lot of first of all, Sherry and I were talking about going to see it, which is not a simple trip. No. And we were trying to figure out a way to maybe make it a weekend because this is the final weekend that it's there. This particular theater, and I learned all this for Blake, as a working actor. He said, we have different arrangements. This one is, they always do what they call is a 4-week run. You rehearse 2 weeks and you do plays for 2 weeks, and then you're back out. Yeah. And so he was cast and got the gig as Johnny Cash, and so we thought about trying to make it a weekend, but now this weekend, which you know how this is. I mean, yesterday was my 60th birthday. Because of all my kids and their schedules, we can't celebrate it this weekend. We can't celebrate it as a family all together till October the 19th. So that's when we'll have a little shindig down at the farm, and we'll have some fun and bring out the karaoke, and we're off and running.
Oh, that's bigger than I thought.
But anyway, this seats about 1,500. So
showing pictures of the Round.
Yeah. So here's the deal,
man.
So I didn't know all these things that went with it. Well, so Sherry and I finally came to the conclusion, why don't we do this? And Greg, you and I were raised, and I remember our family talking about this, and they all their friends. I remember being a little boy listening to this, and they would talk about where they would go do things, and they had this term with their group of friends called "Are you a hard roller?"
Yeah,
remember that?
Yeah.
Hey, you got to be a hard roller.
Yeah,
and that meant
we ain't gonna get much sleep.
That meant we ain't gonna get much sleep, but we're gonna go do these things. And hey, you can't be a Debbie Downer. You got to be a hard roller. Well, hey, I can't do this out of work tomorrow. Well, you're not a hard roller. And they would do that all the time. They'd go do these trips. So finally, I looked at Sherry and I said, well, this is just going to require us to be hard rollers. And I said, the only way, she goes, would it be more special if we went on your actual day? I said, it'd be special, but it's going to require me to be a hard roller. Because I've looked at these numbers. There's only so much you can do with we gain an hour coming back.
Yeah.
There's only so much you can do with that. It's about a 2.5 hour. I was told 2:15, but I watched the clock. 2.5 hour flight there. Luckily, we did find a airport where we could land that was only 10 minutes from the actual area we needed to be in, where we were going to eat at the restaurant. We're going to meet Blake at 5:30 local time. Now, as I always get in trouble by, and Bubba, I know you're a big defender of this too. I'm with you all the way. When your family gives you grief about you planning too much time. I know Dad says we got to have time to settle. But see, there's a difference in time to settle and time to piddle. Piddle means I've overcompensated, and now we don't know what to do with ourselves. Yeah. Settling means we're not in a rush, and we're making it all happen with plenty of time. Now, see, you think to yourself, 18 miles from Boston, little quaint town in Massachusetts. By the way, the high yesterday when I got off the plane, got in the rental car, got downtown. We're walking the streets of this beautiful little quaint New England town with a high of 67.
Okay, I took my shirt off.
I tell you one thing: if it wasn't for the taxes and everybody there is woke, I would have moved there. Okay, but because it felt so good. Oh, wow. I was like, oh, they're having fall. They're having the colors. They're having the weather. Fall. This is fantastic. So anyway, and of course, immediately people pick up that we're not from there. But
oh, how?
But you have a little quaint town. But what does 18 miles from Boston though mean? See, I thought all this through.
Sounds like a song.
We live in Beverly, we work in Boston, which creates on smaller streets what? Traffic.
Oh,
Traffic.
Yeah.
So we're hitting
commuters.
We're hitting this little town about the time everybody's getting off work coming in for Boston. Okay, so I look down and Sherry goes, and it started. With young Broderick, Dad, we're only 5 miles from the restaurant, from the airport. I said, okay, pull it up on Waze and see how long it's going to take us. 18 minutes.
Yeah.
I said, you see those red lines? That's a thing called traffic, things you account for. Okay? Now, we're still fine because of the dad's timeline.
So you're giving this speech to the family?
I'm giving it to his family.
Okay.
I said, look, we don't even have a rental car yet. Y'all already talking about it. We're still sitting in the plane. We don't even have the rental car yet.
Yeah.
And I said, and suddenly y'all think I've allowed too much time. Okay?
Yep.
And I know we have to settle. No. We're not going to piddle, but we are going to settle. Two different things.
Difference.
And so he'll probably have us our appointment. I said, have you seen the time the play starts? 7:30 local time. We're eating at 5:30. You probably think that's a lot of time. Ain't a lot of time. I said, that's not. I said, we got to get from there, get over to the theater. We got to park. And anyway, so I don't know why these young people don't know that.
Yeah, they don't.
Things take time.
So anyway, no problems. Got there smoothly. It was a beautiful flight. Weather was great. Rental car, you never know. When you do this, when you land at these FBOs, isn't that what they're called? The ones where you do you never know the rental car situation.
Right.
Sometimes it's as simple as you get off the plane, the person hands you the paperwork and the keys, you get in and drive.
Yeah.
Other times you have to go inside. If you have to go inside, that you don't know what's waiting on you there.
Yeah.
And this was I have to go inside.
Oh boy.
And so I went in there, a lot of confusion about this, and I said, hey, here's my driver's license and whatever. And so we ended up getting a Ford Bronco, which was kind of cool.
A little bit of room.
Yeah, and so, of course, we need more time than everybody's on me about. So, and then, of course, then you have these people. You have my beautiful wife. Ooh, I'd love some coffee. Baby.
Oh, yeah. There's a Starbucks.
Why don't you get coffee when we sit down at the restaurant?
Right, yeah.
Well, we're going to be a little bit early for the restaurant, though. They probably won't let us sit that early. I said, we're not even there yet. We're still standing on tarmac.
You see the red line?
We're standing on tarmac. We're stopping at coffee shops now. And I said, honey, this is, and then you get from Broderick, watch out, Mom, Dad's going to elevate. and I was like, I said, I'm not going to elevate. I'm just, Dad's elevating. And I said, I'm not elevating. I'm just saying, let's see how we go.
Yeah.
Let's look. Okay, let's see how it goes.
That's what you call it, elevate.
Yeah, and I said if we hit that little town, and we got 25 minutes before the reservation, and we're parked. Anybody parked yet? Hey, Broderick. So have you ever been to Beverly, Massachusetts? No, Dad, I haven't. So you know where to park then. You're gonna show them where to park? No, Dad. Why can you not tell me where to park? Because I've never been there. Right.
Be seated and silent.
I want to get that on the record.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody in this? Standing out here by the plane, anybody ever been to Beverly, Massachusetts? Raise your hands if you've ever been here. No hands are up. Okay, so let's just calm down. I mean,
a worker. I have been, sir.
Now we're adding stuff. Let's see.
You want to get close to where
you're
going to be, and then we can get coffee.
That's called settling. And I promise you, there's not enough time for piddling. I know y'all think this is going to end up in a piddle, but it's not. It's going to end up in a settle.
Yeah.
Which means we're not elevated. We're just enjoying. How about enjoying the trip? So we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Dearborn Heights police say a Wendy's restaurant manager turned in a would-be thief when she realized it was her own son trying to rob the place.
Unbelievable.
The 27-year-old is accused of going through the drive-thru Saturday night at the restaurant.
27.
With a sawed-off shotgun. I'm at a drive-thru with a sawed-off shotgun.
Bubba, I'm not at any drive-thru. I'm at my mama's drive-thru.
Right. Wearing a blue bandana over his face, police said he threatened workers and demanded money. The robber had a bandana covering his face. He threatened one employee, reached in and started hitting the screen to open up the register, according to a detective.
Ma'am, give me all the money in there.
Police say the restaurant's manager heard the commotion at the drive-thru window and came out to see what was going on. The manager proceeded to walk over and shouted, "What the H are you doing?" She said the manager then recognized the face under the bandana as her son's and helped police arrest him.
No, it's not me, Mama. I mean, ma'am.
The boy's 22-year-old girlfriend is also accused of being the driver of the getaway car.
Well, sure.
As soon as she walked into his life, his mama knew she was trouble.
Oh, yeah.
Now get this: the 22-year-old who is accused of driving the getaway car, through tears in court Monday, told the judge she wanted to be released to see her 3 children.
Oh my goodness!
The 2 were arraigned Monday.
She's got 18-month-old twins and a 2-year-old.
I'm sorry, Mama. I gotta rob you.
Yeah, you know what? I would just tell any robbers, watch the movie Bonnie and Clyde.
Right.
It worked for a while,
Especially
but the end is no
stuff.
good.
Right.
It's no good.
I'll take your money in a Frosty, please.
Well, yeah, but look, all of us as parents, I got to tell you, I put this one in the top 5 of the worst case scenario. You know, we all have all the things that we hope our children don't do. I got to say, trying to rob you with a sawed-off shotgun with a bandana on is in the top 5.
And I don't want to say this manager's tough, but with a would-be robber pointing a sawed-off shotgun at her, she come in there and cussed him out.
You're right.
Want to know what was going on?
I mean, is this my mom? What's going on here?
Oh, I know. Yeah, my mom would have took that gun and rearranged it for me.
Oh, sure.
All right, what kind of loony bird, first of all, tries to rob a drive-thru, okay?
Yeah, they just close the window and run.
Secondly, I'm robbing the one where my mom worked.
Yeah, right. Do you not look at maybe when?
I mean, there's other chains. I mean,
because I'm sure he still lives at home when she left and went to work.
Right. And
okay?
I know.
I'm gonna get you. Then.
Yeah,
I know these chains probably do a pretty good business, but you know, when I think about a getaway, you know, and you think about the great robbers of, you know, the Dillons and the James and all that. I mean, you know, they went after banks.
Right.
They went after armored cars.
Right.
You know, they went after gold supplies. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe I haven't read, you know, Muggers Weekly. I don't know. But I just don't see fast food. I mean, I know there's a lot of cash.
Right.
But it has to be nickel and dime stuff. I mean, really on the big picture, right?
I mean, you hate to say it's a terrible thing to say, but if you want to go where there's a you know, a cash register full of cash, go knock off a Hooters.
Rick.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
well, now you got to tackle them girls to get them tips, but that's who's making
you know,
most
Greg,
money.
Right. Yeah.
Well, they're toting that little tip thing.
Have you noticed there seems to be a process
You're
when
just
somebody
using a lot
new,
of scary words. Like
when somebody somebody new comes on the show, and I went through this. I saw Speedy go through this. I saw Don Juan. I've seen Greg. Where you start out and you're bashful, because you don't know and you're unsure, and then
you get lipo.
Then you get a few zingers in there, and you get a little confidence, you know, and then you're kind of like that kid driving when he's 18.
Yes.
And then after you have a few wrecks, you pull back just a little bit. And you go, you know, I don't want to deal with that today.
Yeah.
That judge told me if he sees me again, he's not going to be so nice.
You
You
know,
know,
sure.
And,
Drop me.
When you're talking about that, I know, I get you, but that particular restaurant, you got to admit that's a scary word.
It is. You know, I didn't even. That was completely over my head until I just thought about it.
And right after that word
Greg.
you didn't say yesterday, which I heard again.
Right.
Oh, my
I
goodness.
got it. I didn't say that.
Also, this guy's making some great. You know, his girlfriend's giving him a lot of great advice because she's 22 and unmarried and has twins and a 2-year-old. So you know that there's some common sense she doesn't know how to use. You know what I mean?
Wow. I'm guessing she was the brains behind this outfit. I really do.
Rick, could you stay in it when they're leaving?
You reckon they ordered when they took their order? Did they go, "Hey, we got a gun. We want you to give us all your cash through the speaker," or did they wait till they get?
Did they play drive-through password for them?
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us today. So recapping a great birthday gift last night. It was the only way that I was going to be able to see my oldest son, Blake Burgess, play Johnny Cash in $1 Million Quartet. I did find out he's already been booked to play him again in Santa Barbara, California, which that would be a tough one. But that's one thing that's cool about this in this business. If you can pull off this role, you know, people all over the country and even around the world will put on this performance. And somebody say, "I'll tell you to get for Johnny Cash." Mm-hmm. And I will tell you. So we get there, we get on the ground. We did take longer to get to the downtown area. We get parked. That was a bit of a struggle. Didn't understand the parking system too much. Had plenty of people trying to help me with it, which was great.
A lot of help.
And so we get out. We're walking the streets. It's a beautiful fall day, and we have about 20 minutes before our reservation. See, that's settling. Good. That's not piddling. So, we did go in, and they were like, "Hey, you guys are good. Hey, let y'all know we're here." And there was a little coffee shop about 2 stores down. We were enjoying the beautiful, quaint New England town, and everybody got them a cup of coffee, okay, because we all knew we was going to have to be hard rollers. We knew it was going to be a long day.
Yeah.
Coffee was a premium, okay? Sat down. We look out on the streets. What's just funny is Blake, has his hair dyed black.
Yeah.
And we look out on the streets, and I said, I see Johnny Cash standing out there. Let's go get him. I look out, and there's Blake with dyed black hair standing on the streets. I said, hey, Johnny, we're over here. So we had a great dinner, had great time to visit. And some of the things he was telling me about, because I told him, I said, now let me get this straight. I said, so you guys, all of you the actor playing Jerry Lee Lewis, I said, is he good enough on the piano? And Blake said, Dad, you just wait. And that guy was incredible. Really? Absolutely incredible. He looked just like Jerry Lee Lewis. He was a little shorter than Jerry Lee Lewis, but his hair and his mannerisms and his piano playing. Because in this particular play, and I don't know that they always do it this way, every actor had to play their instrument and do their own singing. So they're not just acting. They have to perform the songs with the music, with the instruments as well.
Okay.
And so Blake had to learn these Johnny Cash songs and the other songs he's played on, because they're all, they all participate in each other's sons.
Did Jerry Lee Lewis play with his butt?
Yes, he did. He sure did. Hey, you know what they ended it on for the big finale? A whole lot of shaking going on. That was the big finale, and I mean, it is incredible what all they did. But you hear all this incredible music with the storyline of what was going on, and the storyline basically is Sam Phillips in this little studio that was once an auto parts store, I think. He launched all these icons, but he can't keep them because he's not big enough, and so he's struggling because he can't afford now the level they're at or keep up with the demand for the records and things. So they're all leaving him, and Jerry Lee Lewis is coming in. One funny line when he's trying to figure out what to do, Sam Phillips, because RCA's offering now to buy Sam Phillips and let them just join his team. And he looks at me and says, well, maybe I can hang on. I just love doing it my own way. I've got this kid over here, Jerry Lee Lewis. And he goes, now signed some kid out of Texas with a funny name, Roy Orbison. And so you kind of laugh at that. But I didn't realize you're sitting there when it's your kid and you're thinking, please be good. And you know that I know he, like all my kids has incredible work ethic, and he's going to get it right. But you're thinking, there's people around you. It's almost like being back at a ball game again, where if your kid does something and people behind you going, he ain't no good, And so you're so nervous for him. The first Johnny Cash song that he did was Folsom City Blues, and he did one to begin with, but it was just kind of a little piece. But as far as like everybody would recognize it, and we're all just sitting there, and Sherry's sitting there, and Cameron and Brody, and he launches into it, and we're just like. And our eyes just get big, and we're looking at each other, and we're like, did y'all know that he could sound just like Johnny Cash? And you hear people behind us going, yeah. Oh, and big fans of Johnny Cash. They're all going crazy. And, I mean, he nailed it. And we were all just like, and they all did. I mean, they were all great. The music director, who was Carl Perkins, a lot of times they're doing co-things. He's actually the music director, but he also plays Carl Perkins. Right. Hey, he could pick. Great guitar player. Yeah. And of course, the guy playing Elvis, that's a big one. Mm-hmm. He didn't look a whole lot, but remember, this is when Elvis is young. This is when he first starts doing the movies, and because they all make fun of that. And he sounded like Elvis. He really did. He had the moves and all that. So you start kind of buying that. Mm-hmm. But one of the things I didn't know, so I had a great picture, but I can't use it because I got in trouble. Uh-oh. They didn't tell us before the play start like they normally do, no pictures or no videos. So I thought,
you get called now.
I look and
I thought that was Sherry that always did it.
You're right. I became the rule breaker. And Sherry, and finally, I had a picture of Blake. You know how Johnny picks up the guitar right next to his face, almost like he's looking at a rifle. And so I get that shot. And all of a sudden, this woman comes over and she goes, Sir, you can't do that.
You're like, oh, no,
and I said, I'm so sorry. My wife told me I couldn't. She was like, well, I did. And so
you say, that's my son. That's my son.
We're from Alabama. Oh, we know. We all got that. And so anyway, but
Can I show this picture? I'm not going to show it. Can I show that picture?
No, you can't.
Okay,
You
take it
can't-
off.
no, any of those I took of them on the stage, you can't show.
Okay, I didn't
because I
show
wasn't
it.
supposed to be taking them.
Oh, right.
So and Blake
Did
even
you
act-
flash,
pretty
too?
good. Even afterwards.
Did you
No,
have the
no, it didn't
flash
flash.
on,
That's why I
Rick?
kept doing it. It didn't flash.
Rick, that's why when
now
you
when
left,
I,
I
when
said,
I when I went for a video, the light came on. That's when I got in trouble.
Oh.
But anyway,
That's why when you left, I said sneak.
I tried. The
Sneak.
light came
Hey.
on. I was having no lights on the picture because it's so well lit. But then
You can cut it off, though.
well, I made the mistake. But anyway, it didn't matter because Blake himself told me. He said, "Dad, do not show these pictures." He said, "We will get in a lot of trouble." And he
The one
said-
we just showed?
No, we didn't show one.
I didn't show
He
it.
said, "Don't post these, whatever." So anyway, he said you can post what the theater has on their Instagram, which
You
is what we
show
meant.
up and mess everything up.
But anyway, so
Golly.
Adler, you'll love this too. So the Johnny Cash thing, I said, "Man, I saw you do that signature Johnny Cash move." And he goes, "Do you know why Johnny Cash did that?" And I said, "I do not." I said, I guess to be the man in black and be super cool.
Be sure.
He said he struggled with pitch, always did. And he says he's holding the guitar close to his ear to hear the notes on the guitar better.
Oh, when he doesn't.
Wow.
He said he always struggled he struggled with his pitch. And he said, as a matter of fact,
He didn't want to be pitchy.
and Walk the Line, you know, he hums and Walk the Line. He said that wasn't supposed to be on the recording because that's him trying to find his pitch while he's recording, and they thought it sounded so cool they kept it.
That's awesome.
Well, there we go.
You know
Now
how
we know
you know how he starts humming on part of Walk the Line? And so anyway, we got
I
to
love Johnny Cash.
got to see it. It was an incredible performance. If you get a chance to see this, I don't care who's doing it. If you get to see it anywhere, a lot of you told me it was going to be great, and you were right. What a really, really cool experience. And of course, you know, then you start looking at the clock.
Yeah.
Hey, come the clock. Yeah, now you got to get back
Hey,
home.
there it is.
Hello, 4:30 a.m.
Big Papa laid his extra long face on my pillow last night. 1:05 a.m.
All right.
1:05 a.m.
It's a beautiful time of day.
1:05 a.m. You got to be a hard roller.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Before we go any further, let me send out very, very big birthday wishes to my son, Hunter, who is 11 years old.
Come on, Hunter.
That's right. I can't believe it. He is 11
And
years
unfortunately,
old.
on his birthday, he's in trouble with his mama thanks to Bubba. All right,
There you go, Bubba.
There you go, all right, Bubba. That a way to go.
You know the only thing he told me, the only thing he wanted to be able to one time say Roger Federer play. For his birthday.
You know, it's so funny. I will never forget John Kroll telling us and talking about when he was raising his son Brody, who has gone on to play in the NFL, and said when he got 13 years old, he announced to Brody, "It's over. You being a kid. You're a man now. You're mine. You don't go to your mama. You go to me. You're going to learn to be a man, not mama's little boy anymore." And it's funny when you make that transition, and I was talking to Hunter yesterday, and I said, you know, you're preteen here now, and it's, you know, you're a young man. You're not a little kid anymore. You know, we got to start thinking like a young man and acting like a young man. And so I decided yesterday that father and son needed a little bonding time. So I went and picked him up from school, and we headed off on a father and son, and we had one of our friends, Ryan McCorkle, join us, and it was a little male bonding time, you know, just the guys. And we had a little work to do out at the farm. So I got a call from Mom, and she said, now, are y'all going to be home about 5? And I said, now, honey, I don't know if you've run the numbers here, but based on the time I picked him up at school and we get to the hunting club, if we turn around and drive directly back, we still don't make it back home by that time. So that doesn't work.
You didn't say it to her like that, did you?
Yeah, pretty much.
He just heard about Roger Federer.
And
no.
Short.
so, well, no, I wasn't short. I just explained the math to it. I mean,
Right.
it doesn't work. And
Short, yeah.
and she said, well, just, you know, get him home as soon as you can because we got to study for some tests and things. And I said, well, I as soon as I can is fine, but you got to understand, as soon as I can may not be acceptable. So, because once you get to the farm and you get loaded up and you're putting out feed and stuff, you got to finish the job. You can't just
hateful then.
You can't just stop halfway.
Right.
You know. So, you know, it's raining and we're busy and we accomplish a few things, and you know, before we know it, we're trimming a few limbs and making a few trails. And the day kind of gets away from you, and we start looking at the clock, and we're like, boy, it's going to be bad. When we get home, it's going to be right at bedtime.
Oh, my goodness.
And,
You
so,
miss it. You miss it.
But you know what?
And, He's rebellion.
Well, he had rebelled.
I'm a
because
nonconformist. And,
well, plus
so,
you'd been hurt, so you were lashing out at everybody.
Yeah. Right. And so, we start on the way home, and I tell Hunter, I said, you're learning a lot about being a young man, and one of the things you will learn is if mom ain't happy, nobody's happy.
Right.
And we try to make sure mama's happy.
Absolutely.
I mean, we go out of our way to make sure mama's happy.
Why not?
Within reason. I mean, there's a limit to all I can do. It's just like Roger Federer. I can't go make Roger come to the event.
Okay.
I mean, I just can't do that. So
you'll try.
I mean, we will set the table and we'll invite him, but I can't make him physically come. I mean, that's against international law.
Unless you kidnapped him.
Right. You can lead Federer to the court, but you can't make him play.
Right. So I told Hunter, I said, we're going to have to call Mom on the way in and try to douse the fires because we're going to be in trouble for being late. But I said, the good news is it's not your fault. It's me because you can't drive.
You can't drive.
It's on me.
Right.
It's on Daddy all the way. I will take the fire on this, okay? But I said, you can help me out. We're going to call Mom on the way in. And I want you just to say to her, tell her how much you love her and the fact that you want to do good in your schoolwork, but the boys needed some bonding time.
Okay.
And he practiced it, had it down pretty well. So on the way home, we call in, and I hand the phone to him. He delivers the lines perfectly, just like we practiced.
Well done.
And then he got that look on his face.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, okay. And he just kind of hung the phone up and handed it back to me. And I said,
how'd that go?
I said, you all right? What did she say? And she said, well, since we like to have bonding time, we can bond a lot when we're sitting up doing homework tonight.
Oh, boy.
And he just had that look like he could just cry on his face, you know.
Yeah.
And I know that feeling.
Right,
I know
he's
that
preteen.
feeling. Yeah. And he said, she's pretty good with those comebacks. And I said, Hunter, I know that. I've been hearing those comebacks for, a lot longer than you've been around.
About 22 years.
Yes, about 22 plus.
How was it when you arrived?
It was there was happiness, and then yet there was some sternness there.
Yeah.
About, carrying son off and loafing all afternoon instead of doing homework. But I'm still like, we do homework 3 hours every night. I mean, birthday's tomorrow. Come on. Give me a break, So
did you stay up all night with him?
Not as long as we needed to. I'm sure the scores today will not be up to par. How about that? They'll be on me.
I know how
I'll
that
just
feels.
have to take these.
I know how that feels.
The scores today are on me, and I apologize to Hunter, his mother, and his teacher.
Right.
That I was irresponsible yesterday, but you know what? We had fun.
You can always pick up extra credit. Don't worry.
Yeah,
sure. Get all for that.
Do like Rick. Go cut the teacher's grass or something.
Yeah. See, maybe I could teach him as an uncle that.
That's right.
Oh, that's a very
There's
good
ways
point.
to get around that.
Happy birthday, Hunter Bus.
Hunter Bus, we love you, big man. Preaching.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. Thanks for being with us. 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, and we're moving on. Glad you're here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler here. And we all say hello and welcome back to Bill Bubba Bus.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us and being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Golden ticket seats are here, Bubba. They come from all over. Kind of like Johnny Cash said, I've been everywhere, man. We've got them all the way from Houston, Texas.
Yep.
Speedy begged them, please tell me you're here for something else, not just this. We got Troy, Alabama, right?
Troy.
We got White Plains, Alabama, and then
that's right.
Georgia. Calhoun, Georgia.
Calhoun.
That's right.
Georgia.
So,
Been
matter of
there.
fact, me and one of the guys in the golden ticket seats has the exact same shirt on. Some of you are asking where this came from. I think these are all sold out, but they were from the Rick and Bubba store. I don't think we have these anymore.
Now, the folks from White Plains, are you from downtown White Plains, or are you from Rabbit Town, Old Davis Town, Joseph
Chocolaca.
Chocolate? Where?
Iron City.
Iron City.
Iron City,
I got
baby.
you. I got you. I know some folks that live there.
Yeah, there you go.
I bet you do too.
Yeah. I wanted to just finish the trip was fantastic. I loved it. It's worth it. It was an incredible experience, and we've got to do that a lot. Some of you are asking on Texas, Blake, the same one that played at Auburn and was on the national championship team. Yes, as a matter of fact, ESPN one time did a story on Blake when he was playing at Auburn that he did. And Bubba, you being the Shakespeare expert here, I want to say he did. Was it Othello or a Shakespearean play? A matinee in the morning. Left the theater, ran over to Jordan-Hare Stadium, got his complete uniform on, and played in the A-Day game.
Yeah,
and they went with him for the whole.
How
thing.
about that?
Yeah, so he's always that's been a love of his, and he has 2020 was devastating, but it's funny to talk about because I got to sit down with him and his brother Broderick. I don't know if you have that picture. I sent Adler of the two of them at the restaurant, but it was so cool to sit there and to hear them talk. Hey, here's what I'm doing. Here's what's going on with you, and watch them, as men discussing, and then hearing about, Blake spending all this time trying to be sure the guitar licks were right, because they come out, and I love when the guy comes out and makes the announcement. He says, "Yeah, there they are. There's Brody," and so we had plenty of time. We got that restaurant. Yeah. We weren't rushed. We got to settle.
I hate to be rushed.
I can't stand it. We didn't piddle, but we didn't. We settled.
That water looks good.
Yeah, doesn't it look good? I was also
frosted.
Yeah, it's just thirsty. So anyway, we had a great time. So I'll tell you this. So he did Folsom City Blues,
Prison.
Folsom. What did I say? Folsom Prison News Blues, and then he did Walk the Line, and then he did. I didn't know that Johnny did Ghost Riders in the Sky.
I know.
I'm looking
with the Highwaymen.
I look. It's over here on his greatest hits too, and so he did that, and I didn't see that one coming, and that was really cool, and of course all of them that perform it was fantastic, but
I like that round there.
But it gets interesting at the end because, our timeline when you do what we do for a living, I mean it is real.
It's real.
And so I kept living off all night. Hey, we get an hour going back.
Yeah.
And I kept living off
you
that.
You wish you were going to get two.
And then all of a sudden I realized that, Rick, no matter what you're saying now, and you're going, but it was worth it.
Still going to take time.
Yeah, but it was great.
But it was your birthday.
Yeah.
So you were going to sleep. You okay?
So
it was good.
I want to go back to where it started, and that is leaving on time.
Mm-hmm.
There was a little bit of concern that everybody would show up on time, and that was part of your birthday present.
Yeah,
is that everybody show up on time.
Everybody was good. Now I did have one moment of angst when there was a bit of confusion about Wheels Up versus when we're supposed to be there.
Yeah,
I'm coming in the gate, and I said, hey, Sherry's like, well, we're a little early. I said, we're not early. I said, we're not. I said, we're Wheels Up at 1. She goes, what now? I said, we're Wheels Up at 1.
That means you're flying.
And she goes,
seated and silent.
She goes, I told
taxiing.
I told Brody and Cameron to be here at 1.
Uh-oh.
And I said, babe, no, it's Wheels Up at 1. And
be here at 15 till.
Yeah, and so Brody, and he admitted, he said, no, we don't do anything to elevate Dad on his birthday.
Yeah,
and
don't elevate.
I looked down at Live 360 and I said, well, good news, they're pulling in. So he walked in at 10 till. And so we got off. We went off on time.
That was a good start.
Mm-hmm. Didn't really appreciate him making me sit on the seat with my back to the front. He kind of took my seat, but I tried to be nice to everybody, and I said, "And you're in my seat." And he said, "No, Dad, can I not sit here?" And of course, then he gets Mama going. Let him sit there. And then so I was kind of I don't like having my back toward the front. Do you?
Did you tell him it's your birthday?
Yeah, I said, well, it was fine. Of course, he's got real long legs, but that's one of those moments when I thought he was going to be the only small one that we would have before he shot up to 6'2".
Yeah.
I remember when he was at my moment, right then in that moment, I thought, God, I wish you'd have stayed tiny, but it was really good to see this story too in music history. It was pretty incredible, and they almost did like here's the story behind it and dropping songs in. They would do things like the Jerry Lee Lewis guy would go into Great Balls of Fire, and you'd be like, oh, we're off and running. And then they would just stop, just boom, just like that. And all of a sudden Sam Phillips would be talking if we were in a conversation. And then they would do that back and forth, and then you would get the whole the whole song, and then at the end, they just basically said, "Do y'all want more?" And everybody said, "Yes." And then they just all came out, and that's when we ended on a whole lot of shaking going on, and just brought the house down. And the lighting and everything, the way it was set up, was really, really cool.
Is there not a YouTube video out there you can show?
I bet there
of the finale.
You know, the thing I really was kind of like, I wanted to bring something, but I was shot down. You know, it's funny. This was a credit to everything that has been we've got to do over 31 years, and you know, our kids have lived through this. So Blake looked at me and he was very stern. You know, he was Dad. He said, "I'm being very serious about this." He goes, "If y'all were just some little show somewhere, maybe no big deal. But I have, throughout my life, if something gets on y'all's show, I don't know how it happens. It goes everywhere." He goes, "People will find out that." I'm like, "How do you even know about this show?" And they're like, "Oh, yeah, sure." And he goes, "So if you do it, you'll think it's no big deal. You'll think, how in the world could the people who have the copyright to $1 Million Quartet know that you took a picture that you weren't supposed to take and put it out? They'll know. Don't do it." And
when we found Pumpkin Williams, who we thought was on the witness protection program, living in California, who both of us went to school with for a short amount of time,
right?
I thought, well, we can find anything.
Yeah,
find anything.
This is on the North Shore Music Theater's YouTube channel.
Okay, show that.
If they put it out, we're allowed to show it.
Okay.
Okay. If they, because you're not supposed to take pictures while it's going on, I understand.
Here's maybe we can just use this as B-roll. The audio might ding us on YouTube. There's Blake.
Down by the riverside, I'm gonna let down my sword and shield. Down by the riverside, I'm gonna study. Whoa, no more. Oh, well, oh, well, oh, well.
All right, I'm gonna kill it right
That's
there.
cool.
I'm sorry, but I just
you
got to
see that guy play. He's unbelievable, by the way.
Got his hair,
yeah, he does.
Here's Jerry Lee. There's Jerry Lee going nuts. He's playing with his elbows.
Oh, yeah,
That was him.
Yeah, and let me tell you, the guy on the stand-up bass.
I want to hear that.
Yeah, let's hear Blake real quick. Can we?
Yeah.
All right, here.
Thank you.
You got a way to keep me on your side. You give me cause for love that I can't hide.
Oh my goodness, that's amazing.
He's better than the guy that played him in the movie.
Okay, Greg.
I thought he sounded more like him.
Well, now what was funny is on the way back to the airport, we all tried to see who could get as low as Blake.
Yeah.
And if you would have heard the effort from the ladies,
it
was. And then and Brody said his was so bad that he thinks the ladies can sing lower than him. He was like, "I think I'm further away from it than the girls. I'm not singing again."
Yeah, that's it.
We were like, "Brody, give it one more time." He go.
Now, who's the chick? Who's she supposed to be?
They said, when somebody does a play, they'll take people and they become a composite of several people.
Sure.
They said if you go back and look at the videos, one of Elvis's many girlfriends was actually in the studio, and everybody started trying to crop her out of pictures and stuff. But the guy on the play just kind of made her a composite of many Elvis women.
Gotcha.
And she
Maybe who's the actress?
There was a female that was there in that studio.
Yeah, you don't have to say chick, Greg.
Rick and Bubba.
Nickelodeon Resort, we had never done this before. And they have this giant water park thing there on the inside. And they've got some 4D shows, and you can, there's a live show where they have families compete. And if you're not familiar with Nickelodeon, the thing they've always been known for is their slime. They love to slime you. They love to dump slime on you.
Slime me, baby.
Yeah, so we had a SpongeBob room, and like the Nickelodeon Resort's very affordable. It's it's not the bells and whistles you've got at a Disney or Universal. Don't misunderstand me, but I think they designed it that way to be, hey, we're an affordable experience. We're 5 minutes from Disney. We're 15 minutes from Universal, and we got some stuff you can do here. Well, the beauty is that the boys that went with us, the two, Big Love and Taz, they're at the age where they're as concerned about the hotel pool as they are about going to any theme park. I mean, they'll spend all day there. And it had, the big thing where you got all the different water slides coming off of it, and you climb, and everything shoots water at you, and they had the big open pool. So they have this. Well, the Nickelodeon people always come out, and they'll do games throughout the day where people get slimed. So the boys, bless their hearts, they're in the water, and they're trying to get picked, and I'm over there lounging, got it like I like it, and all of a sudden Sherry said, "Go ahead and get in the water." And I said, "Honey," she said, "Rick, no poolside game hosts can ignore the animated, overweight dad.
Because you know what they're thinking. Here's the mall cop.
Right. Get in that water. And she said, I want you to reach deep, and I want you to bring out the facial hair, big guy, gut, animated dad. You will be picked out of that water in seconds, and your children will get slimed. And I'm like, oh, honey. And I get in the water, and of course, I had to flip my switch on, and I became the overweight animated dad. And I am on that stage in seconds.
Sure.
I'm talking about that guy, and sir, you. And so I bring up
Mr. French. Come on up.
And bring Jody and Buffy away.
Right. Because no game show host, poolside game show host, can ignore the overweight animated dad. I mean,
With a beard.
It's impossible. And I'm going to have my bright colored shorts on. I'm going to get out of the water. Everybody see about the top of my rear end.
Yes.
You know what I mean? That guy. Hey, I'm always going to be picked. And so I'm doing, and I get up there, and the thing was that the kids had to take whipped cream pies and stick them on my rear end, and I had to go over and waddle and shake them off in a bucket. And if I shook more of those off than the other dad, then I win. And we had a hard time getting them to stick. So I decided I should pull my pants down. And they told me I couldn't do that.
That's how it would have worked.
By the way, we could have won, but so I ended up.
I hate to say it, I think you need a skinnier butt for it to stick on there.
Right. So
it was like trying to put a cap on my head.
Right.
It just shot off.
Right. So
it's like at one size fits all.
Yeah. Well, Sherry told me I couldn't.
It eases up and then it goes. Pew!
Well, Sherry was screaming from the pool after. Oh, she said you had one pie on your butt and you didn't even know it.
He's standing looking around.
There was one stuck on, and I'm shaking, and I thought, and I said I didn't think they ever got one. She goes, no, you had two on there and you didn't get them in there.
Oh.
So we ended up getting slimed, which the boys loved.
Right.
And then that night they do a stage deal version of it, actually inside, and they bring out teams. And of course, the minute they said, "Hey, we need some people from the audience," Sherry just looked at me. She goes. And I mean, just like a switch, just like a pet that knows the call. I go animated dad again, and I'm up on the stage again. And look, I'm up on, and the kids are just thinking, "Hey, I'm so glad our dad is a fat, overweight, animated guy." You know what I mean?
They can't fit in a roller coaster.
We're getting to do everything.
He
shut down a roller coaster, but he's on fire right now. So I'm on the stage this time, and I have to put on a rain jacket, and a kid is going to throw fish to me, and if I can get the most fish in the bucket, we win. And I'm going to tell you something. I owned it because, I got pretty good hand-eye. I mean, I'm like a pretty good tight end. But if of course, this is the part that I got a little, because I got a little competitive on that.
Oh,
if the kid had thrown me the fish faster,
right?
You know what I mean? Hey, keep them coming. And then
so you yelled at the kid.
Well, so you're fat, overweight, animated.
What kid was it?
Frustrated dad.
In a rain jacket, and plastic gloves.
Hurting some stranger's kid's feelings.
Well, you know what?
How did the kid get picked?
I ended up with some strange kids. I didn't put my kids with me that time.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us again today. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up a little bit later on. So, college football coming up this weekend. There's a lot going on this weekend, and I'm looking. Do we see any key matchups? It doesn't seem as intense as last weekend. I mean, there's some interesting games, but I don't really see any marquee, hey, baby, you don't want to miss this one. This is really going to go a long way. I don't see. I mean, Texas A&M, Missouri, I guess that's a pretty
two top 25 teams.
That's an intriguing matchup.
Tennessee, Arkansas will be good.
Yeah, it will if Arkansas does their part. Yep. Tennessee, it will.
Clemson and Florida State.
That game just doesn't feel like it felt when it was first on the schedule.
No.
Florida State just can't seem to get it together. Clemson's a little bit hit or miss, but we'll see. Michigan, Washington, rematch of the national championship game last year. But the different teams, different lineup. Washington not near as good.
A lot of people are really looking forward to the Hawaii and San Diego State game.
That's the one that we've got our eye on.
I hope it starts at like 9 Central.
Ole Miss, South Carolina. Do you think South Carolina's watched a ton of Kentucky film?
Oh, you
on
know
how to shut down that high-powered offense?
Probably called, too.
Yeah, so that could be a good game. Miami, California. I don't know how California keeps getting. Every time I turn around, somebody's playing California, and I mean, as far as like somebody like
what is their record
South.
now?
Aren't they in the ACC now?
Are they?
Yeah.
Okay, that explains it.
College game days at that one.
It's hard for me to picture
what's their
California,
record?
But they are. You're right.
Overall, do you know?
I don't know. Then you have Auburn, Georgia.
Woo. That ought to be a barn burner.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be good.
There's poor little Adler.
Auburn is going to visit a Georgia team that is going to be very mad and wanting to get back on track and show how good they are.
Yeah.
Georgia's only got one more win than Auburn, so it's going to be close.
So there.
So
Auburn 2 wins, Georgia 3 wins, so they're pretty close.
Pretty close. California's 3.
You know what? You never know.
Yeah.
California's what?
3-1.
Okay. All right. Well, they're pesky,
yep.
And they can be problematic. So I don't know. I'm trying to think. Do you see any appointment game out there? Not really. So that's a little bit of a cricket.
Yeah.
For the weekend.
Yeah, you know.
But I mean, there's some. I like watching football, so we'll watch some.
Can Vanderbilt hang with the Tide?
No, they cannot.
It'll be like an Alabama home game. There'll be more Alabama fans there than Vanderbilt fans in Vanderbilt.
Yeah, it's
in Nashville.
I think Alabama. It's kind of the situation you kind of find Auburn in after these two powerhouses played each other. Georgia is saying we can't get off to a slow start. Okay.
Oh,
and we've got to prove ourselves.
What's the line on that game, by the way? Does anybody know? Just out of curiosity.
And I think Vanderbilt, though they're
Speedy,
scrappy.
I know you bet a lot. What is it?
Pretty much.
Vanderbilt, though they're scrappy, Alabama also is going. Hey, we can't go to sleep now. We got opponents on the ropes. We got to put them away, and we got to fix a few things that got sloppy late in the game. They have so many ways to beat you. And you know, when you have
225,
22 and a half. Alabama is giving Vandy 22 and a half.
Okay. What about Auburn, Georgia?
Oh my gosh.
Auburn, Georgia.
It's 35 if it's a dime.
Let's see. Georgia's minus 22. They're giving Auburn 22.
Okay. I may take some of that.
Yeah, I started to say that may be your moneymaker game of the week.
You never know.
Over under.
Hey Rick, you never know.
You never know.
You got to go out there and play. You got to throw the records out. I'd still take that.
We don't play these games on paper. All that stuff.
Yeah, sure.
That was according to ESPN. I don't know different betting.
You call your book.
Well,
no, it just has it on the schedule, Jerry.
I will tell you what's going on.
As good as I am at predicting them in Minnesota, I think I probably need to take up sports betting. I could make a lot of money, you know. If it wasn't morally against it, I'd be all over it.
I'm telling you. You know, you're almost like Pete Rose. You got to know how it's going to go, don't you?
Well, I mean, it's. I've told people for many years I sit there and I didn't make a dime off of it. I thought, gosh.
You predicted it.
But I think what happens a lot of times, and if you've ever been part of this, and Vince Lombardi told us this a long time ago, that winning is contagious, but unfortunately so is losing. And what happens if you're struggling, especially if you struggle over a period of time, the teams that win championships, and you saw this from Georgia, even against a great team like Alabama last week, when they're in trouble, their mindset is we got to find a way to win this game. And they keep thinking we're going to find a way to turn this around.
We're going to do it.
When you're on a losing skid, as soon as it starts going south, you go, well, here we go again.
Here we go again.
And you just and it's a different attitude as opposed to, hey, we're about to turn this around. As we go, well, here we are again.
Yeah.
Here we are again. We're going to lose again.
I know.
And if,
Speaking of that,
if that ever cancer gets in there, it's awful.
Speaking of that, Mississippi State looks good this weekend.
Who they got?
They're off.
Okay. Feel good about
it. Bye week.
That's a good one.
I understand Mississippi State open. It's a 22-point favorite. Road Tide. I can't let that go.
Okay.
It's all right. Look,
they played Texas good for a quarter or two.
3. Yeah,
3/4.
But no, sometimes, can I tell you this?
3.
Sometimes things can be going so bad you're almost free.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you don't expect anything.
Right.
Yeah, my dad was all about the Braves, and they got swept.
Then they got swept. Now he's back.
He's back to the state.
Right. At least they're off this week. Give him a little break.
But what I'm talking about, because to me, there's the good, there's the best. My team is awesome, and we're going to beat everybody, and I'm having a blast.
What's that like?
It's rare. It's rare to find.
Yeah.
Apparently, we don't seem to want any part of that. And then there is the freedom of we're so terrible. I'm done. I don't even care anymore.
Yep.
Okay,
Kill me.
Let me tell you where the most hard is. That middle one. Hey, we're good enough to win. We're just not winning.
Yeah,
and you can't
There's
get over
hope.
that hump. You just can't. You keep winning games.
You're one play away.
You had it. That's as hard a season as you'll ever have.
It's tough.
You know, you're sitting there going, "We're pretty good," and you look, your record's like 3-7. You're like, "How'd that happen?"
Yeah.
We were
You've
like
lost
in every
one
game. Every one.
Yeah, lost by one.
It normally comes down to 4 plays, and they didn't go our way.
Right. Somebody predicting Auburn 31, Georgia 27.
Wow.
Anybody want some of that?
That was me. I sent that to that.
I think that was Adler.
Yeah, somebody's drinking early.
Right.
Wasn't it the Auburn Georgia game with they threw that deep ball and it got tossed around?
The miracle.
And
at
then the
Jordan
next
Hare.
week was
Is
the
that what
kick
it's
six.
called? The
Bubba
miracle
was
of
at both
Jordan?
of them, wasn't
Yeah.
he?
I was at the Georgia game that year. That was great.
Yep.
I didn't know you were at both, Bubba.
I was at both. I mean,
Wow.
What was so odd about that? We left that game after Auburn made that unbelievable throw. It was like 4th down and threw it downfield, and a couple of guys batted it up. And the Auburn guy got it and went on in. I told Hunter, I said, that's just one of those plays. It's kind of like if you're an Auburn fan, the punt, Bama punt, 17-16. I said, yeah, that's a once-in-a-lifetime thing. You'll see. And then turn around 7 days later and you see the quick kick 6. You're like, wow, this is getting nuts.
So are you trying to bring that up like that? Something like that's going to happen?
No, I was just when I think of Auburn and Georgia, that's a memory of remembering that catch. It was crazy.
Would you like to take though? Could you take that quarterback and put it on this thing? So that would help.
I don't know if you
that'd
can
help. He's pretty shifty and hard to handle when and he can throw it a long way too.
Sure could.
Doesn't throw it short. Throw it long. Let him go get it.
That's it. Hang it up like a punt. Sue can play center field.
Let him go get it.
Yeah.
Throw it out there. I mean, just get it out. Bottom of the hour. We'll take your phone calls next. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, we have a cruise ship hero. For those of you that are going on cruises, a British vacationer is being held a hero after we had gun-toting pirates attack a cruise ship, and he beat them back by hitting them with a deck chair. I guess he was sunning out on the deck of the cruise ship, and he is now a hero for beating back pirates off the cruise ship. Would you like to know what he was on the cruise ship about, Bubba?
What?
Celebrating his 62nd birthday.
Really?
And he had a dream cruise on board the MSC Melody. He spotted armed pirates.
Now, this is a story we had yesterday, right? The one that fought it off, the Melody.
You remember, but the guy that you had the Israeli shooting. This is a man who now people found out he actually fought them hand-to-hand combat with a deck chair. So we knew about the Israeli security team, but he's now being praised for the 1,000 passengers that were there, 500 crew members, and it happened, of course, this past Sunday evening. He said that he was quick thinking. He is a retired engineer. How about that? And he picked up a deck chair and flung it down on the gang before raising the alarm. So he saw them coming up, and he just started taking deck chairs. And he just started. He just started. And then they said that there was some people upset later because they had a shortage of chairs when everybody wanted to lay out in the sun again after it was over.
But and then they said the Kraken came up and swallowed them whole. I mean, it was crazy. I mean, you talking about adventure.
The ship's owner praised the captain and, of course, the whole crew, how they tackled the emergency. And it said all the security measures, by the way, everybody listen, the security measures worked perfectly, followed all security protocols, and they were able to guide the ship out of danger, and the crew showed great professionalism, extreme clarity, and also props to the 62-year-old birthday boy for beating some off with a deck chair.
Martha, get up. I need that chair. There's a flipping pirates.
Well, go get Scott and get him to do the pirate. Where's he at? Get Scott.
Hey, Ryan, get
But
Scott.
once again, here it is. He's gonna do these pirates that we think are real.
But that's the only pirate we got, Rick.
I don't know how a Somali pirate sounds, frankly.
Well, judging by their dental health, not too well.
Yeah, let me tell you something.
Give me an old pirate, Rick.
I don't know. Do pirates. Arr, matey.
Like you grab.
Get off here! Take that! One of the. And by the way, wish me a happy birthday. Scott the tech guy, can you give us a pirate?
Did you hear the story?
I know this
need
is
a pirate, mate. What exactly do you need, mate?
Back off, or I hit you with this deck chair.
Don't hit me with the deck chair, mate. By the way, where's all the rum gone?
Mr. Pirate, I have a question.
All right, sir. What's your question,
With
mate?
all that spare time y'all have from not holding down a regular job, why don't y'all brush your teeth?
Well, because, there's just something about being a pirate, mate. You got to have those black teeth, otherwise it doesn't look good. And the gold one won't stand out if you don't have something dark against it.
So it's really a fashion statement.
All right, sir. It's a fashion statement, yes.
Why do I feel like you have corn planted right outside your window?
It's not corn.
Johnny Depp's joke.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, was that the one about when he was? Why are you bringing that movie in there?
Well, it was just a strange movie, and it was Johnny Depp that made me think of that.
He's trying to shift us off the pirates, mate, and I like it. Here where we are.
How does it feel for pirates to be back in the limelight again?
Well, actually, no. These particular pirates, they're not exactly my class, I mean, if you're going to be a pirate, all you should have to have is one shot that you don't use for 10 years until you meet up with your mate that betrayed you before that you're going to shoot with that. And if you're going to board a ship, use a cutlass. An AK-47 kind of takes the fun out of it, Let's go back to keel hauling.
Scott, I got to give you props from going to zero to this that quick.
I know.
Because it was surprised you were back
He talks to himself back there.
I was back actually scheduling commercials, which takes a pirate a while to get used to that. Right. A computer's really kind of different for a pirate.
Yeah, so
we need a Swahili speaking pirate.
Well, what we need is this. I like that the fun-loving pirate.
Yes,
because we think
that helps.
Because
that helps me.
Because we think there is such a thing. Is now critiquing the mean AK-47.
Yes.
Right.
They're not even real pirates. Real pirates. They would definitely fearsome.
Yes.
When you got a man and 8 men on a 2-masted schooner that can take down a Navy ship. You got a bad bunch of fellows there, mate.
Now, so now, what is your official name?
Well, my particular name will be Captain Mad Jack. That's the one I go by.
Okay, so anytime we have a pirate,
Mad Jack Flint.
Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour. Your turn to be on the show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Our golden ticket seats are hanging out. They're going to spin the giant wheel of canned meat coming up. Good news, we just restocked with canned meat. Not trying to settle, so that's coming up a little bit later. Phone calls now. Speedy's got them. You can call us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. SimplySafe.com/bigbox. Go there right now. There is no safe quite like Simply Safe. We're talking 50% off. We call this a speedy deal. 50% off on a new system, and you get a free indoor camera to boot. So that indoor security camera is an add-on, and you're getting 50% off. You get their exclusive LiveGuard technology. There's nothing like this. No wonder they keep winning all these awards. I mean, they can monitor. I mean, within seconds, if they get an alert, boom, they go live into your property, and they can interact with people that are breaking in. They can let you know if there's a fire, a flood, carbon monoxide poisoning, whatever the case may be. There's no safe quite like it. Go to simplysafe.com/bigbox. Get 50% off the new system and get a free indoor security camera. There's also a link right now for all this I just said at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. Johnny out of Tuscaloosa. Johnny was a schoolboy when he heard his first Beatles song. Johnny, go ahead.
Hey, I'm sorry, y'all there?
Yes,
Yeah, go ahead.
Johnny, we are. We didn't mean,
Hey, Johnny.
we didn't mean to surprise you by answering the phone. Sorry about that.
I'm sorry about that. Hey, you always tell these stories. I love listening to them. What kind of airplane did you fly? What? It must have been a private plane. I just wondered what kind of. And then the second thing is, are you gonna be on the air after Bubba heads off to Jacksonville? I'll hang up and listen. Thank you.
Yes, yeah. I'll still do a show coming up in 2025. I don't know because Bubba, you may know these. I don't know the type of plane it is. Yes, it was private. There was really no other way to do it. Matter of fact, there's a lot of things that we do when you have to be back at work at the time we get back, and if that option is not available, you don't get to do it.
If it's the same one we took to Washington, Tom says it's a Cessna Citation.
No, it's that one we do, but this one, because it was a further flight, it's the one up from that that's got 2 more seats.
It's the one up from that that's got 2 seats, Tom.
It's got 2 more seats.
2 more seats.
It's still
bigger.
It's still in that world.
Is it a Cessna? He says.
I don't know. I just got on it and flew.
Roger that. 10-4.
Yeah, I was thankful to be on it. But all you airplane people would know. But it's just that same one we normally fly on, but it's the one that's a little bit bigger. But I don't know what that means.
Citation 5 is what Tom is saying.
Probably so, Tom. Well
10-4.
done, buddy. Well done,
10-4
Super
on
Tom.
10-4 day.
Yeah, it is.
10-4.
It is the only way to travel, if you can, and thankful that we can from time to time. Mike in Tennessee. Mike, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, a few weeks ago, y'all were kind of giving Miss Burgess and Mr. Wilman a little bit of a hard time, you know. Well, my mom is elderly too, and this year for Christmas, or last year for Christmas, I bought her a Bluetooth headset because, you know, she lives alone. I call her once a week to talk for a couple of hours at a time. Well, at first she was like, why do I want to wear that thing on my head? And then when she finally, you know, I kind of get her talked into it or whatever because it's more comfortable, you know, than holding the phone the whole time, she's like setting it aside or she's wearing it around all day on her head and stuff. You know, I'm like, Mom, you don't have to do that. And she's like, well, it's messing my hair up. And I'm like, well, it's making you more comfortable though, right? And she's just, it's one thing. One day I was talking to her and I could barely hear her. Come to find out she had set it down on the couch and didn't realize that she had to have it on her head. But I'm just like, I don't know if this is worth it or not.
Look, I'm gonna tell you, when they start getting into technology and then kind of get a hankering for it, then the fun really begins.
Sir, if you go by and see your mom every now and then, you wouldn't have this problem.
Let's go to AJ in Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. AJ, go ahead.
Monkey grass, guys.
Hey, thank you so much. Go right ahead.
Hey, also, happy belated birthday. But
thank you.
I also wanted to say, is it too early, or can we go ahead and laugh at everybody for buying toilet paper?
You know, let's do this, AJ. This has been my new thing. There's 2 things that I'm dealing with in society right now that I've created a narrative that may or may not be right, but it's helping me to survive. I'm going to think that everybody that was hoarding toilet paper were trying to help the victims of the flooding from the hurricane.
There you go.
And they were donating them. I know that probably isn't the case for all of them. That's what I'm going to say so I can live with it.
It helps you sleep at night,
And
right?
the other one is everybody's still wearing a mask. They are somehow immune compromised, and they're taking cancer treatments, and they need to do that because anything they catch could be potentially deadly. So I've done those 2 things, and that way I'm living with people still wearing masks, and I don't mind if people go and hoard toilet paper.
You know,
I'm just
thinking,
giving them a narrative that would make it okay.
I'm thinking maybe people are trying to get ahead of the curve just for the holidays. Maybe that too.
Yeah, right.
I mean, Thanksgiving's coming up. You know?
That's true.
Jimmy in Tennessee. Jimmy, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go
Halloween cookout or something.
You will eventually.
Yes, Rock Nixon is terrible, but I wanted y'all to check out this guy, Bouke, Book, I guess, and the Elvis Matters Band. This cat is from the Netherlands, and I have never heard an Elvis impersonator sound anywhere close to as much like Elvis as this cat does.
No way. Even more than the pastor that really is him?
Yeah.
What's that pastor's name, Bubba? You used to know that.
I
off the
know
top of
from
your head.
People throw his
Arkansas.
name in there all the time.
Yeah, we see it all the time.
Yeah, what's his name? And everybody thinks it is Elvis.
Bob Joyce.
Bob
Joyce,
Joyce.
yeah.
He don't sound better than Bob Joyce, does he?
Come
Did you-
on.
Did you just pull that up, Adler? Is that who it is?
I had to pull it up. Yeah.
It's a Netherlands guy that sounds like Elvis.
Oh, that's a Book or something. I don't know.
Book.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's,
Can we hear some of it?
I'll try
I
to
kind of
find
want
some.
to hear it now.
There's old Bookie.
Is that this guy? It's called him and the Elvis Matters Band.
I guess so. I'll try to find something. Here.
The guy that played him in the movie, I thought, did a pretty good job.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, he sounded
the last-
He can't come out of his voice now.
Yeah, every character he plays
right.
sounds like Elvis.
He's still got the
I
accent.
tried to watch him in a war
Thank you.
picture, and
Thank
I'm
you
like,
very
why is Elvis in this war picture? But it's
Here's
just-
Book.
Hey, Book.
Real quick of Elvis.
Who did that?
I don't know why there's laughing on top of it.
I can't hear it.
I can't either. I don't
What
know.
was that?
He
There's
must have-
multiple things going. I think I have multiple things going.
Good Lord.
I thought he might have been somewhere, and somebody started playing.
That was Bob Joyce on top of Book. I had them both going at the same time. So we had two Elvises going. Here we go. Here we go.
As long as a man has the strength to dream, he can redeem his soul and fly.
There's Book.
That's pretty good, old Bookie.
It is good, but I mean, I heard no one ever even close. I have to disagree with that.
Bob Joyce.
I've heard people that
Well,
sound.
no, you're right. He's good, but there's a lot that can
That
sound like
probably
that.
wasn't the best clip to compare it.
Yeah. What
mean,
I'm
you-
saying
you-
is that the quote wasn't "this guy sounds like Elvis."
No, the best, yeah.
No one sounds like Elvis more than him.
Yeah, that's a big because there's a lot of Elvis
I've
impersonators
heard a
out
lot
there,
of people.
and a lot of them are good.
I've heard a lot of people sound like Elvis,
Yeah.
and I mean some good ones.
What about Jay? He said last night.
I don't know who that is. If you could have got that last name, I'd be like, "Where'd you get that?" Now I see it over there on the text.
So
line.
he's sanctioned by the Elvis estate. Is that what it says?
Sanctioned.
Yeah, sanctioned.
Right.
This here's the real deal.
Well, and that was one of the things that it was funny.
What
back,
was
back,
the
back to this
impersonator
again.
we saw that time with the Jordanaires? I thought he was pretty good.
I don't remember.
I bet that.
You remember Engaged?
I do, but I
Yeah.
can't remember what it sounded like.
Yeah.
But the well, Blake was making that point because he said that one of the reviews one time talked about what good impersonators they were, and he was like, I appreciate that compliment, but we're not impersonators. He said we're actually being actors playing them as
true.
human beings.
They're not traveling around.
No, he
being
said,
Johnny
He
Cash.
said you could go down Las Vegas and find maybe a lot of people that sound more like Elvis than even the actor, but the actor is playing
Yeah, it's
Elvis
not-
Presley at this age of his life. All Elvis, all the things he was struggling
Yeah.
with, all the things that are going on. We're not just getting up here trying to sing.
It's
like
not like the impersonator.
Yeah. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Are you familiar with Hung Cow?
I am not. I am not.
He's a Republican running for office, and he was in a big debate.
Hung Cow?
Hung Cow.
here-
I am totally out of the loop on this.
Speedy has spelled it Hung Can, C-A-N.
No, it's
yeah.
see the pronunciation
Or
guy.
Adler or whatever. Oh, I see it. Okay. yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
Have we talked about this thing that Greg did with this commercial?
Y'all.
Really?
No, they're not.
No, I'm looking at something different.
Well, who cares if they're mad? What you did, it isn't a reflection
let's
of,
don't
of the
mention
company you
that,
did.
though.
I mean,
No.
that's just you making a mistake. But it doesn't. Look, Greg didn't love the publicity to talk about it.
Right. Well, now that didn't have anything to do with that. That's
Yeah, that
just-
don't have anything to do with the
Okay,
client.
fine, blow it. That's fine.
No, just on the inside, it's funny when when
We've all made mistakes.
We've all
like
done
that.
it. Greg cut
Yeah.
commercials, every one of us.
You're not unique to that. I
Well,
promise you.
Look, here's the bottom line. We won't.
At least you went to the jewelry store with Speedy.
Yeah, thank
Well,
goodness.
believe me, I've made mistakes, Greg.
Or at the food court with me.
I put two cuts on the cart, and I got the one I liked, and I forgot to change the date on the one I didn't like.
Yeah, when we cut
And
commercials.
it rotates, and it'll play that one if you don't do that.
And Greg's commentary about how he thought he did that commercial was still on
But
that.
you got to listen real close to hear that.
Well, let's do.
But it's
No,
funny.
let's don't. Let's don't.
Well, I mean, sometimes when you do a commercial, you don't think it's your best one. You go, man, I didn't do that very well.
That's basically what I said.
Well, the one that
Greg used a shorter abbreviation
Right.
than
I was like,
description
man,
you gave.
that wasn't good, is what I said.
Right.
In other words.
You said something about a leak. I don't know.
That's right. You said, hey, man, I wish I'd done that better, so I'm going to try harder.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah,
and
I
I did
Man, I
one
love
better.
this client. I want to do a better job.
And I
Darn
know.
it.
And then unfortunately, you sent both cuts. The one you were happy with
And the one you're
if you
unhappy
don't
with.
change that date on the one you don't want to run, it just runs. They'll run the good one to run, then the other one to run.
Yeah, so one of our stations ran the one where you said, man, I didn't think I did very good there, doggone it.
It wasn't that awful a commercial. I
Dadgummit.
mean, I feel like the commercial was still pretty solid, but it was a little short, and then you really got to be listening, though.
Unfortunately, we didn't catch it. A listener emailed us and said they heard it, and they just read.
And it was pretty funny when the email came up in here and we all started looking at each other because we didn't know how bad it was at the time.
Yeah, I've never heard you use the term Jiminy Christmas, men.
That's it. And I'll be honest with you, the minute Bubba showed me the email, I remembered what I had done. I remember I didn't change that.
How about that feeling too? You see, and you go,
And then he told me to go to confirm it. He was looking at me when I came in. He could tell by the look on my face. I
Well,
was
we
like,
all were. We were laughing then. when it came
Let's
out.
listen to it.
No.
Please.
Y'all
It's
can't-
not that bad, Greg.
You
It's
didn't sound
funny.
like you said a cuss word.
Yeah,
No,
it's
it
not
ain't
like
that, but I don't want the client not be happy.
Will they get a free
Well, I think
commercial?
it probably
We're gonna talk to
probably
them.
like
We don't
it.
have to play the whole commercial. You just play the end.
It's not really about. I mean,
Not about them.
It's about your production.
Okay, we won't do this, and okay, fine. I love how it goes.
Jiminy Christmas, men.
It ain't a reflection of the client.
Yeah,
No,
It's you goofing up.
Y'all really want to play it? You can hardly hear it. You can hardly hear it.
Yeah, I want to hear it.
Hang
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
You
Just,
just-
it's
all
like
you
you're
gotta
saying, just
hear-
play the ending. All you got to do
have
is play the
hear
ending.
is the last 5
If
seconds.
I was the client,
I would love it.
I'd love a free commercial.
Look, let's be clear. This is not the client's fault. This is not commentary on the
Yeah,
client.
no.
Greg is honored to be doing this for the client. He was unhappy with his performance
Right.
and his read of the copy.
He thought he didn't do the commercial well, and he needed to do another cut, which he
Right.
did.
Right.
Unfortunately, he sent both cuts.
Right.
Everybody here.
Right.
We all, y'all, it happens every day after the show. We're all cut commercials.
right here, brother.
I don't know. Where you at?
No, not if you play it from over there. Don't let Rick start it. You start
Which
it.
maestro you want?
Yeah. Just hit play right there on that little yeah.
You got to listen close.
Okay, buddy.
Yeah, turn it
Zero. Visit loseweightbirmingham.com. That sucks.
What I like is the pause. It's the pause and Greg is analyzing. Give us a little bit more of the commercial.
Greg, play it again. Play it again.
Give us a little bit more of the commercial, and then it's silence, and then Greg's commentary.
Give me 10 seconds of it.
Wait, just all I can do is play the ending. I think.
No,
Go into editor's view.
Well, play. I'm running out of time.
Hurry up.
Oh, Greg, hurry.
Zero. Visit loseweightbirmingham.com. That sucks.
And don't you know somebody's going down the road first time they go,
All right, wait a minute. Y'all didn't. Wait a minute. I think let's just keep listening. Play it again. Play the end again. All right, hang on just a second. We're right at the very end.
Zero. Visit loseweightbirmingham.com.
I hate to say this, but I don't think we got the tools here to pull this off.
I didn't hear that the first time. That was lost in it the first time.
I think what makes it even better is the pause, because you got to think about this. You're out there, you're listening to the radio.
Oh, that's good.
And all of a sudden you hear that pause. The next, all of a sudden you go, well, that's.
Oh, that's good.
One more time. Hurry.
Yes, one more time, Greg. One more time.
Visit loseweightbirmingham.com. That sucks.
Ten minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. All right, so working our way back, Bubba kind of teased going to the break. Kind of a tease that'll stick with me for a while. You come to the show, you never know what you're going to learn. Apparently, I'm about to learn about Republican what?
Hung Cow.
Hung Cow?
Yes.
No, I don't know who this is.
He was in a big debate with the former Hillary Clinton advisor, and let's see, what was his name? Tim Kaine.
Oh, I remember him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I do too.
I don't remember Hung Powell.
He was on the ticket.
Cow, I think.
Yeah, and
Hung Powell.
so here's a couple of clips from their debate.
Okay. And where is this?
In Virginia.
Virginia, okay.
For Senate.
All right, here we go.
Mr. Cowell, you've supported removing undocumented immigrants who have committed violent crime. Do you support mass deportation of all undocumented immigrants? You have 60 seconds.
Immigration is very near and dear to my heart. When Vietnam fell, we had nowhere to go, and America had brought us in. And my parents waited in line for 7 years. We all did. For 7 years to get our citizenship. The last thing that my dad had hang over his bed when he passed away 2 years ago was his naturalization certificate. I love this country so much that I wrote a blank check up to and including my life to defend it for 25 years in Iraq, Afghanistan, Somalia, and other parts of the world. So here's my thing to anybody who wants to come here. Don't ask for the American dream if you're not willing to obey American laws and embrace the American culture, because I did. And so that's the number one criteria coming into this country. If you come here illegally, then you need to leave, especially if you're a violent crime person. We just found out last week there are 13,000 convicted murderers and 16,000 convicted rapists that came across under their watch. That's unacceptable. We need to protect Americans every single day, and that's what I did.
Thank you, Mr. Kyle. But the question, do you support mass deportation of all documented immigrants? That was the question asked. You have 30 seconds to respond.
If you came here illegally, you're basically screwing up the whole system. There's people that are waiting in line, like my family, for 7 years for their naturalization papers. And so you can't jump the line. I mean, if you go to Costco and you jump the line, what do you think is going to happen? You know? And so that's the thing. You can't come here and expect the American dream if you're not willing to obey the American laws and embrace the American culture.
Love it. That's what I did. He said.
I like old Kong.
So good.
So is he yes on that? He is yes on mass deportation?
Yes, he is.
Looks like it.
All right. So
couple more clips from that debate.
Yeah, he was asking about what's the deal with the recruitment videos. We saw them recruiting using drag queens and things like that. There is a pretty graphic description of the type of people that they need, but he's right.
When you're using a drag queen to recruit for the Navy, that's not the people we want. What we need is alpha males and alpha females who are going to rip out their own guts, eat them, and ask for seconds. Those are young men and women that are going to win wars.
Boom. This guy.
How about old young Cal?
Can the public take such language?
Hung Cow.
I prefer young.
Kung Pao. Let's just go with Kung Pao.
How about Fun Pal?
Fun Pal.
Yeah, it's something.
How about just change his name to like Frank or something? I mean, he's talking about.
He's talking about
if
embracing
you're going to live
culture.
here and embrace the culture. I mean,
all right, you're going to embrace the culture. Let's start with how you like Frank.
How about Frank or Walter?
Okay.
Tim Kaine challenged him on some of the numbers he was throwing out, and Mr. Hung Kao had just probably the line of the night here. With
is he Hung Kao?
His name is Hung. C-A-O is how you spell his last name. C-A-O.
But you pronounce it Cow.
Is that Co?
It's Cow. You heard the moderator say, "Mr. Cow." That's the only way I knew.
So you're saying how now, Hung Cow?
Yes.
Think the first day of school, Hung Cow.
Where?
Here.
Here's his line right here. It's fantastic.
There's two truths in the world, okay? Never walk in a Target store wearing a red shirt, and never go against an Asian when it comes to math.
He's right about that.
Don't know about the Target shirt thing, but yeah.
Well,
because people think you work there,
people
Greg.
who work there wear red, so they'll ask you
Well,
questions.
I've seen him, whatever. I like Chung Kao, but I like him in Ramaswamy.
Yeah, me too, man. Me too.
Yeah, I've never heard of this guy till today. I
like
like he's straightforward. He's to the point.
I'd vote for him for president.
And I like anybody that can actually have a sense of humor and enjoy some stereotypical humor.
Exactly.
You know, some of this, and Bubba and I have talked about this before, about people getting upset about stereotypes and stereotypical humor. When did people start getting upset that one of the things that was a stereotype is that you're really smart?
I know.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I would embrace. I wish that was mine. It's never been one anybody's ever said about me.
No,
you're from where? Calhoun County. Oh, I bet you're an idiot.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
very smart.
No one ever says, "Oh, you must be smart. Let's let you have a shot at this math." But I mean, how can you be upset about people thinking, "Oh, I can't stand when people think because I'm Asian, I'm smart." Oh, well, cry me a river.
Yeah.
Try being from Alabama. Try that on.
Yeah, I'll take that stereotype all day long.
Right. Yeah, that's not a bad one. So anyway, Virginia. That's a tough place for a conservative like that to win. But boy, if he could,
it is funny. Like when you meet somebody from some other part of the country that's not, kind of in the loop like we are, and they'll, you introduce yourself as Bubba. Mm-hmm. They'll go, "I bet you got a truck."
Of course.
Yeah, I said, "Yeah, I do."
I bet you dip.
Yeah. I bet you go hunting, don't you? Yeah, I do.
Right. Yeah.
What else?
I bet you like gravy. Guilty.
Look at me.
Right.
Yeah.
Guilty. It's
and goat drop cookies. Yeah.
Right. I did play a game last night. How long can I be in Massachusetts and talk like them till they figure out I'm not from there?
I bet it didn't take long.
Well, I knew something was wrong with me. I did it once, like asking where the bathroom was, and no one was around me, and I don't know why I was staying with it. But
practicing.
But I kept on doing that. I would talk, say, "Does anybody know what a Kai is?" And I just see if anybody would look at me. Then finally, at the restaurant, the waitress said, "Now, where are y'all from?" And I knew then that it wasn't working.
Busted.
Because even when we tried it, it's so hard to get that Alabama off of you. I mean, you can't hardly do it.
Can't get it off.
No. Well, and then when you're in a place that liberal, like we said before,
yeah.
then people want to take pictures of you like you're Sasquatch or something.
Right.
Saw Alabama conservatives in that restaurant 2 doors down. You can still get a picture.
Everybody go down there and look.
You can still get a picture before they leave.
They own guns.
Hey, let me tell you something. Some of the things I saw there,
bunch of
you talk about, man. Because you start thinking, about, hey, we always go too far because we are, and I know some people don't like this, and I'll never be invited to the Chamber of Commerce, but the August life here, it wears on you over the years. It just bangs on you, and that August just goes on forever, yeah. And then you see September and it won't let up. And you're like, we're still in August, and it's even got a different name now, and it's still humid and hot. And mosquitoes and bugs and ticks, and you're just like, I gotta have some relief. And then you walk down the streets and it's 68 degrees and no humidity, and for just a moment you forget how nuts these people are. You're almost like, and you just lose all concept of how high the taxes are there. You look at every church and every one of them's got a rainbow on it, and you're just like, for a minute, and you realize how shallow that is. All they had to do was give you 68 and you were staying, and I was like, man, you don't know what summer does to us. You don't know how hard those summers are. We walk outside, our glasses fog up. We can feel the air on our face, the humidity. We like I feel like I'm pushing through it to even get in the truck.
It's like,
and it just goes on so long. You just want it to be over.
Yeah.
Can you just give us 4 seasons?
Yeah, it's got me feeling like Hung Cow, because he's from Vietnam.
He is. When you're here, when you live here, when you live here, it feels like summer is like out of 4 seasons, summer gets 3 of them.
Yeah.
And for a brief moment, you might get a glimpse at another one. You might get a look at another season, but it doesn't last long.
Not for long.
No, it just wears on you.
How long is fall? How long? I know we do have 4 seasons, but just barely.
You talking about here?
Here,
we don't even get fall. A lot of times we go from hot right to cold.
See, and coming from Texas, this feels like we get a fall. Texas, it's so hot, and then it's freezing cold the next day.
What part of Texas?
San Antonio.
Top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up. If not, grab the parts you missed.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Warning, consuming hot dogs and other processed meats increases the risk of cancer. Should that be breaking news today? That's the label that a vegan advocacy group wants a New Jersey court to order Oscar Mayer, Hebrew National, and other food companies to slap on hot dog packages. Now, Rick, again, I mean, some comedy in this. You might as well laugh as cry, but this is real stuff.
I don't know why they're lumping the Hebrew National brand in there. These things are kosher. I mean,
well, they're saying what it is, not the fact that it's been blessed or it's free of hogs.
Right. They're saying even the beef hot dogs, all hot dogs.
Well, yeah. I mean, look. We all know how hot dogs are made, and if you're not, you need to be aware of that. It's what's left over after they make everything else.
I'm like Miller. Look,
they sweep the floor and put a package on.
I'm fully aware of what they are. I know their role in my life. I know when they're supposed to be brought in, and I love them.
Yeah, I mean, it's to me, it's efficiency in the food system.
Right.
We eat everything, and that's the key. The nonprofit Cancer Project filed a lawsuit Wednesday, It's in the court. Judges, robes, lawyers, and billable hours are
I would
involved.
say at least the hot dog has always been very transparent about who he is, unlike Spam, which is such a mystery. We don't even know whether to put a warning on that or not.
Now,
you know what I mean? We don't know what that is.
Yeah.
I mean, at least the hot dog has said, I've told you what I am.
Spam's over going, well, keep guessing.
Rick, it's so potent, I don't even think cancer cells could survive it.
Yeah.
So just like tobacco causes lung cancer, processed meats are linked to colon cancer, says the president of the Cancer Project and an adjunct professor at George Washington University Medical School in Washington. Companies that sell hot dogs are well aware of the danger, and their customers deserve the same information. Once again, this is so nanny state, womb to the tomb type coverage. Look, here's the thing. We want to be informed, but this is just ridiculous. This is a bunch of over-lawyering is what it is. And they think they can get away with it because they got away with it on tobacco. Again, what Nimrod does not get tobacco smoking is bad for your health. Okay?
Well,
the jury is in.
Right.
You're an adult. Make your own choice. Now, if you do, don't come to the rest of us wanting you to bail out your medical bill. We all deal with this, overweight, whatever. There just has to come a point where you tell the government, enough. You're already telling me where to drive, how everything I have has to be manufactured. You're taking all my money. It's just a constant stream of the government telling me, I got to have my seatbelt. I got to do that. Got to do. Oh, we missed one. Got to do. And
we're trying to create this utopia where nobody ever gets hurt, no one ever gets killed, no one ever sick.
We're all gonna die anyway.
Yeah, look, and plus I kind of like Miller says, what is this big obsession with? I want to live to be 150. Who does? I don't.
You know what? I say this. Let me tell you.
I don't have any desire to live that long.
Yeah. You know what I think is a bigger threat to our health? All the pressure the government puts on us.
Right.
Our high blood pressure is a bigger problem than a few hot dogs. And it's all because it's just always going to tell you what to do.
I'll go a step further. Anyone who doesn't have the common sense to know if I'm a smokestack, that may kill me of something sooner than if I'm not. Anyone who doesn't know, I love these people. Remember, they came out that if you eat fast food 3 meals a day, 3 meals a day, all the time because you're too lazy to learn how to cook, that's unhealthy. I just thought I didn't know that. I thought. And the people who don't know that hot dogs, people who don't know that hot dogs.
Sign up the boat.
I didn't know that. I thought I could eat hot dogs all the time.
I did twice.
I mean, who doesn't know this? I mean, you do this, you do them here or there. And here's the thing about it. We're trying to keep these people alive. They may die in the rain. They may not know how to get out of the rain. You know what I mean? I mean, they're going to step in front of a bus. Trust me, you can't keep those people alive.
And Rick,
or the opposite, they're almost miraculous. Nothing can kill them. You know what I mean?
It's absolutely. They're like Mr. Magoo.
Right.
You'll take a guy. He's healthy. He runs. He rides his bike. He's all this. Takes all these extra things, and he'll come down with some terrible disease, and you got Gooden out there wandering around, ain't had a good night's sleep his whole life, he'll live to be 90.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Look, a lot of us
living in a box.
A lot of us, we came in the world
by the river.
A lot of us came into the world when the sinful flesh came on us. We were dealt a genetic card that gave us all kinds of disadvantages or advantages. You know what I mean? Now, do we just need to be stupid? No, that's not what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. But I got news for you. You can follow every single health tip that the government comes up with today to the letter. You're going to die anyway. Okay? You're still going to die. So what the point of this is, my big fear has been that I would break down. I would get rid of hot dogs, get rid of fast food, never eat them, never do anything with them, do nothing but eat grilled chicken all the cotton picking time, okay?
Thanks for that edit, Rick.
With nothing on it. Don't put any butter on anything. Don't give me any salad dressing. Don't give me any condiments. Let me have it dry. Let me have it bland. Let me work on it, and I get hit by a bus. I mean, that would be my luck. And I go, man, I could have had a chili dog today.
Think about this too. This is what's crazy. If you
common sense.
If you believe in evolution, you should let these people go anyway. And vegans complaining about hot dogs is like the Amish mad about gas prices.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, here we go from the Big Boy Studios, out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home Alabama to the rest of the world, on all sorts of platforms, live and archived. So if you got the show live, all the way live, or maybe you're listening to an archive, Whatever the case may be, we're glad you're here. Find all those options at rickandbubba.com. Speedy, Greg, and Adler are here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. It's the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Garth Brooks, we do have, he has an issue here. He is saying it's all a shakedown, and we do know that does exist. Everybody innocent until proven guilty, and Garth Brooks denies. There are accusations from someone who worked with the hairstylist.
She was
with his wife's
right?
his wife's hairstylist.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, when they were touring together or whatever, Trisha Yearwood, right?
Yeah.
And this person claims that he was that he raped her, right?
Well, for lack of a better term, yes.
Well, I mean that is
There
what
it is.
I hate to just go right there with it, but he's 62 now. He was accused of sexual assault and battery in a complaint filed in a state court in California on Thursday by a makeup artist who worked for his wife. Yeah, there we go. So we had it somewhat right, mostly right. And he responded to the accusation in a statement to dailymail.com. For the last 2 months, I have been hassled to no end with threats, lies, and tragic tales of what my future would be if I did not write a check for millions of dollars. It's hush money, no matter how much or how little, it's still hush money. In my mind, that means I'm admitting to behavior I am incapable of. Ugly acts no human should ever do to another. And so he denied the claims in the complaint under John Doe. And so they're saying that he said this is totally fabricated, it's hogwash, and this is just somebody else who sees that he and his wife have money, and they're trying to do the famous, if you don't pay us, we're going to ruin your life.
Now, Rick, this comes on the heels of the fact that he has previously denied the claims and actually filed a complaint under John Doe. He says, we filed a suit against this person nearly a month ago to speak out against extortion and defamation of character.
Yeah.
We filed it anonymously for the sake of families on both sides.
Well, did they get a statement from Chris Gaines? Anybody know where he was?
Yeah, where's he stand on it?
What did he do?
Yeah.
But that Chris Gaines thing, I mean, I don't mean to.
It didn't work out.
I don't need to pivot there after such a serious accusation, but it is an accusation. And as you just said, Bubba, Garth Brooks not only has denied it, but filed a countersuit saying this is nothing but a shakedown.
I started making jokes about it, and you know how Lisa loves Garth. She told me, just like she did about Tim Tebow, that I couldn't make jokes about it.
So you can't make Garth Brooks jokes? Can you?
I can't mock Tim Tebow anymore.
Only the Chris Gaines part of it, or just anything Garth?
Yeah, can we make fun of Chris
Gaines? I don't think she
Gaines?
thought about that part, so I think I'm clear there. But
I'd
she
like
did.
to
She
make
goes,
fun
"Don't
of-
do like you do." She goes, "Because you're gonna get on." And I said, "What? What's it matter?" You know. She just like when I was working on my impersonation of Tim Tebow. Mm-hmm. She banned me from that too.
Yeah, well,
but I sit there at game day and I work on it.
Well, I can understand the going after Tim Tebow when you look at the character and how he lives his life.
No, I'm talking about how he sounds.
I know, but what I'm just saying, I can understand how that would make your wife uncomfortable.
Yeah,
but I don't understand the Garth Brooks.
She's
thing.
just a fan. She just said,
"Okay,
don't assume anything." She said I was going to come out and make cracks like he was guilty, but I mean, I don't know if he's guilty or not. I wasn't there.
Right. It says this is she was hired in 2017. And says that well, she makes all kinds of allegations here.
Yeah, don't read that part. Don't read that part.
No, let that out. You don't want the shower scene.
You won't hear the thunder rolls the same way.
No,
but the I'm just saying.
Womp womp.
And the thunder rolls. But Garth Brooks, and just report the facts. He says this did not happen.
Yeah. Matter of fact, he's filed a lawsuit previous to this saying that he was being extorted.
And I know
both of them will have their day in court.
Yeah, I know, because we are males, we're not allowed to speak to this for some reason. But I will say this, just from no matter the situation. Okay, I'll say no matter the, and I understand about trauma and all that, I do. However, if you want people to pay for something they did, if they really did it really, your chances of being heard and getting justice are diminished. I'm just going to say diminished if you don't immediately take action.
Yeah.
If something this traumatic in the allegation happens to you and you don't do anything, and then you wait for years,
yeah,
and then you come back, people are always going to be able to say, "Well, my goodness, if that really happened, you didn't run to the police immediately and tell them to come arrest Garth Brooks.
And I'm not saying that's
I'm
legitimate,
not
but you're
saying that you can't be traumatized and you don't want to do that. You
And
don't
then
want
later you do.
may not want it exposed, and later you want to. I'm just simply talking about. I understand why there may be reasons, but I'm speaking to just the factual truth that always will open you up to. Well, you waited a long time.
Yeah.
So not that that's fair. I'm just saying it's a fact. I mean, if this really happened and suddenly police showed up and drug Garth Brooks, from the backstage area and threw him in a car and drove off with him, now you're off and running. But when you go, it was years ago, but it's time for me now to finally make you pay, then he can easily go, this is nothing but a shakedown.
Yeah.
And it may or may not be. I don't know the truth. Like
No,
you said,
Steve.
they'll all have their day in court, and may the facts come out. And if this person is worthy of justice against an attack like this, I hope she gets it.
Yeah.
But also, if Garth Brooks is being charged with something he didn't do, I hope he's cleared as well. The truth.
Yeah.
So, but anyway. So,
I mean, this happened long ago, and one of the texters made the point: why didn't she come out during the Me Too movement? I mean, we had a run there where a lot of people came forward with things, some true, some not.
Right.
But it's always going to be a cloud. And I've always told people this: if you are assaulted, go to the police right then, immediately.
yeah, I mean, just for the things we just said, and I know that may not be easy, and we certainly don't understand because it's never happened to us. But logically, it really does give you a better shot at justice.
Yep.
And removing this person for not doing it to anyone else. So yeah, what the texter's talking about, the plaintiff filed under Jane Doe. Garth Brooks did his suit about her trying to shake him down under John Doe. So that's where you may be confused a little bit. They both use that anonymous, those two anonymous names. So,
and I don't know anything about that either. But there's also that joke rumor that Garth Brooks is a serial killer. Have you guys heard about this?
No, believe it or not, I didn't really give that a whole lot of thought.
Some people are shaking their head yes, and here I've
okay,
never
so
heard
y'all
that.
have heard, some of y'all in the Golden Tickets have heard about this. All right, so somebody did some research, and they I'm sure you can tie anything to anybody in this situation. There's not a shred of evidence to it, but it's blown up into a big time conspiracy theory because they plotted Garth Brooks's tour stops and concerts that he's done with murders that have also happened in those towns.
Who has that kind of time?
And so now it's gained steam, and people are now even showing up to concerts, Garth Brooks concerts, with a poster that says "Yay, I love you, Garth." And then when they show them on the jumbotron or anything like that, they'll switch the sign out and it says, "Where are the bodies, Garth?"
Somebody just put that on text.
Okay, that's what I'm. And I want to say I don't think he's a serial killer.
How many of
Chris
those people?
Gaines now. Chris Gaines maybe.
Well, listen, how many of those people though that believe that also believe there's a flat Earth?
No, don't.
I just wonder what
There's probably an overlap in the Venn diagram.
People get on, and they also ran to the store and bought tons of toilet paper.
Right.
Same folks.
Right.
Same people.
While wearing a mask. All right, so, but to your point, though, was this alter ego that he came up with, Chris Gaines,
is that him screaming that I have?
That doesn't help.
Because that was weird.
What are we doing?
Do you
It was
remember
the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
Now, that was weird.
Put a picture of Chris Gaines up.
I've already done it a couple times.
Okay.
I'll do it again gladly.
Sorry, I didn't see it.
Okay, sorry.
To me, this is one of the weirdest things that Garth Brooks ever did.
Yeah.
Weird.
Other than, of course,
But some of the
killing
music
people in
was
every
actually
town.
pretty
Hey,
good on it.
Yeah.
Rick, people think you're serious.
I'm not serious.
No, I don't think
pointing
he's
out to the absurdity of it.
Yeah. Now, Chris Gaines, maybe.
Yeah.
He's got a weird look in his eye.
He is that right there, Bubba. I don't know what we're doing.
It's kind of the country version of Prince, isn't it?
I think that move right there caused these people to start this.
I think so
conspiracy.
too. I think so too.
When we come back, golden ticket seats. They want to spin the wonderful wheel of canned meat in Rock and Roll City, America's favorite house band. Will crank it up. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Kind of an embarrassing moment yesterday. Yesterday was our anniversary, Sherry and I. So
how'd that go? Everything good?
It went really well, and it was it was a great day of celebration of our love, and we went to our favorite restaurant, and it just the food was fabulous, and of course the company was outstanding, and you really want to be careful on anniversary day. You don't want anything to get things off on the wrong track.
No.
So Tuesdays for the school that Big Love attends is all your tests come in from the last week on Tuesday. A little folder just packed with tests.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's just so many tests. And worksheets and all this. Well, now you know at our house that Sherry has capped me at second grade, and Big Love is in the third grade.
I've been removed altogether.
Yeah. So trying to be the helpful dad and try to be a good husband, there were a couple days. The one I really messed up on was Big Love came home with something that he had to redo. Well, we had the whole weekend, but I don't like homework getting into the weekend.
We all need a break.
So I got with him and tried to go ahead and knock it out on Friday. And Sherry wasn't home when we got home. I said, man, let's get this done. We don't need this on us on the weekend. And it was his birthday weekend. Let's get this done today.
Yeah.
Right.
So we do that.
Good call.
And then there was a science test that I announced, hey, I got this. I got this. I said, I got science. Hey, I can teach him what a meteoroid is. Bubba's taught me. I got this. You know what I mean?
Or a meteorite.
Yeah, whatever. So what do you call it?
A meteoroid.
Well,
I believe that would be an asteroid and a meteorite.
I think A-Rod took that one.
Can I tell you this,
That's
though?
if they clash.
I've said this 1,000 times, and I will credit. I didn't come up with this, but a comedian one time said beautifully, and Sherry said I shouldn't have shared this in the study process. But I told my 9-year-old son, or 10-year-old now, I told him, I said, I want you to realize the English language is really messed up because we were studying about asteroids. And I said, really, the word asteroid and hemorrhoid should be reversed.
Right.
Exactly.
I've always thought that. You know what I mean? And she
That's
said,
a good point.
And she said, he's going to go tell his teacher that.
Sure he is.
And I said, well, would she disagree? But anyway, so I would think there was probably 12 different tests and worksheets in there.
That's a lot.
Let me give you a rundown. 102 spelling test.
All right.
Even got the bonus words.
Oh,
Good deal.
And then we would hear things like 95, 100, 85, 96.
Mm-hmm.
And buddy, they're rolling. And then all of a sudden, 2 sheets were in there, 2 out of the 12 that had low grades. I mean, like not there wasn't any kind. It went from, hey,
top to bottom,
A's, and down here at the bottom,
way down.
And she says, Brooks, how in the world can you do this and then have these 2 just awful sheets in here? These things stand out like there's some kind of. And then she pauses. Wait a minute. Did your daddy help you with these?
Oh no.
And I went, oh boy. And it was like anniversary. I'm like, oh, she says, did you do this with him? I don't remember doing these sheets and doing this test with him.
What sheets?
And I said, I said,
what kid?
I've never seen the kid.
And then you feel kind of bad. And then you do so. You'll throw him.
Dog ate it.
How about you throw him on the bus? I said, hey, 10-year-old's a lie. I said, I don't know where he. That son of a gun. Hey, man,
ready to go out?
I thought you knew meteoroid. And you clearly knew that test, man. You weren't paying attention. What I helped you. I'm starting to sweat. And I'm starting to think about the anniversary that's about to come apart. Oh, no. And she says, that's it. She goes, you realize that everything I worked with him on, he made A's, Rick. And the things you helped with, he's almost failing these tests. And I said, well, look, that's on him. We did the work.
You can't take the test for him.
She said on this sheet here, when he had to redo this, the teacher said he had to redo it, and that she's told him to go to the chapter and look how this paper is supposed to be written about indenting every time a new person speaks. Did you even do that? I said, he said he did it. And she said, did you look at it? And I said, yes. She said, did you notice something wrong with it since now it has a big flag on it? I said, I didn't notice anything wrong with it. It looked good to me. And she says, because you like to do this, she didn't pull the show. This is your logic.
Here we go, 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us here today. Here we go, wonderful Wheel of Canned Meat's underway. Canned meat for everyone. Everybody together say, Wheel of Meat's got me yearning.
Come on, give it.
It is the wonderful Wheel of Canned Meat. Golden ticket seat guests find their way to this wonderful wheel. Rock and Roll City, America's favorite house band. They're ready to go if needed. On the wheel options, Spam, the premier canned meat, is there. But also, if it lands on meat, a variety pack. Bubba just reaches in a drawer and pulls out a random canned meat. Also, we have Rick and Bubba goodies on the wheel, most of them out of stock. If we don't have them anymore, then we put on this table here various books and CDs and stuff out of people's office here at the Big Boy Studio that you are welcome to. Joseph Levesque is up first. What do we say for Joseph? Wow, what a wheel!
Spin it,
Joseph, let it rip, my friend.
A big spin.
That is a good spin.
I was worried people could not hear Rock City today.
I was too. I was terrified about that. So let's see, Joseph, if we can get ourselves a win. Look at here. Yeah. Moultrie. View it. Hey, you got yourself Moultrie Mobile. Congratulations,
That's
Joseph.
the big boy.
That's your big boy right there. So, Joseph, congratulations. We get a winner out of the gate. Kristen Levesque is up next. What do we say for Kristen? Wow, what a wheel! Here we go. Let it rip.
Kristen with a big spin.
A big spin for Kristen. Let's see if we can get ourselves a win. Okay. Mug, drink it. Don't have them for giveaways. She's going to take the Rick and Bubba koozie.
Yeah.
Nice choice. Gladden Summerlin is up next. What do we say for Gladden? Wow, what a wheel!
They hadn't done a go for anybody.
Well, it's if they win a biggie, like if they hit on Spam, they'll get a go, and or a go for all the winners at the end. So here we go. Hat, wear it. That hat doesn't exist anymore. So look right here. The koozies are on fire today.
The koozies have been a big winner today.
Landon Summerlin will be up next. What do we say for Landon? Wow, what a wheel! Let it rip, Landon.
Got a good-looking Rick and Bubba shirt on.
That is.
Speaking of that.
Common sense is a superpower. It is a classic. Come on. Oh, look here. Well, there it is again. Hat, wear it. Don't have it.
So it's going to be hat today.
It's that same hat.
Yeah.
Another koozie. They're on fire.
Yeah, I'm amazed by this, too, how once we start landing on something that happens, but it's a different thing. Each week it's a different thing.
Can you explain it from a physics standpoint?
No.
Up next.
I haven't turned it a quarter.
Got weight on that wheel or something.
All right, Matt Ford is up next. What do we say for Matt? Wow, what a wheel! I need a little louder. A reverse spin. Matt's gone crazy. He, too, is wearing the...
It's an Iron City reverse spin.
He has a Common Sense is a Superpower shirt on as well. All right, coming back around. Look, a pretty good spin. Glass, drink it! We don't have that one anymore. All right, so, Matt, well, look right here. What do you think? We Be Big, the story of Rick and Bubba, a novel.
Some people say it's a textbook.
It is, and mostly true. Rachel Ford is up next. What do we say for Rachel? Wow, what a wheel! Rachel, let it rip. Here we go. Coming around. Let's see here. Come on, Rachel. Big win for Rachel. Yeah. Rick and Bubba! Just grab something here off the table, and she's going with the T-shirt. Rise, Kill, and Eat, a hunting classic. Team Rick and Bubba. That's more Rachel. Next, Michael Bingle is with us. Michael, what do we say? Wow, what a wheel! He's got the Jesus Loves You and I'm Trying shirt on. He and I match today, same color and everything. Nice shirt there, Michael. You wear it well, my friend. All right, let's see.
Serious goat, too.
Oh, yeah, straight up. That has a goatee like no other.
There it is again.
Rick and Bubba. How does this happen? Rick and Bubba. All right, so what are you going with? Where are you going, Bingle? Where are you going? And then we think, We Be Big, the story of the Rick and Bubba show. By the way, we think that's available now, like Kindle and things like that. So Missy Bingo will up next. All right, here we go, Missy. You ready to give that thing a rip? Reach up there and grab it. Just let it rip. Just let it go. There it goes. Can you hear the bass? I can't quite hear it.
Yeah, it's coming through my bones.
Here. Okay. What? Oh, cup. Drink it. All right, right over here, Bingle. Just whatever you think. We got CDs. We've got some books here. She's going with the big honking book of hunting.
Good one.
All right, so we had a lot of winners today. So, Greg, how about a go for all of our winners? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! There we go. Come on. Bubba, can you do the go where they used to do the thing over the top of their head? Remember they do the go?
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And that right now, I think at our age, if we do that.
You can pull something, you know.
It was
better get loose.
When they would do this, and they go, dun, 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 go.
Yeah.
Was that it? Yeah. It was. I didn't even like doing that time. I was thinking to myself, you do that enough, something's gonna come apart.
Yeah, you
so,
look like the Golden Bachelorette. Be hauled off.
Wait a minute. Somebody told me something about that show. That who was it?
No spoilers.
No. Somebody.
You'll love the kickball game.
Somebody just texted earlier today and said the
blue team won.
The actor that played Newman, right, Wayne Knight, that he doesn't make an appearance on there, does he?
No, surely not.
Yeah, so that. No, he's not.
No, we had the Newman story about him losing weight.
Are they just combining those two stories?
I think so. Yeah.
He went to the honeymoon suite.
Greg, don't say he went to the honeymoon suite.
Right.
I love him screaming from the drum.
Already said.
Adler, we're going to the break now, so I know that the Tubers are ready for Rock and Roll City, America's favorite house band.
Did I hear y'all warming up to little Michael Jackson?
Yeah. What are y'all going? What can they expect?
Yeah, we're gonna do some Michael Jackson.
No, are you really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Why do I think you're going to change the lyrics?
I am. Yeah.
Are you going to go easy?
I'll try.
Okay.
I'm really glad that Henry the Horse didn't have to come out. By the way, that was close because he's actually been striking. He's been striking.
He's a longshoreman?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
And luckily the strike ended, but he wouldn't have been able to make it here today. He almost had to sell his mansion and his yacht.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's a good thing.
All right, so
good thing
Tubers
the strike ended.
Yeah, or paused or whatever it is.
Sure.
Rock and Roll City is ready to go. So Tubers, you've got and Bubba called it. They have a little Michael Jackson feel.
I thought I heard a little Michael
there
Jackson
in the break. Congratulations to Golden Ticket Seats on the wonderful Wheel of Meat. All the canned meat saved till next week, but we all know it's canned meat. We can save it as long as we want.
Be here 20 years from now.
More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, check. Hey, two.
I don't remember how we started, but here we go.
All right, yeah, we're gonna try. Tom just started playing some Michael Jackson.
And then we jumped in there with it.
In the break, and then yesterday a lady gifted me some goobers, which are like a candy that you get at the movie theaters.
Oh, yeah, the goobers.
Yeah, goobers.
Calm down, Tom. I know you were shocked.
Yeah,
A box of goobers.
And goobers are really good, so it's a song about goobers. All right.
Are y'all ready?
Yeah, here we go.
Those goobers! Yeah, let's go! Goobers! Goobers! Nobody can beat the he can be the school bus. That's right, yeah! All right, let's just go full rock. Just full rock. Keep going. All right, here we go. Let's get crazy. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Rock and Roll City, and we give free goobers to anybody that comes into our town.
"35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show." Thank you for being with us as we work our way back and wrapping up another hour here. We'll chat with you one more time before we go. I do want you to know that all these attempts now in this cancel culture, and if I don't like you, or I don't like your political views, or I don't like your devotion to Jesus, I have to get rid of you, and all this, and destroy your life. And boy, have they tried with Mike Lindell. Good night, have they? But right now, Mike Lindell says, you know what? We just keep on rolling. And you know why? Because he got great products and does things like this. He's now taken the standard MyPillow. You normally see it at $49.98. Now he's got it at $14.98. You're saving $30. Limit 10 on this offer. So if you would like to get this amazing deal and continue to say to the cancel culture, you know what, if we like the guy's products and we like his price, we're buying it. Leave him alone. So anyway, go to mypillow.com/bigbox and use that promo code BIGBOX, and you can get it at $30 off right now. Some other things you can do with the same code, the bath towel sets and the 6-piece kitchen set, their towels, $25. Bath towels are $25 as well. The My Coffee, 50% off. So go to mypillow.com/bigbox. Use the code BIGBOX. Now, $75. If you hit that point, now shipping's free. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so other things that we have not discussed today. Adler, that was nice in there. The audience really digging the Rock and Roll City in the break there.
That was good.
Didn't catch the lyrics. Only heard.
You need to catch the lyrics.
Only heard the.
Well, why don't we hear it again?
The bass.
You wanna do it again? Let's hear it again, Adam.
Acapella.
We don't have to do that.
Well, I mean, you could just do the jam, couldn't you?
The FCC probably wouldn't even like it. So
Right.
No,
Well-
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
It wasn't bad.
A texter would like to see you cut the strings of your guitar. You've got them sticking out. They're afraid they're going to put your eye out.
Yeah, you're right.
It gets a little carried away in there.
Yes,
Sorry
it
about
does.
that.
I saw the big finish where he jumped. in there, yeah.
Sorry about that, everyone. I just apologize to everyone.
Just apologize. Just a standard apology to everybody.
Just sorry, guys.
Rick, that may be the first time ever you've asked a guitar player to play something again that they refuse to do it.
And you know
Because
what?
usually they're going to volunteer to do it several times, whether you ask or not.
And this is something to be concerned about because if you remember, this is something Daniel mentioned in the 70 years.
right.
Yeah.
Are we looking at the missing week here?
It's like C.W. McCall. It's hard to catch lightning in a bottle twice.
It is. He tried it. Didn't work.
He sure did try, though, didn't he?
We may try Convoy next week.
By the way, happy
Rock
National CB Radio Day.
10-4.
10-4.
Yeah.
the city
Anybody
was
using Citizens
Oh,
Band
yeah.
anymore?
Yeah, there's
Who?
still some. Yeah.
Who use it?
There's still some people talking
Do
on
they?
it. Yeah, I hear them.
Do you have any?
I may get me one.
Do you have any of your old gear?
I can listen to it. Yeah, I do have some old gear. I just don't have the antennas up for it.
Well, let's put them up and we'll start talking.
Yeah.
Does a ham radio operator look down on the CB person?
Some of them would, but the problem is most of them came from that. So
Yeah, but
you
they
know,
can figure that
there's a lot
amateur
of-
level.
Is that kind of like minor leagues?
It's a little more wide open, yeah.
Okay,
so to speak.
Sure.
So
What about-
but a lot of them still use it because they have a lot of friends there. That,
I learned a lot as a kid listening to.
Yeah, I
CB.
did too. I did
Especially
too.
on Channel 19.
Yeah.
Oh, Tiger Lady.
How about the
Wow, Tiger Lady. She'd give the exit out, wouldn't she?
Also, I also learned that people don't always look like they sound.
No,
they don't.
And listen, the Walking Dogs had the base station. They could turn the beams.
Oh, yeah.
That's a Walking Dog.
Vertical and horizontal, yes, sir.
All right, so
Truck's looking good.
Vertical
again?
or flat side?
We've got updated pictures on the mobile
Guys,
broadcast
y'all just
vehicle.
peel that off.
No, wait, they really should. But look at the inside, though. This time we get
Well,
the
they
inside
stripped
picture.
it good, didn't they?
Because we were wondering, is there
No,
room
Rick-
in there? Is there room in there? And look, they are taking the
Okay.
stuff out. But look right here.
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh, clean.
you see
yeah.
there?
Yep.
We're looking at pictures right now on the text
Hey.
option. Now that's got some room back there.
We got to know what they did with all that. Though,
Yeah,
that they
and-
took out. There's
and-
some nice stuff.
Well, Bones said there wasn't anything even in there.
Yeah, Bones was completely empty. Rick been gutted.
Yeah.
I think there's been stuff added.
Bones not wanting to fool with it.
Let me tell you what Bones isn't going to help anybody with. Find DB Cooper.
No.
But anyway,
They didn't take a good look.
No, so there it is. It's helping hurricane victims.
Look at it.
I'm just glad it's running good for them.
Oh yeah. Well, they said they had to do a lot on that, didn't they, Speedy?
Yeah.
It's got new tires, of course, because
Wow,
the others
how
were
about
dry
that?
rotted, of course.
New casings.
I'll tell you, probably the most dangerous thing they did was crank that thing up and drive it wherever they were going.
Yeah.
Because them tires been sitting out there a while.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Still got the horn underneath it, I see.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So there you go. So I
awesome.
like seeing that she's still working.
Did they take the siren, the light bar off and everything? I couldn't tell.
You gotta have. Did the light bar, was it still working?
Yeah.
Bones said it was
was-
gone, right?
It's still on
It was
there.
probably one of the few that worked good.
Right. Bones said they could have it.
You know, the cab and that front panel look good. Then you got the.
Bone said it was the light.
Bubba, he said the tires were good.
Bubba said drive it off. Bones said drive it off. There ain't no pictures on it.
Oh, that's funny.
Well, you can tell which side though hit the sun hit.
Yes,
most
you
of the
can.
time.
You
Yeah.
really can. And look at them having so much fun in there.
Oh yeah.
The inside box looks solid. Still looks good. That window there, they probably just keep it shut. You're fine.
Yeah, lock. You're right.
Did you see this latest deal? What does this mean, Bubba? Thousands of pieces of evidence causes indefinite delay in the trial of the the latest. Now this is assassin attempt number 2.
Right.
Ryan, and we said his name, Ruth.
Ruth.
So what does this mean? So now indefinite delay, meaning
Rick, I
meaning we
don't
got
know.
so much.
What's the deal?
They said they had so much evidence to come through when they went and raided his house. and
Okay,
everything
you
else,
imagine.
I got you.
that they need more time to get it all organized.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's something. I hate to be that guy, but something sounds fishy about that.
You think?
Little fishy, Bubba.
Well, it's almost like they don't want to expose any of that stuff before the election, but yet
I see where
they
you're
were
going.
exposing other things before the election. You
Of
know,
course.
the Jack,
Yeah.
what's his name? came out, and he was, had let some things out about what Trump had said or did on the J6 thing.
That's right, yeah.
Which is clearly election tampering now
Right,
at this
yeah,
point.
yeah.
I mean, you had 4 years to prosecute him.
Yep.
And you've waited till right before the election when he's leading most of the polls and still not making any effect for the most part in the polls.
Right.
And you just keep leaking this information out. You know, the judge has kind of boxed them in a little bit on some of the rulings the Supreme Court had, and they just won't let it go. They're just going to keep on.
I will say, too, that to Ryan Ruth, I don't know who you are, but if you get a text from the Clintons say they want to meet, don't go.
Yeah, I'd let that go.
Right.
Yeah,
just a little.
Do a Zoom call instead.
Right. Just go ahead and, I wouldn't do that.
So they said they have recovered thousands of videos and 4 million gigabytes of text and audio files.
Wow. Can you imagine?
And they haven't had time to go through it yet.
I bet.
So, yeah, he's quite the character. And he didn't help by putting out, what we do know we have is the attempt. He says this was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump. So if he says it was, then that probably was his intention.
That was, yeah.
But I failed
and he offered $150,000 for anybody could finish the job.
He said, I tried my best, and I have failed you. As you said, Bubba, $150,000 if y'all can finish what I was trying to do. And he tells us what he's trying to do. I was going to assassinate Donald Trump.
Yeah.
He tells us
So
that.
I know
But
for
for some
some reason
reason
you
we-
haven't seen, but you've seen that.
Yeah, but for some reason we couldn't get the Department of Justice to see it.
No, it seems like with that kind of documentation that indefinite delay just doesn't seem necessary.
Yeah.
No, you pretty much got what you need.
Yeah, isn't the thing you were looking for as investigators for somebody to admit they did it? Isn't that what you try to
Should
you
make
try
your
to-
job
You
pretty
take them in
easy.
that room, you try to break them.
Yeah, I think that alone you can go and go, okay, he's guilty.
Yeah, right. Yeah, because didn't he just give you what you're trying to do?
Yeah,
in the investigation.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, a confession is better than all the evidence they can dig up on the hard drive, right?
Yeah, well, I would think, but maybe I'm wrong. All right, we'll come back. Phone calls to wrap up the hour. Any headlines or sound bites we might have missed. We'll also give a $50 American Express gift card from Dr. Dudney during Dental Hygiene Month. It's also this month to somebody in the golden ticket seat. Somebody has got lunch handled. Yep. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The rocket launch kept being delayed, and I got to tell you, I saw something yesterday that just it broke my heart to see it happen.
He's like a kid who just can't sleep at night.
Bubba, our rocket fan here on the program, he loves
Can't
NASA.
wait till the countdown begins.
He pulls for NASA.
And he dreams of his space hero, Captain John Glenn.
Minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Liftoff of Ares 1X. Testing concepts for the future of new rocket design.
Rocket fan. Rocket fan.
There's no onions in there.
I looked over there and I was doing the show with Glenn Beck.
What are you doing?
Okay, Bubba. Now this is what broke my heart yesterday. Bubba was
How's everybody?
Bubba was set up.
Check.
He had watery eyes.
He did, no question.
Well, my
When he
allergies
heard
are
that
acting
countdown
up.
and heard that thrush,
Oh, the sound to me is just
I know.
unbelievable.
I know.
I love the sound probably as much as the sight.
well, here was
So much you cry.
This is where the real Greg Burgess and I found ourselves in a strange place. We were hit after the show yesterday with a good bit of production. Production means Bub and I are cutting spots or promos for people or whatever. That happens after the show on the satellite. If you're an Extreme Club member, you've heard some of those sessions. Bubba got caught up in trying to get a spot right. He walked out of the room And all of a sudden, Greg and I look up, and the Aries is launching, and I'm like, "Oh my gosh, Bubba's missed it." And and when did you realize you had missed it?
Well, I was trying to monitor NASA TV on my laptop.
Right.
And I was watching in here, and they had not gone, to the countdown clock. I thought they would give us about a minute, with the big giant letters. I've stood by that clock. It's humongous.
I mean, I felt like I was cheating on Bubba. I looked at that thing was flying. I said, "My gosh, I've stolen Bubba's lunch."
So I go back to the office, and I put all my stuff down, and I'm trying to get organized, and I flip the TVs on, and I'm trying to get on, Fox News or CNN to watch it. And about the time I get there, the thing's going. I mean, they're already downrange, 30 miles. And I'm like, what is going on here? How did I miss that?
Well, I saw it was a thing of beauty.
Yeah, I had to watch the replays. I watched it several times. Hey, the world's largest bottle rocket. That was pretty cool, wasn't it?
Did it feel?
Bubba, you just cried. He cried a few minutes ago.
I didn't cry.
He
did.
I got an egg that had an onion or pepper or something.
No, you were
in it.
singing.
Look,
and that and allergies, it just appeared that I was.
He was still emotional for escorting his daughter at homecoming last night.
Sure, that too.
You throw that on top of this rocket. He
Everything
can't take that.
was great.
Right.
Number one.
Right. So he sobbed a little. So what? What if there came a day that NASA launched a rocket in space with a tennis player riding?
Be big.
Is that your day?
Am I riding?
With a tennis player on a rocket.
That'd be pretty
Of
big.
your choice.
Which tennis player?
Of your choice.
One of the fine girls you like.
Well, I wouldn't. I don't think that would be a good trip.
That's not appropriate.
No.
But anybody you pick. Yeah. Now, some of the tennis players might be scared to do it. I don't know.
Right.
But I'm just saying.
Let's just say Udan.
Yeah.
Udan's
Melanie
in there.
that we're going to interview in a minute.
Yeah. She's a child.
Right.
Right.
So I would think it'd probably be.
You have to remind him of that.
Federer?
No.
Is Federer?
Probably so.
Right. Yeah.
Can we go with an American, please?
Well, there aren't any that aren't good.
We're having a little dip in our output.
Yeah,
there.
I mean, no offense. You try to go up.
How about Derek Jeter?
Blake,
go with him.
Look, Blake.
I'd like to go with Derek Jeter.
Yeah, Blake seems like a nice young man, but I hadn't seen him win a big one in a while.
What about Andy Roddick?
Yeah, he's hurt.
He's lost his mojo.
And he was mean. He was mean to you too. So.
Well, he was he was nice when
he made you tear up that day too.
Yeah, he did in a negative way.
Yeah, little Bubba in the corner.
They all were very nice. Glad to see him.
Right. The rocket launch kept being delayed, and I got to tell you, I saw something yesterday that just it broke my heart to see it happen.
He's like a kid.
Minutes to the top of the hour. Phone calls coming in. The real Greg Burgess phone troll. Haven't done one today. Final one of the week for a lot of you. 866 We Be Big. Lines are available. 30 seconds a pop, and that means what? The buzzer's your friend. Barriers are a blessing. We don't let people carry on. The buzzer gets them to go. Next person. That way, if you call and you go, gosh, I may be sitting here on line 8. I ain't never going to get in. Well, thanks to your friend the buzzer, you may just get in. No meaningless shout-outs. We take them out quickly. No shameless plugs. They're gone. So 866 We Be Big. There's lines available. Greg's standing by ready to take your call. While you're calling, here they are again. A second introduction for Joseph and Kristen Levesque, Gladden and Landon Summerlin, Matt and Rachel Ford, Michael and Missy Bingle. They're all here today. Bubba, they're listed random 1 through 8. So I need a number between 1 through 8.
What about lucky number 6?
Lucky number 6, that's going to be Joseph Levesque. Joseph Levesque, $50. American Express gift card, courtesy of Dr. Dudney, our family dentist, and does a great job for our families and so many of you out there. So, Joseph, congratulations. A $50 American Express gift card for you just for coming by on the Rick and Bubba Show.
I'm assuming Joseph wins a lot because he won a Moultrie camera, on the wheel.
He's
and
one of
now
those.
$50. Is
He's
he one of those guys?
I'm the other end of the spectrum. I couldn't win this. If they were I was the only person in here, and somebody said, "Bubba, give us a number between 0 and 1." He would say 0, and I wouldn't win. I can't win anything. I've never won anything. I'm nothing. To the phones we go. 30 seconds a pop. We'll start with Mark in Helena, Speedy's home community. 1047 WZZK. Mark, go.
Hey, good morning, guys. Long-time listener to the show.
Thank you.
And so this morning coming in, I was listening to you tell the story about the time with your family, and I thought, man, there's a biblical tie into that.
Oh, really?
Because the devil wants you to believe that you have all the time in the world, so you can be cavalier about time and about making the right decisions in life.
Yep.
Well, the devil also hates your family, and he doesn't want your family to be strong and for you to have fun.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, well, it maybe yes on all that. That's a really strong look at it.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't go in that serious with it, but how about this?
Right.
You are correct. As a matter of fact, on the other end, the Lord Jesus Christ told us to stop saying that we're going to do this, that, and the other. He said, "You better say, Lord willing." You're not promised the next second. So thank you for that call. Let's go to Brian in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Brian, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Many happy returns of yesterday to you, sir.
Thank you,
indubitably.
Brian. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And now, 2 years from yesterday, you're only going to have 1 minute to eat your birthday cake because it'll be your 62nd birthday. Have a good one, sir. Bye.
Okay.
All right, buddy.
60-second, like you have only 60 seconds, I guess.
That's as bad a joke as I ever heard.
Yeah.
My birthday was going great, too. I'm glad he didn't say that yesterday. That would have taken some sting out. I've heard some bad ones.
Yeah.
I don't even think dads would have laughed at that because we're dads. We're not laughing.
Well, I was perplexed more than anything.
Yeah, right.
I thought, have I missed something?
Right.
Was that it?
Trace, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead.
When y'all retire, are y'all going to keep your podcast up?
Which one, Rick and Bubba University?
Yes.
No.
And your old shows?
Old shows, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Appreciate you calling. 866 We Be Big. As far as we won't be doing any new ones, I guess some of the old ones will still stay out there. I guess you can go back and find them.
Yeah. Sure, they're mixed in with everything.
Yeah. Let's go to Clive in Butler, Alabama. Clive, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, Rick. I have to disagree with you about you never winning something. You're a winner in life. You got Greg as your brother.
You know what?
You don't need to win nothing else.
You know what? Here I am looking at a gift horse in the, well, I wouldn't say in the mouth. You heard that mouth?
In the butt.
Yeah, right.
Thanks, buddy.
How can a man who's got a baby brother like that say he's never won?
He's in there waving at you.
When Mama brought him home, what a win that was for so many. We continue. 866 We Be Big. John is in Sweet Home, Alabama. John, go ahead.
Yeah, we're on our way to see Georgia play. Big Georgia Bulldog fans. Went to the game last week, though, in Tuscaloosa. Great atmosphere. Makes me I just moved to Birmingham 3 years ago, but we're on our way. Hopefully get back to winning against Auburn. But it was a great atmosphere. Appreciate it. We makes us appreciate living in Alabama with our two.
Hey, did you like coming to Alabama and having a spanking? Did you enjoy that? We all were eating dog. We were Koreans for one day. Roll Tide. But if you want to get back on the winning track, you're heading in the right direction. Bring Auburn in. Or Roll Tide.
I got a message. Dippin' Dan might call today, but he never did.
No, Dippin' Dan's hiding.
He's upset. I hear.
Why would you call?
But I mean, it's going to be all right.
Hey, go Gamecocks.
That's right. Kennesaw tonight. But how's Kennesaw? They good?
They normally are very good. I don't know that they're doing as good this year. We'll see.
Okay.
I forgot what their record was. Maybe similar to ours.
Are they in the conference?
I don't know if I guess they are going to be in the new. I don't know. I have to look. All this realignment.
I know. I mean, like
you got to get your notepad out. I don't even know the Power Four now. I can't tell you where some of these schools are.
Earlier today, I was like forgetting that California was in the ACC.
Yeah,
I mean, I was like, why do they keep playing all these ACC schools? Well, I'll tell you why. They're in the conference because we always think of California and the Atlantic Coast.
Makes sense.
Yeah,
doesn't
sure it does. Adam in Tennessee. Adam, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick, I just want to let you know, me and my family was driving 16 hours. I was going to tell you happy birthday, but Greg said you wasn't there today. So happy birthday, brother. We love you.
It was yesterday. You missed it. But, we do, as Bubba's talked about, and it's a tradition. We carry on. We're going to carry on this birthday apparently all the way through October 19th because we couldn't get everybody on the same page. We continue. 866 We Be Big. Yvette. Is that right? Is it Yvette, Florida? Go ahead.
Yvette.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes. I just want to say my son is going to be on Lake Martin this weekend. He is participating in a fishing tournament, but it is put together by Logan Parks, and there's going to be 150 college kids and 150 high school kids, and they're going to be paired up, and they're going to be pre-fishing there yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and then the tournament is on Sunday. And there's kids from all over.
I'm afraid it's a shameless plug.
Mm-hmm.
I was waiting to see where it was going.
It's a great fishing lake.
Yeah, I kind of thought
don't be bumping my dog now.
Yeah, right. I thought it was going to kind of be, like a story tied to it, but it started feeling like a shameless plug.
Sounds like fun though.
Yeah, it does. It does. The now you remember when they do the big weigh-in? They used to do all that. Do they still make a big deal out of all that kind of stuff?
Well, it depends on what.
Because now Major League Fishing,
what group
they don't.
with.
Did they do that?
Major League Fishing it weighs them right on the boat and lets them go.
That's right. You're right.
Because they have the referee on the boat.
Does the other bunch still bring them in?
I don't know, Rick. I don't follow it that much.
Hey, if they want to catch some fish, they need to be out at Lake Mitchell. I'm all in the crappie down there.
You know where everything is.
Kennesaw is a part of Conference USA.
Okay,
too,
did not know that. Yeah. So they're not having a great year this year. It looks like, and so it looks like
right?
Jack State and Kennesaw State combined for a 1-7 right now.
Maybe about right.
Yeah. So anyway, that'll be a good way for somebody to get heading in the right direction. Of course, Jack State already has. They won last week.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So anyway,
or 2 weeks ago because they had off week.
That's right. They were off last week. I forgot about that. Thanks for being with us, Golden Ticket Seats. Thank you for being here today. And we will we'll either be back in a minute, according to how you're getting the show today, live or archived. If we're wrapping up our time, enjoy the weekend. There is no Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend, but you can go catch up some of those that you may have missed in the archives. And have a great weekend. And Lord willing, we'll talk to you on the next one.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.